Hey, Dangle. What's up, Goulius? My little phone stand charger thingy that Rachel got me for Christmas that I usually keep my phone on. It's always here. It wouldn't be in a different room, but I literally don't see it, which is strange. I'm very good at losing things. It's one of my best skills. Like, where would it even go? I definitely didn't take it out of this room. Oh, here it is. What's up, Bo3? How's it going, Kafkesk? Standard testing, I went medium. I actually explored a few Urian lists that I thought had some promise. I felt like I made an actual meaningful discovery with, like, if you played Thassa's Intervention, that could be a good win condition after all the grinding, or it could counter the ultimatum from other Sultai. But I didn't really have enough time to tune the list to the point where it would be good against mono red, and also, like, you know, have all the optimal cards, because I only started playing Standard on Monday. So I just played mono red. I just ended up submitting like a fairly stock mono red deck. Hey, first subscription of the day. Thank you, Soup Dave X. Sup to you as well. Hey, well, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm glad if I was able to help you a little bit. And congrats on the high rating. Yeah, mono red snow. But, I mean, it's just mono red aggro. I mean, the lands are snow because it plays like Frostbite in the creature land. Snow in Standard, if you're not using, like, it's so weird, right? Because the snow basics are just free, so it's like, you know, like, I think of a snow deck as a deck that's, like, making use of, like, I don't know, you know, some kind of snow cards specifically, like Narfi or Frostaugur or something. Like, you know, sticking, you know, when you're playing a one-color deck and you just make your basics snow basics and then play Frostbite or whatever, it doesn't exactly feel like a snow deck to me, but it is snow mono red, yeah. Kaldheim's fun, yeah. My opinion of Kaldheim hasn't really changed. Like, it's fine. It's not the most balanced format. Like, the aggro decks are definitely at a disadvantage. Like, I think you can make aggro work, but I think, like, you know, my opinion of Kaldheim hasn't really changed since I learned the format. I think Snow is the best deck and can support the most drafters. Giants is a great deck, but can only support 1 to 2 players per pod. And then, like, red-white aggro is good. Red-black aggro can get there. Black-white aggro, I mean, if you're the only person at the table, but it's tough to make that deck good. You need, like, uncommons. Nice, Vadre. Yeah, I decided we'll go back to best of 3 this week since it's towards the end of the season and I'm already mythic. And then, you know, I'll go back to best of 1 in March, whatever. Hey, what's up, Charizard James? What's up, Bane on the plane? There are snakes on this plane. That's awesome that Crokies is drafting now. After hating Unlimited for like a year. All it takes is one taste of the better format. Today you had a 5-2 traditional Stork with my mono red. I mean, it's not like the mono red I played there was crazy. It's just mono red was bad because of Oro, mostly. Did the Oro ban in Historic, is that in effect, or are you still playing against Oro right now? VK, TVBR. Yeah, I play the creature land, of course. That's one of the main reasons to play the deck. I'm just saying this the snow creature land and Frostbite and free snow mountains doesn't make me feel like I'm playing a snow deck. I feel like I'm playing a mono red aggro deck with a couple of snow cards. I'm not trying to argue names, labels, semantics, like whatever. I'm just saying, in my head, mono red aggro, just because your shock gets upgraded if you drew 3 lands and you have one creature land, it doesn't feel like a snow deck to me. It feels like mono red aggro. I think Snow in draft can definitely support more than 1 player per pod. It doesn't matter if it's contested. Now, it can be overdrafted. Like, obviously, if there's, you know, 6 people trying to draft blue and green Snow variants and 1 person drafting red-white and 1 person drafting blue-red, the red, white, and blue-red decks are going to be better than the 6 Snow decks on average. But I think Snow is an archetype in Kaldheim Limited that should find its balance at about 3.5 drafters in every single pod. Blue and green are incredibly deep. You don't need a million lands. Like, you need lands, but you don't need to have 10 snow lands. Like, if you have 6 snow lands, you'll have one every time for your Sculptor and your Bergstrider and whatever. So, I mean, I think snow is very deep and should certainly support at least, like, 3 drafters in every pod. If I was ever the only snow drafter in a pod, I think my deck would just be outrageous, which has happened. And if there's, like, 5 or 6 fighting for it, then it's going to be at a disadvantage. Oh, yeah, I didn't get the joke there, if there was a joke. The mono-red conversation was for standard. The how many drafters for snow in a pod was for draft, obviously. Well, I'm glad you're finding your groove with Kaldheim Boot Rice. I mean, I like both formats. I don't think they've made like an actual bad limited format in years. The last time they played a limited format I actively didn't like might have been Ixalan. Guilds was probably the weakest since then. Just because they missed on green. Like, Guilds is already only a 5 deck format, when you have a gilded format. And so, like, you can't miss on 2 of the 5 guilds at common. But if the Golgarian Celestia commons were better and all 5 guilds were balanced, then guilds would have been fine. The gameplay was pretty good in some of the games. But I have to call that a miss when you only have 3 playable archetypes in a format, basically. I don't force snow because I don't want to be one of 5 people drafting it, or I don't want to draft it if the person passing to me is drafting it. I just look if it's open. I mean, in this format, I try and draft like red, white, red, black aggro, blue, red giants, and snow, and I just find the lane based on what's open like I do, in every format. And I'm not unwilling to play something like blue, white, foretell. I think it's a good archetype if you get the uncommons and stuff. It just, you're not putting that together out of just the commons. You know what I mean? Like, the foretell payoffs are all uncommon. Like, Vega's a fantastic card. Like, if I start with a Vega and then I'm seeing blue and white, I'll draft blue, white, foretell. But, you have to get, like, the uncommons to have a real incentive to go there. Hello, Belenji. Thanks, Nitpicking Nerds. Appreciate it. You're welcome, Gisley. Thanks for the shout-out, the compliment. Almond Cat Remastered? Sure. Is that coming up? I thought they were doing Time Spiral Remastered. Is that for Magic Online, not Arena? I heard some people talking about that. Easy MTGO. No way. Easy Arena. Time does fly when you're having fun. Thank you for the 6 months of support. Or 7 months. 6-month streak. I barely open MTGO anymore. I'm not like one of those people. This applies in life too. I'm not really about doing things the traditional way or the way I've been doing it. I'm about trying to find the best way to do things and do it that way. And everybody likes different things. This isn't a right or wrong. But just my opinion, I think Arena's way better than Magic Online. So I'm all about Arena. I only go on Magic Online if I want to play like some Modern Horizons or some sweet format that's not on Arena. Oh, Time Spiral Remastered a paper product only? Okay, then. Well, the traditionals take a little longer, so I'm just going to get started. Still going to do 3 today, but I don't want to dilly-dally. Let's get into it. I agree. I just think it's better, honestly. I just like MTGA better. I'm not against using Magic Online. Like, I played Magic Online since it came out in, like, 2002 until Arena came out in 2018. Like, I played it for, like, 15 years regularly. I just personally think Arena's better, frankly. Alright, so, Vega, which I named. Excellent card. Not looking to take it first, but, I will if it's a weak pack. But I'm not going to take it over Demon Bolt, which is a comparable card in how good it is, but 1 color instead of 2 colors in a niche archetype. The Valkyrie is like Ice-Hide Troll. If you have a ton of Snowlands, this card's great. If you have a few, it's unplayable. 4-mana 2/2 Flying is not a remotely playable card, and if you have 3 Snowlands in your deck, you're almost never going to have 2 of them. But if you have 8 Snowlands in your deck, you're always going to have 2, and sometimes you'll have 4. So, just like Ice-Hide Troll, basically the same card. Busted if you have a ton of Snowlands, unplayable if you have none. or very few. I think this is a pretty easy Demon Bolt. I'm pretty settled on the commons, in my opinion. I mean, you could definitely take Demon Bolt over Behold if you, like, because it's splashable in Snow, goes in Giants, and goes in Red Aggro decks, so it can be played in basically any of the main archetypes. In terms of the power level, I think Packmate is just a clear number one. I don't think Behold is on the same level as Packmate. I think Behold is number 2, and Demon Bolt is number 3. On power level. But I can definitely understand the argument for Demon Bolt that it goes in, like, every one of the good archetypes. Alright, so we're not going to consider any red cards because Provoke the Trolls. As much as I love when LSV trolls me, it's actually not that great a card in Limited. So, you know, this is much better for attracting LSV or Cuneo than it is for actually winning games of draft. As far as this pack, probably just an easy Behold. Vengeful Reaper's good, and Black-Red is a fine aggro deck. But I think Behold's probably just better than Reaper, and in a better color. And so, I mean, it's like, I don't know why I would take Reaper over Behold. I don't think they're miles apart, but I think Behold is just better, frankly. So if the best card in the pack is one color, and the red cards are not in consideration, then it's not really a hard pick. Vengeful Reaper's good. I mean, it's the next best card in the pack, in my opinion. But like I said, I just think Behold is better. So now we have some interesting choices to make. This will be the first really interesting pick. So, like, Blue-Red is Giants. You don't have to play Blue-Red. Behold is splashable. Demon Bolt splashable. We could very easily draft any sort of Snow from here. If we do go Giants, Squash is really good. But if we end up in, like, a Red-White aggro or something, I don't like Squash in those decks, or Red-Black. The best cards in this pack are probably, like, Arnie Slays the Trolls and Rimewood Falls. I mean, Rimewood Falls being your double on colored duel for Snow is really good. Thank you, Yum Yuck. Appreciate the subscription. So, I agree, Cube's Landing. I mean, Behold's probably number 2 in the set, in my opinion, but, like, commons, but Packmate is just, it's, like, they're not 1 and 1.1, they're 1 and 2. Like, Packmate is on another level, in my opinion. But, yeah, so here we can take Squash because it's on color for the Red Blue Giants deck, but Rimewood Falls and Slays the Troll are probably a lot better. I think I just take Rimewood Falls. To get the double on-color Snow duel, third, I mean, look, if we end up Giants, I will miss a Squash, but I'll survive, right? Rimewood Falls is the big game. Especially if we want to end up splashing Beholder Demon Bolt, potentially. Starting off with the Blue-Green Snow duel is huge. So, sometimes I'm psychic and sometimes I'm not, you know, depending on if I had my breakfast that morning. This time it looks like it. Narfi is really, really good. You know, if I had taken Squash last pick, I don't know what I would take in this pack. Obviously, I'm not going to take the red or blue cards. But now I think it's a pretty easy Narfi. We can look towards Snow if we see third pick Rimewood Falls, fourth pick Narfi. Remember, like, one of the rules for, like, reading the pack is, like, you weight your first pick much lower than your second, third, and fourth pick because no one passed you your first pick, right? But, so, like, no cards were taken out of the pack. You just coincidentally happened to open Demon Bolt. I've seen, like, no good red cards since then. I got the best blue common, second best common in the set. I got a blue-green Snow duel, which is a fantastic card, third. I got a great Snow uncommon, fourth. Now we're seeing another red card for the first time, Frostbite. And Frostbite's not that exciting, because Frostbite would be really good if, like, in red Snow control decks, like an awesome removal. But the red aggro decks, you're not going to cut Shock from a red aggro deck, but it's not an exciting card for you. It's just like a medium playable. So here, though, there's no blue-green Snow cards, really. Veil is pretty filler. It's either we take this green-red land, or we take the Frostbite. I think I'm inclined to take the land. I think there's more value out of the land slot. It's double green to sack. Frostbite off the splash. If I'm Snow, I'll splash Frostbite because it's 3 damage, you know, in the late game, which is a fine splashable removal. But, like, it's not exciting. So I think I would rather just get the land. Alright, pretty easy Amulet here. Giant's Amulet is really good. Second best of the cycle, I think, maybe. I mean, to me, this is more in tiers. I think Dwarven Hammer is near busted in the red aggro decks. And then I think Helm and Amulet are both excellent. And then I think the green one is actually a bit of an overperformer in fourth. The green one, I think, is a card that I was a little low on in the beginning, and I think a lot of people were. And it's actually quite good. because green is never aggro really in this format, and it's so overpowered in the late game that all you're really concerned about is not losing in the air and stuff like that. So I think the bow really performs well. And then the white one, like, you can play it in the right decks if you have the 3-mana 2/2 flyers that lessen equipment or ways to search for it or something, but it's pretty expensive for the white aggro decks. All right, so now, I mean, we can still go blue-red Giants from here and lose our 2 snow cards, and then there's Doomscar Titan, which is really late. There is a squash, so I gotta feel like blue-red Giants is open based on Giants, Amulet, and Doomscar Titan. But there's also a Glittering Frost, so we have a tough pick. I think I am actually going to take the Titan, because these just looks like Giants is wide open. I mean, Snow and Giants may both be open if everybody's drafting aggro. That's just weird. I mean, why would everybody draft aggro in this format? But I don't know. So, just Par Sentinel. We're gonna go some combination of blue, red, and green. Don't worry about Narfi. If we play Snow, this will be an easy, light, free splash. We'll figure out our way between Giants and Snow. I don't mind waffling between those. Like, you can use most of the cards in both decks, right? Like, whether we end up Giants or Snow, we're going to get to play Behold and Demon Bolt and Amulet either way. So we can waffle between those two decks a little bit, and we're not spewing too much. For red aggro, I would want the Reinforcements. Probably wouldn't play that in Giants, but probably won't play any of the cards in this pack, so okay, whatever. Yeah, once in a while I play this card in my Giants decks. It's fine, especially if you have some synergies to make it less. I don't think we're too likely to play Pick. Pick's great in red aggro, but I mean, I don't really like it in Giants. This pack, like, the first 5-6 picks were really good, but I didn't get much late, so we'll have to see where pack 2 sends us in the beginning of the draft. Yeah, I mean, again, and I'm not against red aggro in this format. I think red-white is a fine deck. I don't think it's best, but I think it's totally fine. Okay, so this looks like a pretty easy Kozima. Doesn't matter that that's not a giant, right? If we go blue-green Snow, we're happy to have this card. If we go blue-red Giants, we're happy to have this card. So this seems like a windmill slam. It's not like a S-tier busted card or anything. I consider Kozima more of an A card than an S card. I don't think it's broken. Like, it wouldn't make my ban from limited list or anything. But it's the best card in the pack, and it goes in both Snow and Giants, the two decks we're waffling between in this draft. So that seems like a clear choice. It was a good pack overall with Binding and Demon Bolt, several other good cards. But I think that was a pretty easy choice for us. Well, keeping it easy, I guess. We don't really have to decide between Giants and Snow if we take blue cards. Like, for example, Morite will be good in Snow, but unplayable in Giants. Doomscar Titan will be good in Giants, but unplayable in Snow. Giants Amulet's good in both. So, given all the cards are close in power level anyway, there's no reason to choose a direction if we don't have to, right? This is similar to when you have, like, a ton of white cards, and you have a few blue cards and a few red cards at the start of Pack 2. You want to prioritize white cards over blue and red cards because you're 100% to play a white card if you take it, but you're only, like, let's call it 50% to play a blue or red card. At this point, a card that's good in Giants or in Snow, mostly blue cards that work in both decks, we're 100% to play. Whereas if we take a Giant-only or Snow-only card, we're about 50-50 to play it. Now, that's going to happen here. This pack has no cards for blue-red Giants, really, and a bunch of good Snow cards. I'm pretty down on Boreal Outrider. Like, I would never, ever, ever, ever not play this in a Snow deck. Like, I would always draft it, I would always play it. But I think Sculptor might just be better. Like, if you look at my curve, if I go Snow, I don't have 2 drops. It all starts at 3. So I think I just want Sculptor here. Sometimes I take Mask Vandal over Sculptor, but again, like, I don't know. That's my first Sculptor. Like, I just think it's better right now. You could definitely take Vandal. I mean, I think that's close. I think those two are extremely close in Snow decks. Pretty much nothing in this pack for us. The only cards that are good are the white aggro uncommons, both of which are fantastic. I guess Shepherd is fairly splashable. If I don't take that, what am I taking? Harbinger? Am I going to play that in Giants? No. Am I going to play that in Blue-Green Snow? Maybe. Probably not. So I'll take Shepherd in case we end up wanting to splash white. Okay, well, now there's a glimpse. Even though we have plenty of red cards, if we go Blue-Red Giants, I don't even know which of these two cards is better. And if we go Blue-Green Snow, glimpse is much better. So if I was red aggro, I'd windmill slam this hammer. I think hammer's incredible. But if we go Blue-Red Giants, I think I'd probably rather even have glimpse. Okay, and again, this is easy. Now there's a Demon Bolt. If we go Blue-Green Snow, we can splash it. If we go Blue-Red Giants, Lindworm's unplayable. Definitely, if we were 100% to play Blue-Green Snow, I might take Lindworm over a Splash Demon Bolt. But we do want to splash the red. We do already have a Demon Bolt and the red land, the red-green land. So I think that's a pretty clear choice. So I still don't know if we're Giants or Snow. We're still waffling between the two decks, frankly. Now we can grab Vandal, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong, Tuscarora Firewalker's fine in Giants, but Vandal would probably be a bigger loss if we don't take it. Teamer Giants. That's a late Snow Forest. That's a good sign. I mean, Doomscar Titan single red off the splash. I mean, we can play it in Snow or not. Like, I don't really care either way. Raiders Carve is a hard card to evaluate for the blue-green decks. Like, if you can crew it well, it's fantastic. If you can't, it's unplayable. So you just really have to look at your creatures. The ones that come out, like, right around it, like your 3 and 4 drops. I don't think we can really crew it, so I'm going to grab Stroke. You don't need that many lands in a lot of your Snow decks. I think people overdraft the lands for their Snow decks. Like, sometimes you draft 5-color green, 5-color Snow. Obviously, you need a lot of dual lands and Shimmer Drift Veils and whatever to play 5-color. But let's imagine we finish blue-green and we splash, like, 2 Demon Bolts and an Arphy or just 2 Demon Bolts if we don't get fixers. Like, you don't need a lot of Snow lands. We need to have a Snow land so that we can, like, untap it with Sculptor or maybe cast a Bergstrider, which we don't have yet. But, like, just because you draft Snow doesn't mean you have to have 16 Snow lands. It's really important that you get, like, 4 or 5 so you draw 1 and your Sculptors are good and your Bergstriders are good. That's all you really need a lot of the time. I think one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people are making in this format is taking, like, you know, Snow basics over good cards a lot of the time. Sometimes it's right, obviously. But I think that people probably draft them too high. Okay, so Blizzard Brawl, gonna be fine. Again, we don't have a ton of Snow lands, so it's not gonna be the world's best, but it's still just it's just a, whatchamacallit, Prey Upon with upside. Even if you have 0 Snow cards, it's just Prey Upon. Mass Nexus is fine, but it's a little slow. I'm not a huge fan. I think this is, like, going to be a pretty easy Blizzard Brawl for me. If not, I would probably take Mirror Lake or, like, Vandal. I don't honestly think Mass Nexus is that good. Like, it's again, it's fine. I'm not saying, like, I include it in plenty of my decks, but I would rather take a good efficient card over it. So now I think we grab Path to the World Tree. I mean, this card is busted. Obviously, we're not the best at the fixing thing, but Path kind of does that. We can play 1 Swamp, 1 Plains, you know, 1 Mountain, whatever. I think Path is just, like, a very good card. Might be the best uncommon in the set. So let's see. I mean, we're definitely going to do a red splash, so we could take Arnie Slays the Troll. I mean, Dwarven Hammer's single red to make the token is colorless. So, I mean, obviously we'll play this even if we play blue-green. But we do have 2 Giants Amulets for the 5-drop slot already. I kind of think I might just want to take Horizon Seeker. Like, now that we have Path, I'm probably going to want to put, like, 1 Plains, 1 Swamp, 1 Mountain in my deck and want to have ways to search for them. We don't have a ton of early creatures, but we have plenty of late-game power. I kind of think Horizon Seeker over Arnie Slays Troll makes sense here. And, like, maybe we'll table the Slays Troll or something. Alright, this looks like a good, clear, snow-covered island. Again, we're going to play 1 of each basic, at least, since we have Horizon Seeker and Path. So that means the first snow-covered basic in a color is of a lot of value to us. Hey, did we get a Newmont raid? I haven't even seen it pop up yet, but somebody just said it. The original draft streamer himself, Appreciate the support, Newmont. A Newmont raid is a good day for sure. Yeah, actually, Mistwalker's in a clear third to me here. It's actually Svella or the Blue-Red Duel. But again, I don't think we need a lot of Snowlands. We don't even have any Bergstriders, so I think it's just easy Svella, to be honest. We're on a pretty heavy red splash, and Svella is just an awesome card in this deck. My second choice would have been the Blue-Red Duel, though. Mistwalker's great, too. Like, I would love to pick up a Mistwalker, and I would happily play it. But Mistwalker would be in third for me there. So we can grab our first Snow basic mountain now. That's good. We don't have any, and we definitely want to play at least one basic mountain. So that's pretty easy. I wouldn't mind Priest, but that's one of those cards that's good if you have a ton of Snowlands. We have more than looks like we have, because Path will search one every time, and Seeker can usually search one. But that said, our first Snow Mountain, I think, over Priest definitely makes a lot of sense. In terms of pure casting cost to power level only, Maya, whatever it's pronounced, is probably the best card in the set. I mean, best uncommon in the set. Not card, like there's rares and mythics that are better. But I'm not interested in splashing a double white card, so we're probably not going to do anything with that. So, whatever, we're not going to use any of these cards. I don't think that pack mattered. Yeah, 2 bolts, I'm sorry. We're not going to splash Firewalker. I don't think we're going to play any of these cards. I don't think this pack can matter. So now, do we want Guardian Gladeswalker or Mentor? They're both kind of filler. Let's just check our 2-drop slot since it's kind of the end of the draft. We have a Masked Vandal, Sculptor, a Path. We have a few, not a ton. It's a Giant for Glimpse. I think I want to pick up another 2-drop. Probably not going to use any of these cards. Maybe we'll play 3 Seasons, maybe we won't. We have to check our total snow permanent count. These cards don't matter. Obviously, we're not going to play double red Cinderheart Giant, Dwarven Reinforcements. That's an aggro card. This is like the exact definition of medium. Like, my deck's good. Like, there's nothing wrong with my deck. But it's not, like, you know, overpowered. It doesn't have great lands, but I have, you know, a duel and a path and stuff. And my splashes aren't that heavy. Like, this is just, like... This is, like, the most basic average snow deck of all time. So, we're going to play 1 Swamp for Narfi. Obviously not 2. But we also want to play 1 Plains. This looks like it'll probably be a 17-land deck. So, let's say 1 Plains, 1 Swamp, 1 Mountain. Our fixers are green, but we only have 2. So, that's 5, 6, 7, 8 probably. And then, however many blue that leaves us, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 13, 16, 17. Okay, well, that's probably perfect. So then, let's take a look at the cards. Well, everything down looks fine, but we have to add 2 more cards. I hope I have some playables. I mean, I guess I can play Pick if I need to. No, it's not. Sorry, Wings Mage. Did have a busy weekend with the Arena Open, but I apologize. We don't have predictions yet. How am I going to use the red-green land? What do you mean? By tapping this mountain and 2 forests and sacking it. Yeah, it's only 1 red to activate. And we also have Svella as a fixer. And, like, remember, like I said, Behold looks at a lot of cards. Path searches for the mountain. Seeker searches for the mountain. The mana's all good. I wish I had a couple more good playables. I'm not excited about the last 2 cards I'm going to stick in my deck. Is the creature count heavy enough to play Pick? I mean, it is a fixer. 10 creatures, that's not great. I mean, it's more because these are really creatures, so it's really more like 12, but that's not great, but I might have to play the Pick anyway, because what are my last choices? I guess I'm just going to stick in the Pick and the Harbinger. Like, oh wait, I have the Shepherd. Do I have stuff to get back with that? I forgot I'm putting a Plains in my deck as a path, so I can put Shepherd in. Yeah, not a lot, not nothing, but it's probably better. Just get the Harbinger back out. Yeah, I mean, Shepherd's obviously not a great card in this deck. I'm not going to get back at 2 every time, but maybe my Vandal or Sculptor or Path will go to the yard. It's pretty sick if you get back Path. Sack Path, kill something, draw some cards, play the Shepherd, get the Path back. Don't mind if I do. I mean, the more Snowlands you have, the better Troll's going to be. So, I mean, there's not an answer to how many to play it, because, like... There's not a hard minimum, because you don't need Snow to cast it, and a 3-mana 2/3 isn't a good card, but it's not, like, laughably bad. Like, it's unplayable, a 3-mana 2/3 no ability, but it's not, like, horrendous. So if you had, like, 4 Snowland... Well, I guess so there is a minimum, but it's low, like 3 or 4. But basically, it's more like the more snowlands you get, the better and better Troll gets. Like, Troll is busted in a deck with 14 snowlands or whatever, and, like, bad in a deck with 3 or 4. But, I mean, as far as a minimum, I mean, if you need a playable, it's a 3-mana 2/3. It's not like you need a snowland to cast it. So you could play it with basically any number. Too fancy for me, Cuneo. I leave the fanciness to you. I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of guy. Alright, so we got 3 lands. This is an interesting spot. Like, I could foretell the Demon Bolt and leave up the Rimewood Falls, but then I can't stroke. I probably just play an island and pass a turn, right? Then I can bolt something. I don't want to bolt Harbinger, but if they play something good. If they play something I want to stroke, I can stroke it, and if not, I can augur end a turn. I think it's just right to play an island and pass and not foretell before the chat starts. I have to cover it so you don't think I forgot to foretell. Alright, I can't stroke that. So that's definitely good enough to bolt, and I'm going to bolt it. The question is, do we bolt it into this turn, or because then we missed a Frost Augur activation? I think the answer is yes, though. I'd rather just get that out of there and leave up stroke for good cards they might play next turn than have to bolt that on my turn, let's say, to get an extra Frost Augur activation. That was basically the decision. If I bolted it on my turn, I could Frost Augur end of their turn, bolt it, and Frost Augur this turn, but then I don't have stroke up. And I mean, I might want to counter something they play. I have a pretty slow hand. I have Augur to start digging. I have Giant's Amulet, but I have this to crack later. But my hand's not doing anything anytime soon. Alright, end a turn. Augur, of course. Cool. Do I want to play Giant's Amulet? I don't think so. They might counter it, and even if they don't have anything, why drop shields? You know, we miss a turn on Frost Augur. Now I can just leave up stroke instead. Frost Augur. Next turn I can play Giant's Amulet and Frost Augur. I don't have to miss a turn of activating it. Okay, obviously I'm not going to block and Veil just to save 2 damage. Well, it doesn't go right into our hand, but it's a fantastic card. Blue, green, red. So we need white and black. So we're not going to sack Path next turn unless we top deck our one of whichever land we don't search for. So I think that makes this turn pretty clear. I think we just want to play Giant's Amulet. Still even have a land to Frost Augur. By the way, I've been Frost Auguring into their turn because I've been leaving stroke up and stuff, and I wasn't going to find like something to cast. But you do want to Frost Augur on your turn some of the time as well, because if you hit like a Sculptor and put it in play, that has value compared to hitting it into their turn. So if you're not leaving up Snakeskin Veil or Disdainful Stroke or something, don't forget you want to Frost Augur on your turn sometimes. The Giant has Hexproof, so the Fall can't get it, right? So let me see now. Do I want to block? Let's say I double block. It would be fantastic for me if I traded the Augur for their 3/5, and then the Fall of the Imposter doesn't hit anything. Oh, Fall doesn't target, they can hit it? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't play it then, but remember, it doesn't even get the equipment. It's not even clear whether the Frost Augur or 4/4 Giant token is better as this game goes long. It's definitely not a punt. It easily could have been correct. I didn't have anything else good to do with my mana. And would I rather lose the Frost Augur or the 4/4 Giant token to the Fall? It's relatively close. Anyways, though, I think I double block. I'm not really worried about these creatures. If they somehow kill both in this altercation, then Fall just does nothing. So okay, so they're a 4/6, so they're dealing 8. Yeah, so they can kill both. That's fine. Then Fall just does nothing, right? So we don't mind this. Now we can path. That's sweet. Now we can path for our planes. And then we can shepherd back the path. Although this turn, I think I'd rather crack the red land. But I don't want them to kill something with Fall. So I think what I want to do is stop on their first main or their draw step. This goes off at the start of their main phase, right? Because what I wanted, so then I have to let them have access to their lands on their turn, but then I'll make a 4/4 rather than path this turn and do nothing. So this turn looks like play a land. Can't make the 4/4 now because it would die to Fall, but After fall goes off, now we can kill a land and make a 4/4. Well, if I did it now, they could still cast a card during their pre-combat main, because it's their pre-combat main. So there's no point, really, now. I'll just do it end of their turn. If I could have done it during their upkeep or something, or their draw step, like if these went off during their draw step, I could let fall go off, and then after it goes off inside their draw, I could kill a land. If it goes off during their first main, they could just tap the mana and then cast whatever they want. So there's no point in doing it now. Yeah, I will kill their Wool Tree for sure. I mean, it's a fixer, and if they ever got to 10, they could sack it. So, I mean, I don't think there's really much of a decision. I guess there could be an argument for a Snowland, but I think pretty clearly that's the one we want to kill. Oh, well, this is pretty convenient. 7 mana. I can path up a white source, play Svella, and then put the amulet on the Svella to protect my game-winning creature. And path gives me land 8, so this actually works out perfectly. We don't have the black mana yet, so we can't sack the path and get it back with Shepherd, but in the meantime, we can play a Svella and suit it up, and then we can just start activating it. Life is good. So I don't really want to put Svella in harm's way. I don't necessarily think there's much they can do. I don't care at all about this 4/5. I mean 4/4. So I'm just going to, I guess, put the 4/4 on the 3/5 here and take 2. I already have 7. Next turn, this is land 8. I'm activating Svella. So I'll gladly throw away the 4/4 to a pump spell or removal or whatever, but I don't want to lose Svella. I'm about to start spinning it, and I'm basically going to be spinning Svella for the win. Unfortunately, if I tap it, then they can target it, but a blue-white deck probably can't do too much, and I'll at least get 1 spell off it, so that seems fine. Although I guess I don't have to be greedy. I could just block with it now, because they probably don't have another spell. They just played their second Kaya's Onslaught, and then end of turn spin it, and that protects me from sorcery speed answers like Bound in Gold. So that looks pretty good. Now they can't bind the monster or bound in Gold. It protects me from a lot of the answers. And then end of their turn, let's go spinning. So, Blizzard Brawl, we have 3 snow permanents, so we'd be a 3-power indestructible. So we can take out the Harbinger, which is not as innocuous as it looks. It's a 3/5. Otherwise, we could get Mass Vandal, which would kill nothing except our path. We could then get it back and search for a swamp, but... Oh, it exiles, so that doesn't even work. Or we could get Horizon Seeker, and if that attacks, we can search for a swamp. I think I just get Horizon Seeker, because they don't have any blockers, so I can attack and get the swamp, and then I can sack path. Although there's definitely something to be said for removing a 3/5. We are under pressure. Oh, Vandal's opponent only? Yeah, you're right. But, so this is a close call between Seeker, because it can attack and get us our swamp to turn on path, or Blizzard Brawl to just take out, like, a 3/5 right now. I think it's Seeker, though. Even though, like, we're under a little bit of pressure, it's really not that much, right? And we only have 1 swamp, and we don't have a ton of fixing, so just go fetch that. Now path is online. And we are short of Svella this turn then, so I think just cast this pretty clearly. Oh, we don't have double red? Okay, not that clearly. So then I guess it will be path one of their creatures and block with Svella and the 2/2 to take it out. Thank you, Reed Snake. Appreciate the subscription. This is gas, though, because now we can shepherd back the path, and then we can path again. It's pretty cool. Oh, I have to foretell it first, because it's double white. Single white on the foretell, but... And now it's 5/8, so we just pass the turn. Just getting warmed up here. Played Standard for the past couple days. I suffer, so you don't have to. Okay, so... I could spin Svella and double block, or I could just double block. I guess I'll just double block, because I don't care at all about the Seeker right now. So I want to trade it for the 3/5. I'm still going to not spin Svella right now. I think I'd rather go to 4. This way they can't use Bounding Gold or Bind the Monster on Svella still. I'm playing Mono Red in Standard. Fairly stockish list. I only started playing Standard on Monday. I tested it for yesterday and Monday. The deck felt fine. Nothing special. Do we have a Giant? No. So Behold's probably better than Glimpse. I don't think we want Kozuma. I mean, I know we have an answer to that flyer, but the way they win this game with their 1 card in hand when we have infinite card advantage is if they somehow kill us in the air. So I think we just want to go look for removal and flyers. I don't think we need Kozuma, which is much slower card drawing. I mean, I'm not even unhappy with that. Now I can resolve this, which is way better. Go get our path back. And then I guess, is there really a reason to kill the Courser now? I don't think so. Just do it end of their turn. This should be pretty much game from here. I mean, I don't know if they could top deck something, but looks pretty over. Looks like the opponent agreed. Yeah, we couldn't sack Path yet, but we didn't need to, obviously. We only had 1 white. You are right. This is draft 1. So the only thing I can see is Mists. They have some flyers. It looks like they're going to be the one in the attacking role, most likely. I'm going to be the one with the better late game. So I think I would like Mist to stop flyers and slow them down. Could take out like Doomscar Titan. Or Pick. Just take out Pick if I'm going to be on the draw and I'm going to be the one with the better late game. Oh, I have 2 Mists? Well, I might want both. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they had the 2 of the +1/+1 and First Strike trick, too. That uncommon's really good, and Mist is really good against it. So I definitely want both Mists. If they give a creature like +1/+1 and First Strike and Double Strike, and then I give it -3/-0, that might basically kill the creature and counter the trick. So I definitely want both Mists. Mist is excellent against that trick. Maybe I'll take out 3 Seasons. I have some snow permanents, but not a ton. What do I have? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 snow permanents. That's pretty bad. 8 Frost Augur, but this card probably shouldn't even be in my deck, but I know my last couple playables were dicey. But yeah, Mist looks good here. Yeah, first game and the prophecy came true, Infested. Alright, this hand's fine. Path for the Mountain, and then we can cast Svella and Demon Bolt. Hopefully we'll get to activate Svella at least once. We could pretty badly use at least 1 Manalith so that we can then cast Narfi and Shepherd. It's really not that nice, Charizard, but I'm glad you appreciate it. WotC should just realize how silly Standard and Constructed is as a whole and just get rid of it. Imagine if all of Magic was drafted, maybe occasional sealed. If every tournament was limited, if all we played was limited. Imagine if Constructed just didn't exist. So we can block. If they go for the trick, we can bolt. But then we can't have Snakeskin Veil up 2. I don't think I need to get a tap land and play that bad. I think I want to have Snakeskin and bolt up. So I'm going to block because, I mean, they'd have to have, like, I don't even know for this to live. Like, a trick and a counter seems unlikely. Like, I assume they're going to play +1/+1 and Double Strike. I'm going to Demon Bolt, and life's going to be good. Yeah, I guess that was a +1/+1 Double Strike one, so then they could have responded to save it with the wings. That would have been substantially better for them. Alright, that was already a risky play. I felt like it was worth it for the blowout. I might be wrong. The first Manalith has a lot of value right now to cast these cards. But now I'm definitely going to make the Manalith. I'll be greedy once, but I'm not going to be greedy turn after turn unnecessarily. I'm not even sure if that was right. Maybe I should have just took it, because the Manalith had a lot of value. Obviously, as it is, I 2-for-1 them, and it was awesome for me. And I had Snakeskin Veil as backup from some of the type of stuff they could have had. But making this one Manalith is really important. The Svella is actually not that important right now. Like, obviously, it's an awesome card, but I have Path to Sack and, like, a handful of gas. But the first Manalith really turns on my hand. Well, I mean, sideboard cards. People hit their curve a little more in Best of One with the Hand Smoother. I mean, I don't think it's really very different. I mean, it's Magic either way. Okay, another fine hand. Turn 2 Path, turn 3 Kozima, and then we can start blinking it for some extra cards. Oh, I'm not going to Omen Keel. This will be a turn 3 Kozima, and then I'll start blinking. I'll blink it out for a couple of turns, bring it in, and draw like 2 or 3 cards. There's no way I'm going to play Omen Keel here. It can be right. Like, if you have a 3 or 4 lander and you have a 3 and 4 drop, you might go turn 2. On turn 2, sometimes you would play Omen Keel on the play. But this is not the hand for it. So we'll go grab our Swamp since we drew Narfi, and we'll probably never cast Narfi otherwise. Hopefully I don't have a Demon Bolt. My hand doesn't have a lot going, but Bound and Gold doesn't stop this, right? It's Demon Bolt or it gets removed, and then I'm good. And then when you play lands, you want to decline, right? It's like it comes back if you you may put a Voyage counter. If you don't, return Kozima to the battlefield. Oh no, so you take action. Take action, not decline. Put a Voyage counter. And we won't bring it back, right? Like, for a few turns. Let it get those Voyage counters. When we're out of lands, we can bring it back and draw 3 or 4. So upkeep is decline, and then play a land is take action. Until we're ready to bring it back. Or sorry, upkeep is take action to blink it out. You have the option to blink it out or not. And then when you play a land, it's take action. Decline is bring it back. But yeah, I'm not worried about getting like 4, 5, 6, 7 cards off that. But if we're under no pressure, I mean, we can wait and bring it back until we're out of lands to play at least. So for now, 1, 2. We don't even have 3 permanents. Snow. If we did, we wouldn't be able to fight the Lindworm anyway. But I'll happily just double block the Lindworm. So I think I might Blizzard Brawl away the Hawk as we're going to the late game, and I'm looking to play a long, grindy game here. I don't want to let them start looting away all their lands. I guess I can't double block the Lindworm if they play a land, because then they have Path available. But if they don't play a land, I'll happily do it. I don't really care if they 2-for-1 me. Eventually, I'll find Snowlands and bring this back. All I'm trying to do now is buy time. Remember, it looks like I'm losing on board. I am. But I'm going to draw a bunch of cards. I'm going to bring in like a, whatever. It's going to be a 5-7 in draw cards or something. Thank you, Overwrote and Dead Man on Fire. Appreciate the subscriptions. So do we bring it back this turn or do we wait a turn? If we bring it back this turn, we get 3 cards and it's a 5-7. That's big enough to block Lindworm, and we don't have anything else to do. If I had drawn a spell, I might wait another turn. But I think we want to bring it back now, since we have nothing else to do. Which of those do we want? I mean, if we put the pick on the Narfian hit, that can give us the white land, and then we have the red in hand. If we take the Demon Bolt, I mean, we could block the Ravenous Lindworm and bolt it. I think it's better to just get the pick, because this gives us the ability to activate Path next turn with the Mountain in our hand and the white source we're about to make. The record is 1-0. And I'm not going to move pick because I have Disdainful Stroke. If I didn't have Disdainful Stroke, I would move the pick. There's reason to move it. I mean, there's like struggle, but I'll stroke that. But also just like, I'm not going to like move it and then have to sack the treasure, because then I might not be able to sack the path. So, I mean, I'm definitely not looking to move the pick here. Boo, you get to path and I don't? No fair. I guess I can't complain if I Cozy Mud. Oh, now I wish I'd moved the pick, but that's alright. We can take 7. Do I want to phase it out? Definitely not. Okay, so now we do move the pick. And that's it. That's not amazing. Maybe I have to stroke it. They don't even have any creatures, but I'm dead on board if I brick and I don't counter it, so I guess I have to. I'm not happy about it. No. Gonna leave that out. That looks like a good draw. Medium, because they got rid of... oh, we don't have double white? Yuck. So I guess I'm going to attack. They should chump, because they're probably afraid of a sweeper or giving me the land. But I think I'm dead on board, so I think I need them to, like, take this so that I can cast Shepherd. So that's why I attacked. Oh, Lindworm is very good in this format, but it's a fine card. It's not pushed. Packmate is pushed. Lindworm is what a 6-drop should be. Yeah, it should feel like a strange attack, but I was dead on board if I didn't attack. They could just attack with all 5 creatures, and I have 2 blockers, and I take 4 and die. But if they took it, I wasn't dead on board, because then this gives me 2 creatures. If I got the treasure, I could have played Shepherd, bringing back Frostaugur, and then I would have 3 blockers, and I wouldn't be dead. So the only way I wasn't going to be dead on board was if they took it, so that's why I attacked. I didn't necessarily think they would take it, but it basically gave me a shot. Like, I mean, they could not attack into my 2 creatures with their 5, but basically I felt like my best way to not be dead was if they didn't block. Because it comes back smaller. And you get no cards because it has no voyage counters, bolts. If I send the Kozumi away like that upkeep, it goes away, and then I play a land and decline. It comes in with 0 voyage counters, and I get no cards, and it's a 2/4. That doesn't work. Sometimes you send it back on a second voyage, you know, if you're in a stalemate or something. But when you're facing down a giant creature by your opponent, you can't send it on a stalemate, on a voyage. Okay, so here, I don't think I want the Mist. They're a snow deck, grindy late game deck, whatever. They just beat me with Path and Lindworm, not with aggression, really. I don't think I really want anything. I mean, Jarls might be okay in a matchup like this, but I have like a very light black splash and not particularly good fixing. I think we just suit it up. I'm going to choose to draw. It's best of 3. It's the Snow Mirror. Like I said, aggression wasn't really a thing. And both they're 5 color. I'm like sort of 5 color. I think it's a draw first matchup. That's not a very good hand. Literally over the weekend, we're talking about what's the best advice. Never mulligan. Seth said never mulligan. I retweeted how y'all always want me to mulligan, and I never want to mulligan. Well, I'm gonna mulligan. You win. You win, Twitch chat. I will mulligan. Yeah, 3 Seasons pretty bad in my deck. Maybe Miss, but Miss is pretty bad in this matchup too. I mean, it's like giant creatures and card advantage stuff, and like, I mean, they're both pretty bad. I mean, even though 3 Seasons isn't going to even get me 2 things every single time, it's a good card in long grinding matchups, and it can get me back Svella or Narfi or something really good potentially. I mean, I think it's close. I don't think it's very exciting either way. Alright. I don't have any snowlands, so I guess I might as well attack. Oh, no, wait. I can play just... Oh, no, this is going to be something sick. Okay, so it's attack and Svella. If you have 3 snowlands, but I only have like 5 or 6, so sometimes I'll be able to get Narfi back on its own, sometimes I won't, right? So if we had a snowland, like a snow island, we could slam the amulet. We don't, but we can make a Manalith this turn. So I think there's no reason to really attack. I mean, if they double blocked, it wouldn't be great. I'm just going to chill now. We have 4, 5, 6. So next turn we'll have 7. So next turn, if we draw a snow basic, we can Svella already. If we don't, then we're 1 more turn away. So no snow basic, but I think I can Manalith and play like Kozima or Amulet, right? Well, yeah, I can't Manalith and play both. Do I need to Manalith? I want to get the Kozima out. Can't play Kozima and Amulet. I want to get the Kozima on the voyage as soon as possible. Not going to miss the land drop, so I guess this is just land Kozima. Oh, wait, maybe I could blow up one of their lands. 4, 5, 6. I actually can. Maybe that's better. They're only on 4 lands. There's some pretty good value in blowing up one of their lands, I think. I think that's what I want to do. I'm just going to blow up their snow-covered forest. I know this is like setting me back on Svella, but I have stuff to do anyway. They missed a land drop, right? It's their only snow land, so they can't use Hawk. Well, of course, they immediately play another one. So now they can get my Vandal or Shepherd. We'll see what they take. Their Predator, Packmater Path. Yeah, this could go better. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to win or lose this game. My hand's decent, and I've got the Svella, but I might win. I might lose. The Narfi's Betrayal there was pretty good. So what did they exile? My Vandal and their Predator. Oh, yeah, because they have the Sentinel, so they can already cast Predator. All right, so 5, 6. So if we had drawn, same as last turn, if we had drawn a Snowland, but we didn't. So now we just play Kozima probably. Oh, I can attack with the 4/4 though. Is it better to just play Amulet? 5. Then I can't have Stroke up. This way I can go. I can make a Manalith and Stroke, so that's great. And then next turn I can spin Svella. I mean, if they cast the Mass Vandal this turn, I can't Stroke it, but then they're not adding the, busted rare to the board. If they play that, I want to go make a Manalith and Stroke. So let's go ahead and do that. And then which creature do I want to leave up? The 2/4 stops the 2 ground creatures, and I take 4. The 1/2 means I stop one of the 1 powers and take 5, so it's better to leave up Cosima. So we'll just tap that. Yeah, this isn't going too bad. Even though we're losing to the Flyers at the moment, we have Svella now, so we should find stuff. Exile it, yes. I don't need a 2/4 in play. And we have 5, 7, 8. I don't think there's much to say. We just attack with the 4/4 and then pass to them. Activate Svella. Uses all of our mana. That's fine. I guess if they masked Vandal, I'm forced to spin right when they do it. But I guess that's perfectly acceptable. I mean, I'm going to hit something. They probably should have masked Vandal pre-combat, though, because I would have had to tap Svella and these 2 for mana. So, like, then that might have opened up an extra point or 2 from as far as attacks. All right, let's spin the wheel. Wheel of Svella. So Blizzard Brawl the Flyer seems almost automatic. If I can. I have a 4/4. Oh, I also have 3 snow permanents. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't need Augur or Horizon Seeker. I want to deal with the Flyer, the 3/3 that's actually beating me. Obviously, if Svella lives, I have inevitability, so a stalemate is a win for me. Hey, Hare Krishna. Alright, so now we're a mana short. So I think this turn, we make our Manolith and we cast our Giant's Amulet. Gives us a nice stable blocker. And it gives us 8 mana for next turn. Can't really attack anymore. They would just double block the 4/4. End up drawing a card. Three seasons, nothing really to get back yet, but if they kill Svella, I can get it back, so that's nice. Six, 8, no attacks into the 6/6. That's fine. Put a Voyage counter on it, obviously. We don't want it back yet, and we'll just spin Svella. I mean, this is a stalemate, and we have Svella, so this is a good position. I mean, we have Cosima on a Voyage, but, like, we can double block the Lindworm. We can block the Hawk with the Sentinel. So we're effectively in a stalemate at the moment. I'm not saying they won't have a trick or removal to break it open, but we're in a stalemate with Svella active. That's all you can really ask for in a game of Magic. Or in life, really. Alright, so we'll let them go into combat, not attack with anything but the Hawk, then we'll spin Svella, see what we get. I don't think we need a pick, so grab Narfi. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us an answer to that yet, but that's alright. We have 2 Demon Bolts, and we're looking at 4 cards with Svella. We've got Behold. I'm not too worried. Second King's Betrayal, that's pretty sweet. So it could be a problem. They get our Shepherd, and they get back their Predator again. It's a lot of Flyers we have to deal with now. Thank you, Codester. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I guess the pick would have let me block it, but I mean, if I'm looking at 4 cards of Turn with Svella and I have Behold, I wasn't like that worried about that. I'm more worried now because they're going to play 2 more Flyers with Predator and the 3/3, my 3/3. And my 3/3 probably gets them back like Path or something. This is going to be tough. I thought it was going to be a pretty easy win, but it's not looking that way. So we have 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana now. So we're still 1 short. I do have 1 Masked Vandal as far as Destroy Enchantment. I think I will just spin Svella right now. I got plenty of ground blockers up for their ground stuff, and I can't attack into the Lindworm unless I hit something. So I think now we just spin Svella and see how we do. Not great, not horrible. I can Demon Bolt it, right? Put a Voyage counter on it. 1, 2, 3. If I Demon Bolt it now, I'm going to have to tap a bunch of ground blockers. I think I just wait. I'm not that worried about them looting compared to attacking. And I can't tap a bunch of ground blockers pre-combat here. No more Vandals. My Vandal's gone. I have one. Right? It's not in play. Where's my Vandal? I thought I had one. If it just went to the bottom, I can still dig it right back up. I mean, you see a lot of cards. Opponent has my Vandal. Oh, I didn't realize that. Do I have any ways to bounce it? Why won't it let me cast that? Oh, the Sculptor doesn't work like the Sentinel. You have to actually do it all manually. Now the Sentinel, you can do wall casting. Sure, they've got my Vandal. So I can only get it if I have a way to bounce it, which I don't think I do. I mean, Depart the Realm isn't very good. I don't usually play it in these snow decks. Oh, they can cast my white thing. Maybe I should have killed Sentinel to deny them the ability to cast Shepherd. I didn't even think of that. That's pretty bad. Well, either way, let's start with 1 mana Glimpse, see what we get. I don't know, not much help. What do I have left in my deck? I mean, I know I can shuffle some things in with the 3 seasons. I don't think I have much business left. So I have 10 cards. So, I mean, this is going to hit me for 4. Oh, but I can chump if I need to. I really need to be able to attack another 6/6 Worm. I don't know how I can do that at the moment. The cards left in my deck are not very useful. I have, like, Pick, an Augur, Doomscar Titan is basically my most useful card. I think I want a 3 seasons. Mostly just so I can shuffle back in 3 useful cards. I know the Predator is going to start exiling stuff, but it's only going to... This only exiles like 1 card a turn, right? You can't like tap it a second time to exile something else. So... hopefully I can shuffle back in some useful stuff. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think it's also... Is it time to bring that in? Maybe 1 more card draw? Because I'm going to end up decking, but I also kind of want that to have enough power to attack into Lindworm. And I'm just going to bring it in. I'm going to try and overload the board. Oops. Well, I meant to bring it in, but whatever. It was a close choice anyway. I'm just going to try my best to overload the board. My deck's pretty weak to 6/6 and 3/3. Obviously, if I'm going on card advantage, I would expect to beat a Lindworm just by, you know, card advantage, like if I'm spelling every turn. But in this case, because they have the Double King Narfi's Betrayal and the Predator, I'm not sure that that's going to be really doable for me. But yeah, this is certainly not looking good. I wouldn't say I can't win. Like, I don't think I'm 0%, but it's definitely not looking good. So that thing's only getting bigger, so we'd rather wait to chump it. I do still... Do I have a bolt? No. So they're getting rid of snow permanents. Whatever, I'm going to get back a land. Unfortunately, that doesn't even get back, like, snow spells. So I don't think there's anything meaningful I can hit right now. They can path away my 1/2, but I can put Giant's Amulet on it to prevent that for next turn. I might just be dead. How am I going to beat the extra flyer? I don't have any answers in my deck. I think I'm just dead, actually. So they have 4/7 blockers, so I'm not swarming them with Doomscar Titan. Yeah, Path also kills me. Yeah, I think I'm just dead, frankly. I don't even think I have, like, you know, hits or outs. I think I'm literally just 0%. They were just way better at valuing than me. Gotta give credit where it's due. Will the real value snow player please stand up? Oh yeah, I always forget about this little annoyance. I don't think this is anywhere near lethal, but maybe it is. So, decline and put that out. Put out all my creatures. It's really not that far off, but it's definitely not lethal. So, I mean, it was actually not inconceivable I could win from this position, I don't think. Like, if they weren't killing me with, like, the second Narfi's Betrayal, then I could have shuffled back in some stuff, and, like, I could have probably won this game. As is, I don't think this is enough. I have 4, 8, 10 creatures to their 7, so 3 are getting through. So if they let the 3 smallest through, it's 4, 8, 11. So I'm only 3 points short, or 1 blocker short. So, I mean, so really, like, I wasn't far off from winning this game. I'm dead on board. That's why I'm making the alpha, because they would just attack with 2 flyers and kill me. But I think they're gonna. I think the minimum they can take here, if I can count this many creatures out, is 11. The way I do it is I have 10, they have 7, which means 3 get through. So then I just look for my 3 smallest, which is a 3 and 2 4s, I believe. So I believe I have 11. Well, if I didn't chump there, I would have 13, which, is the Sentinel getting pumped? No, it's not a zombie or a snow card, so I would actually be 1 short. But yeah, I shouldn't have chumped, because then I would be, like, because I had to kill them this turn, I guess, anyway. But it would have been 13, not 14. Sentinel plus pick would have been lethal. I didn't draw it, but I could have. I don't know if I would have enough mana to do everything as well as play the pick and equip it. But again, it's possible. I agree, I probably shouldn't have chumped, just for the chance to deal lethal this turn, of course. As is, though, I would still be 1 short. Good game. The reach creature's a 1/2. The amulet only gives +0/+1, so I don't think turning it into a 1/3 helps it block the smaller flyer. Like, it would still die. I'm not saying, like, there's no way I could have sequenced that for the win, but I don't think there's anything I could have done at the end. That was a good game of Magic. Like I said, I didn't think I was, like, hopeless as they had the Lindworm, as they had the Narfi's Betrayal. But when they played the second Narfi's Betrayal, and then I was pretty out of gas, like, then it became a problem. I'm going to play in the dark, because my deck's slow and they could be aggro. I know I told you never mulligan, but I think we got to mulligan this. This is okay. Just going to put back Narfi, because we have so few black sources. I know this hand runs the risk of flooding, but we also have this card which costs 5. I'd rather keep 4 lands, I think. If, if that was like, let's pretend Narfi was like roughly the same card, but it cost like red, white, 3 or whatever, I would probably be greedy and put back the second island and keep it. But the thing is, I have to draw like my 1 black source or whatever to cast it. Okay, I don't really see any choices. They can't play something we can stroke. It's turn 3, and they don't have anything on Foretell. We will have to decide whether to bring the Shepherd in next turn or not. The answer is probably yes. Maybe if they leave their mana up, I'm a little less inclined because of Demon Bolt, but next turn I have another thing to bring out, and I don't really have anything going on, so I think the answer is yes. Hopefully they don't have Demon Bolt. So far, so good. Yeah, they probably would have foretold a Bolt. You're right. Okay, so now what are our options? We can Glade Walker and leave up Stroke, or we can play Titan. They're going to play... So the 7 isn't getting played before this goes away. They have 2 turns with it. They can play Scald and get it back. I have to Stroke that, but they're not going to do that this turn, right? The turn the showdown goes to the graveyard. That's the turn they play Master Scald to try and get it back. I mean, they need a creature in the yard, which they don't have at the moment. But if they play Master Scald this turn, it's just a 4/4. It's not that big of a deal. What I might be able to do is play the Doomscar and attack with both. They might double block to try and get a creature in the yard for Master Scald, and then I know I have Stroke for the Master Scald. So whereas I normally wouldn't want to let them get a creature in the yard, that might actually work out pretty well. No, they can play the exile cards for 2 turns, right? Oh, no, only next turn, you're right. Okay. So then next turn they can either play the Raider and get to Rummage or just play the 4/4. Well, I don't care if they play a 4/4. So in that case, I'm just going to play this in Smash because if they want to kill one of my creatures, they have to double block. And if not, like, I'm hitting for 9, whatever. Wait, they can't even double block because my Shepherd flies. They basically can't do anything, so. And while, like, this gives them something to Master Scald, the Showdown doesn't go to the yard yet, so who cares? Yeah, they could pump their Flyer or their Lifelinker, but whatever, then I can just hold up the following turn, right? Like, remember, these creatures only do what they do. The question was whether to leave Stroke up or not. And it seemed like there was much reason to leave Stroke up this turn. Okay, so based on how that played, seems Gladewalkering the Flyer seems better than the Titan. And then I can attack with both again. And then if they want to kill the Titan with the 2 ground creatures, okay. If they can't do anything about the Flyer. If they want to double block the Titan and kill with the Flyer, okay, because then they lose the Flyer, even if it's just the Flyer. 3 points of first strike. These don't have first strike, right? Nope. So this seems like a good attack. I mean, don't get me wrong. I might be in a losing position. Showdown of the Scald is totally busted. But these attacks were profitable. Well, that's bad because that means they're going to play another spell, and if it doesn't cost 4, I can't stroke it. They're getting all kinds of stuff. This is not a good turn for me at all. I was hoping the turn would be them slam some 6-drop and I could stroke it, and they would just get 1+1+1 counter. I don't think we need to chump yet. It does put a creature in the yard if we top deck Mass Vandal. That's a reason to chump now instead of waiting. Yeah, maybe that makes it worth it. We're not going to chump a bigger creature, and a 1/1's not stopping anything. It's not that likely, but if we do top deck Mass Vandal, we can kill this Pretender, so. That doesn't look like a Mass Vandal. Alright. No way we're winning the race, so now we got to chill. Oh yeah, Scald is excellent, no question. I'll tell you what's not excellent is this game. I am getting mauled here. Alright, so ideally it's 4/4 on 3/3 and like this on a 3/3. I assume there's no way I could like block a 1/1 and a 3/3 and live. This would be 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That still kills me. I can't even make this block. So, yuck. So I guess this has to go here. Couldn't I have like a bolt? Oh, I still die because of the helm. Well, whatever. What was I going to do here? Chump block the Battlefield Raptor 2. I don't have a sweeper. Yeah, mulligan in a flood. Not a great game plan. Very true. Okay, so they're a red-white aggro. So we do want to bring our deck down against that a little bit. Although they have some late game power too. But something like 3 Seasons is pretty easy to take out, as that card probably shouldn't be in our deck, but I came up a couple playables short in this draft. Too much waffling. The rest of these are decent. I mean, Doomscar is a decent-sized body against them. It's not particularly good against aggro, but I'm on the play this game, so I don't need to go too low. So I think this game, I'm just going to do this. Next game, I'll probably, if I win and I'm on the draw, I probably take out Titan for the other miss, too. Oh, I'm not taking out Stroke because if I knew the only card in their deck it could hit was Showdown, I would take it out. As good as Showdown is, you can't have one answer for one card. But we already saw Master Scald. We saw the 7-mana 7/6 Giant. Like, I'm leaving Stroke in against an aggro deck because of Showdown, but I wouldn't have Stroke in for only Showdown. You don't bring in answers for one target, like, pretty much ever. Like, if they play the best card in the set and it's a 6-mana artifact, they still only get to draw it, like, a third of the time. So, like, that means 2/3 of the time you draw your artifact kill, it'll be a dead card. So you don't bring in an answer for one card. But I leave in Disdainful Stroke against an aggro deck for one card because it can also just trade off with other cards. Like, we saw 3 targets at least. Just off the top of my head, we saw Master Scald, the 7/6 Giant, and Showdown. So if I don't get to line up my stroke with Showdown, if they don't draw Showdown, I'll still trade it off with something else most of the time. It's not a dead card if they don't draw Showdown. I don't know what's up with the camera if it's lagging. I'm not looking at my Streamlabs. Sorry if it's lagging. I broke the internet. Too much good advice. Now, this hand's not great, but we can't really do anything. We don't have red for Svella. We don't have a Snowland for Augur. But we have Mist to stop their first creature, so. Hopefully we'll top Mountain or Path here. That's a pretty good draw, too. I didn't miss it because I can block that with the Augur. It's just a 2/1. I'm more interested in Mist for a flyer or something like that. Maybe they play the Giant and I missed that. Or maybe they play like a flyer that I actually need to Mist. I am going to be able to start activating it, but I think I'd still rather trade because I'm going to take a lot of damage over the next turn or two. I have to attack with Seeker to get the Mountain. Well, now I don't, but I was expecting that this turn I would have to attack with the Seeker and pay 2 and just get a Mountain and pass the turn. I'll still take the free land. I could use it. I guess I get an island now so that I have double blue for Amulet because I already have red for this. For Svella, I mean. I can't sack this without another red, but whatever. By then I can activate Svella, and that's the least of my concerns. Next turn I can play Amulet, so I think that's the play. I'm going to go get an island, but I'm going to play the tapped Slumber Mound. Neither of these are particularly good targets for Mists. The Clarion Spirit I don't want in play forever. So I don't really want to just miss it because it doesn't shut off its ability. It just turns it into it's just a ground 2/2 as is. I'd rather take the 1 hit for 2 on the ground. Later in the game I'll miss something. Probably a flyer. I have some snow. I mean, I did give a spiel that is absolutely correct that people take Snowlands too aggressively. In this case, I didn't see a ton. I would like to have a couple of more. But I do have some. I should have a Snowland most games. It's fairly unlucky. I have like probably 5 or something. Let me see. I have the 1 in my hand now plus what? The blue-green duel, a snow forest, and another snow island. So I have 4. Plus a few ways to search for them with like Path and Seeker. Okay, so no real decisions. Attack and slam the 4/5 this turn, I think. Alright, so I can Shepherd back the Frost Augur. I need a white, so Horizon Seeker is a profitable attack. I probably just attack with both. They don't have a lifelinker. I think I'm winning this race. Go get a Plains and play Svella. I mean, I think they're going to end up having to make some blocks. I've got Miss and Bolt. I think I can race pretty well here. If they do that, I'll just Bolt something or miss something. So if I can use Miss on Agar, so I think I'll just Bolt something here. Oh, it obviously doesn't matter what. They might even concede to this. And then we'll go grab that Plains for later use. I mean, the Miss stops the Agar, right? I mean, even if it has the Helm on it, if it's a 1/4, it's not killing anything and they're not drawing cards. So here, just attack for 4, though. And then just play Svella and foretell my hand. Remember, this is double white the hard way. You get the permanent back either way, but in order to cast it for single white, it has to be foretold. I couldn't blow up a land because I don't have another mountain yet. I can search for one with Seeker, or I can make a manaless with Svella, but it wasn't on the table last turn. I need one more red to activate that. casting things the hard way, the best way. I guess like start with Behold here. See if we find anything sweet. That looks pretty sweet. And we do have 3 snow permanents, so we can just fight off Agar, and that's game. They can't really even interact here because my creature has hexproof. I think like if I miss instead of bolting there, I don't kill all their creatures. I leave them a blocker. So I think it was better to bolt than miss. It was close because yeah, I knew Agar was coming. But miss mostly stops Agar. It doesn't open the door for Horizon Seeker to attack if they helm it, but they had to top deck a land to helm it because they had already missed land drops. And then who cares? Like I don't need to attack with Horizon Seeker. I remove an extra creature from the board if I use bolt instead of miss. I see some discussion about that. And it was a close play. I'm not sure what's right. I'll tell you what's not a close play. Getting a subscription from Hunter Pence. Thanks for subscribing, Hunter. Really appreciate the support. Okay. So do I want to board different on the draw? Yes. Their deck has a lot of late game power, so I don't want to bring myself down too much. But oh, that's awesome, Hunter. I would almost certainly like to be in. I mean, obviously I don't know when it is, but if I'm available, I will almost certainly play. Shoot me a message. And I appreciate the invite. Super sweet. So, what are we going to do now? We are going to board in Mists and take out Doomscar Titan because I'm on the draw, probably. Mist doesn't seem that good against them. It's good against, like, White's good flyers, like the 3-mana 2-2 and the 4-mana 3-2. But we didn't see either of them. Mist isn't very good against Clarion Spirit or, like, Battlefield Raptor. The cards we saw, Mist actually doesn't line up that well against. I don't know if I want Mists or not. I'm kind of worried about losing the late-game power struggle to them. I'm on the low end of power for a Snow deck. I don't know. I mean, a Twitter message probably works best if you're on there. I'm Benes_MTG on Twitter. I don't really check my Twitch messages, but if you message me on Discord or Twitter, I'll probably see that. And yes, 7:30 this Thursday should work for me. That's just normally when I stream. I would be happy to stream that and draft. Well, I didn't click submit, so I didn't get to change anything. Hey, no problem. Thanks for the invite. But yeah, I think I didn't actually want double miss and taking out the Doomscar Titan. They're not a normal red-white deck. They're like a red-white deck with a massive late game, and I didn't actually see the aggressive flyers except for the Battlefield Raptor. So I actually don't think I wanted to board in the second mist against them. Normally on the draw, I would always have all my mists in against red-white, but they normally don't have Showdown of the Scalds and a bunch of big giants and so much late game. Like, this is not an ordinary Giants deck, right? I'm going to play the pick here over for Telling the Behold, because next turn we have Svella. Hopefully we can either make a Manalith or attack with it with pick to get a blue. Oh, 10:30 Eastern? Probably we'll still do it, but see if we can get the information. I mean, I'm not early to bed anyway. I'm usually on doing ads and chats at 10:30 on Thursdays. But might be cooler to do an 8-person draft with Hunter and presumably some other streamers. See what's going on. Okay, so definitely Svella here. Hey, Mamob. Okay, so we can Manalith, and then we have 2 to spend, or we can hit with the pick, and then we still have 4 to spend. One thing that's kind of cool, I can put out the Kozuma by sacking the treasure for a blue, and then still have Snakeskin Veil up to protect it, so that's definitely an option. I'm not sure what to Blizzard Brawl. I mean, the Clarion Spirit is more scary of a card in general, but the 2/3 flyer could easily be correct. I know I can't Blizzard Brawl the 2/3 flyer right now. I need a 3rd snow permanent, but I can make a Manalith to get that, if that's the line I want. I do want to develop my mana, but if I Manalith now, That's a pretty rough turn. I think what I want to do is Blizzard Brawl away Clarion Spirit, and then just leave up Manalith and Snakeskin. Huh? Oh, I grabbed the wrong card, lol. They're both 1 mana. I meant to just... What? I meant to just Blizzard Brawl there. That was bad. Oh, man. Okay, well, I apologize for that one. My first punt of the day. Yeah, now I probably will Brawl the Raptor. It is really more of a concern from this point in the game. But yeah, that was bad. So now I'm going to make the Manalith and Brawl the Raptor, I guess. That wasn't like sneakily correct or something, because the Manalith would have been a 3rd snow permanent. So if that's the line I wanted to take, I did not need to Veil. And that wasn't the line I wanted to take at all, to be clear. But, alright. I've seen worse situations, so just do what we can. So, Narfi or Kozuma. I mean, Narfi is bigger. It just looks better, right? If we Kozuma, we could foretell. We couldn't, like, really do anything great with the extra mana. The Raptor has flying, so I couldn't block it with anything. That was the reason I was thinking between it and Clarion Spirit. And I think, like, the line of kill the Clarion Spirit and just pass a turn so I don't take all that damage and then take the hits from the Raptor, I think that was correct. But after I accidentally veiled, I think my adjustment line was correct. Like, that I didn't like tilt play or something. Can't imagine we're in a position to attack. Am I going to bolt the 1/1 flyer? I think I am. I mean, it's the only thing hitting me. I don't really care about the ground creatures. I have Behold and Infinite Power on the ground. Alright, so they didn't add to the board. Do I want to send it on the Voyage? They might flash in the 5/6. I think they do have that card. Might want 3 blockers. I can wait 1 turn if I'm going to Behold, right? So now it's just Frostaugur and just Behold under their turn. I don't see a reason to foretell it. I'm just basically telling them it's coming if I do that. Next turn, I'll probably... Hey, still Psychic. Always good to still have it. Even if I do get distracted by potential Hall of Fame baseball players inviting me to drafts. Get my head back in the game. That is what people mean by Bolt the Bird. Okay, so I have 4 blockers. So unless they drew something, this combat should go okay for me. So I don't know what they drew. I mean, they probably drew some kind of trick or removal, but there's not really anything I can do. I have to block. If the Narfi dies, my creatures will die afterwards. So I think... Yeah, I understood Matrick. Well, he only retired, like, last year or something, NJ Cube. Yeah, it could be... If it's +2/+1 to all creatures, I'm just going to get wrecked, I think, regardless. So, yeah. Pretender is a giant, but, I mean, I have bigger creatures. Assuming they have, like, 1 removal and not pump the team, I mean, I can do something like that. The 2/3... Oh, no, wait. The 2/3 wants to block the 2/2. I mean, if they're going to kill... but I don't want Narfi to die, so I want to do something like that then. So then I'm taking the 5. That's rough. So that doesn't work well. No, I'd rather just chump and let them get a card at this point in the game. I can't take a hit for 5 here. So something like this looks pretty good. And then Narfi's on the Clarion this way. Yeah, that looks pretty optimal. Assuming they don't kill the Narfi, this works out pretty well for me. And if they do, like, I don't like get blown out. Actually, neither of my other creatures even die, so yeah, that's a good block. I mean, I only have 2 snowlands. I can't really bring Narfi back right now. Also, I'm going to be spending my mana. I think what I did was correct. I mean, if Narfi dies, it dies, but I don't think I'm looking to chump with it, as opposed to just eat something. Just because I could potentially bring it back. Thank you, Scrambles. Appreciate the subscription. Hey, man, I don't get starstruck often, but for Hunter, I'll get starstruck. Like, joking around aside, no clue whether he'll get inducted in the Hall of Fame or not. He might not, but he was a very good career baseball player. Okay, who I watched for many years. Okay, so what are we going to do? Exile, I think yes. I don't think we need the 2-4 anymore. We've got the 5-6 and the 4-3 along with the miss, so now I think we do exile. Miss is playable, but not very good, I would say. Definitely an amulet, I think. I don't have double blue to play to make the giant now, but I will next turn. And for now, I've got the miss up. This looks fine. I definitely want to play a land, but not bring it back yet, I think. So take action. Yeah, he won like 2 World Series and was an All-Star a bunch of times. Like, listen, I'm not the Hall of Fame voting. I'm on the Magic Hall of Fame voting committee, not baseball. I have no say in it, but he had a very impressive career. Okay, so anyways, we can miss and block with Narfi. So if I miss the 6-7 down to a 3-7 and then let that one through, that's probably my best blocks, right? I'll go to 1, but I'll eat both creatures, and then I can block that in the future. Otherwise, I'm like chumping that, and it's a giant, and they'll draw cards. So we don't want that. So I think I go to 1 here, so this is a little rough, but I can do like 5. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm eating both their other 2 creatures, and Narfi is dying. I mean, 1 isn't 0, so hopefully they don't have anything else. They're not drawing cards or anything. Okay. So, 1 blocker, I'm fine on board. I can play Amulet and Glimpse, so that seems pretty automatic. We still have 2 blues since we drew an island. Let's Glimpse first, see what we get. I think Doomscar pretty clearly better than the others. We don't have lethal right now. This doesn't have first strike or anything, so if it attacks, we're going to want to double block, not hit for 5 and chump. Oh, no, wait, the Amulet can just block it and bounce. Actually, and I'll probably just bring this back now. So yeah, I can attack for 5. So now I will decline, because this game's going to end soon, especially with the Doomscar. I actually might almost have 20 if I can play the Doomscar and the Sculptor. Doomscar gives +1/+0 and haste to everything. I don't think I do, but I think next turn I will. So I think this turn, now we have our 2 blockers. That happened to give us a 3rd. I mean, we can pretty safely attack with the 5-6. And then next turn, hopefully we can Doomscar and turn them. I know they'll have the 3-7 up, but if they don't play a blocker, it's going to be a lot of damage. If they play a blocker or 2, it might be super tight. We might have to do some counting. Why are they attacking? What do they have? Like, I mean, this creature has hexproof. I mean, I can double block. This doesn't have first strike. This doesn't make a flyer, right? Oh, no, it does make a flyer, so I don't want to kill their creature. So I'll just block with my 4-5, and if they can finish it off, cool, who cares? The only thing I don't want to do is kill their Undersea Invader. Alright, no reason to zap that out. So, I have 3 snow mana to bring back Narfi. So if I play Doomscar and turn them, if they don't have anything, my biggest creature is this 5-6 giant. They can chump that. And then they take 4, 8, 11, 13, 17. So they're dead if they don't have anything, if I go for it. But I'm dead if they do have something, if I go for it. Otherwise, they're super dead next turn. The risk is giving them 1 draw step since I'm at 1. I know Narfi comes into play tapped. If I Titan doesn't. If I play Titan and attack with everything, if they block the Giant's Amulet, this bigger one, they take 4, 7, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and die. So if they have a land in hand, they're dead if I play the Titan and just attack with the 5 creatures. But if they survive, like if they Frostbite the Sculptor or something, I die on the backswing. On the other hand, I could attack with, like, 2 of the creatures and leave, like, 2 or 3 back. But I have to leave 3 back to not die to removal anyway. I think I'm just going to go for it since I'm at 1. The odds they have removal here are not very high, I don't think. 5, 9, 12, 17. Yeah, they're dead if they don't have anything, so I'm going to go for it. Pump doesn't matter. It has to be removal or a flash creature. If I was at more life, I wouldn't make this play. Here, but, like, since I'm at 1, if they draw something that gives flying, like, imagine they draw the equipment. I have no flyers, no reach creatures. So imagine they draw the equipment that gives +1/+0 and flying. I'm just dead, and that's a common. Imagine they draw, like, a haste flyer. There's not much of that, but maybe they're holding one and they draw the other. Or just a point of damage to the player. There's not much of that in this set, but if they draw anything that does 1, I'm just dead. If I was at, like, 8... I wouldn't go for lethal here. There would be no need to. If I was at, like, 8, I would play the Doomscar and attack with, like, the 3 big creatures and hold the 2 small ones back to block or something like that. But since I was at 1, I think it was right to go for it. Yeah, I didn't have lethal. If they had 2 blockers, I wouldn't have had lethal that turn. I would have had to just bring Narfi back and then wait till the following turn to try and swarm. They were hoping I would double block and kill, and then they could kill me with the 1/1 flying token, but I saw through their master plan. All right, first draft, 2-1, not great, not horrible. I mean, remember, there isn't ranked play in the best of 3, so my record is going to be better in the best of 3. I'm all about telling things accurately, so when I say things like, you see me playing at Mythic all the time, I'm playing against other Mythics and other Diamonds, so that's why my win rate might not be as impressive as you would expect. I'm, like, defending it then, so to speak. That's true, and what I'm saying is true and valid. But the reverse is true when you're playing best of 3. It's on ranked pairings, so sometimes I'm getting paired against pretty weak players. Sometimes I play against other good players, of course. But so, you should expect a substantially higher win rate from me and from any other person or good player in best of 3 than in best of 1. Not only because you have the cushion of being able to drop a game, which does increase your win percent if you're a favorite per game, but also because it's on ranked play. Okay, so battle for Bredegard, not a super impressive card in my opinion. Like, if you're green-white, it's good. If you splash into a snow deck, it's whatever. Firja's, like, busted, but black-white's a pretty weak combination. Though if you start with it and you don't see black-white, you can always splash it since it's single-white. Demon Bolt, not as good as Firja, like, purely on the merits, but it is 1 color. It does go into Giants, red aggro, and snow. Probably should take Demon Bolt over Firja. If both these cards were colorless, I would definitely take Firja. Like, Firja's a more powerful card than Demon Bolt for its mana cost. But it's a black, white, gold card. Demon Bolt goes into, like, every deck. This is pick 1, pack 1. Okay, well, punished immediately, of course. Now there's Poison the Cup. By far the best card in the pack. Wish I had took Firja. I do think Demon Bolt was the right choice, just because it's splashable and it goes in so many decks, whereas Firja is a black, white, gold card. I'm still going to take Poison the Cup now. Black-red is a fine deck. Poison the Cup is the best card in this pack by miles. I'm not taking Volatile Fort or Sculptor over Poison the Cup. That would be ridiculous. And again, it looks like a pretty easy Helm. Shadow, if you're like a blue-black control-ish or a green-black based snow deck, could be better than Helm. But if you end up a black-red creature deck, Helm is going to be way better for you than Shadow. Since you get to choose when you play Shadow, I think you should always play Shadow, even if you're an aggro deck. You can, like, trade off 1 creature and then get 2 bigger creatures in one of yours, or you can sandbag a creature if it's in your opening hand and just play it on turn 4. Like, I would play Shadow even in my aggro decks, but it's only a really strong card in control-ish decks. Red-black tends to be an aggro deck. Not that we're committed to red, but, I mean, Helm's a really good black card for black creature decks, and it's still a fine card in a more grindy, late-game-oriented black deck. Helm is an excellent card all around. Oh, keep them coming. No decisions. I mean, clearly we're seeing black. It's the weakest color in the format. You should draft black the least. You shouldn't avoid black. Like, if you can be the only black player in a pod, you should draft black. But it is the weakest of the 5 colors in this set. And I say that with high confidence. I think the color rankings in this set, me and Efro debated blue or green as number 1, and it was a good debate. He made some good points about blue having like 2nd, 3rd, and 4th after Pac-Mate, and then I made some good points about Pac-Mate being clear number 1, not like, and then green having a bunch of more deeper good stuff. So basically, my assessment of the colors in this format, blue and green are basically tied. They're tier 1. After that, I think red is in a clear 3rd, white in a clear 4th, and black in a clear 5th. So, I mean, I don't have a high degree of confidence whether blue is number 1 or green is number 1. I think it's green, but it's blue and green are like neck and neck for the best. And then red is a clear 3rd, in my opinion. White a clear 4th, and black a clear 5th. Yeah, Cardor is excellent in a black-red creature deck, exactly where we're looking to be. And with what we're drafting, I don't think we're too interested in Shimmer Drift Veil. This deck doesn't really do snow. I mean, it can help you splash, but we're not looking to splash. Pick can help you splash and is better in an aggressive creature deck anyway. So I think it's a pretty clear pick for us here. All pun intended, since it was actually a clever pun. It's a Ben S pun, as opposed to, you know, an LSV stream pun. You know how we do here. Clear pick, get it? Okay, so we could still go like black-green, but we don't really want to. Yeah, I think we just take Kennel Master or Raider. Normally, I think I would prefer the Kennel Master, but her curve's a little high. I could grab the Swamp, but these are fine playables in the black-red aggro deck. Like, both Kennel Master and Raider are not, like, good cards, but they're perfectly fine. The reason those cards don't see a lot of play is because if you're red-white aggro, you have much better 2-drops, and if you're black, like Snow or whatever, you don't play Kennel Master. But, like, in a black-red aggro deck, I actually like Kennel Master as a curve topper. I actually think it's a pretty good card. I guess the thing is, we have awesome black, but we don't have great red, but our 2 red cards are really good. So even if we're not seeing red, I mean, I don't really want to play, like, black-green and splash Bolt and Doomscourge and play, like, a black-green... Like, I'll play black-green elves when I get the rares and uncommons, but I'm not going to go into black-green elves for an Ice-Eye Troll late or a Masked Vandal late. So I don't really think there's much we can do besides draft black-red in this seat, even if, like, black is open and red isn't, which is what seems to be the case. Like, from my perspective, I think I'm seeing black, and I don't think I'm seeing red. But, like, I mean, I have 2 really good red cards to go with the black, and, like, I don't know what else I would play. Yeah, Village Rites is okay. Maybe I should have took it there. I saw some late green, but green is super duper deep. So, like, the fact that, like, I saw, like, a Masked Vandal or 2 late, I mean, I'm not, like, switching to play black-green. Also, black-green is just an elf deck, basically. Like, it's fine to play, or a snow deck. It's fine to play black-green elves if you, like, you know, you get the uncommons and rares, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, I'm not gonna go into black-green for some Masked Vandals and Sculptors. Like, Sculptors aren't even really playable in that deck, or they're playable, but they're not good. We'll just stay the course, and, you know, we didn't see much red this pack, but we saw red, we'll see red in pack 2, because we cut it, like, we didn't pass any red. And then hopefully we'll just draft mostly black in pack 3. I mean, red's pretty deep. Maybe, you know, an Axguard Cavalry or something will slip through in pack 3. Alright, so here's a Vengeful Reaper. This is a clear choice. Frostbite is fine. I'm not cutting Frostbite from black-red aggro, but I'm not taking over Vengeful Reaper. I don't think it's remotely close. Now we have to compare Breakneck Berserker and Squash. I'm pretty unhappy about second picking either of these. They'll both be solid cards in my deck, but they're more cards I want to be 6 picking than second picking. I don't have a ton of cheap creatures, and I have no giants, so I think this is Berserker. It's a pretty sad second pick, but... Death Knell Berserker, on the other hand, I like considerably more. I think Dogged Pursuit is just bad. Even in my aggro decks in this format, I'm not putting that in my deck. Like, I think it's just a bad card. It's slow, it doesn't impact the board, like, it doesn't have that nice pop that Ill-Gotten Inheritance had, plus Ill-Gotten Inheritance turned on Spectacle, which is what Red-Black did in that format. I think Dogged Pursuit is just all around bad. So I like Death Knell Berserker a lot. Just got to make sure you have some ways to enhance it, like permanently. Like this isn't a good way to enhance it. Like this is a good card, but it's just going to let it attack with Indestructible. But like Gold Veil Cup goes really well on Death Knell Berserker. I mean Gold Vein Pick. What is a Gold Veil Cup? I just made up completely made up a name. Okay, Gold Vein Pick goes well on Berserker, and we'll look for Helm or the other ways to enhance it. Okay, so nothing too great in this pack. This pack is going horribly for me. I don't know where the black cards are. It is the weakest color in the set, but I cut black the whole way, and people shouldn't be drafting it very much. So I got to assume I would see it. I guess Vengeful Reaper is actually a pretty good first pick, but after that, having to go Breakneck Berserker and Kennel Master and Death Knell Berserker, I'm pretty unhappy. Alright, though, this is going to be a grindy creature deck. I want equipment, so I'll gladly pick up a rune. I already have one equipment. If I don't draw it, the rune goes on the Death Knell Berserker very nicely, giving it that third power to give me a zombie when it dies. So that's a good pickup. Plus, I would definitely play more equipment if I can get it. Oh, I have two. What am I saying? I have two helms. The rune is busted in my deck. I forgot I had the two helms. The Andrew Cuneo invitation card, Blood Ski Berserker. As you can see, they spelled it Bloodskee, so it's Blood Ski Berserker. I still completely disagree with Cuneo and LSV and some others on that. Plenty of people agree with me too. Like it was like, you know, Party and Ari and some other people arguing that it's good in these black-red aggro decks, and LSV and Cuneo and some others arguing it's bad. I think it's good. I think that the reason it has a low win rate on the 17 lands data is because people are probably putting it in their snow decks and stuff like that, and because black-white is a bad deck. But in black-red aggro, I think Blood Ski Berserker is a really good card. I don't want to say really good, not busted. Like, I would take Demon Bolt or Feed the Serpent over it. But I think it's better than, like, you know, Axeguard, Cavalry, and Death Knell Berserker. Like, the good 2-drops at common. I don't know why I have this Scorn Effigy here. I'm almost certainly not going to play that. So I want most of my creatures to be Berserkers if possible. I just have the one Sage, but it is... I'm going to be trying to drain for Berserkers. That's going to be the common type in red-black. So I've got this Elf Cleric, and I'm an aggro deck. Doesn't look very good. Angel Cleric, but obviously I'm playing that. Ooh, and every single other card is a Berserker. Okay. I like what we're cooking up here. I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to play any of these. I'm not playing the Cinderheart Giant. I'm not playing the Priest. Like, none of these cards can go in my deck. Doesn't this card feel like it should have Foretell? Like, maybe they would have had to make it a little smaller, but Dread Rider would be such a more interesting card if it was, like, Foretell 4 or 5. They could have made it like a 3-5. It doesn't have to be a 3-7. But, like, it should have had Foretell, I think. So you could cast it for 4 or 5 mana. No, Dread Rider's okay. It's a fine curve topper. If you don't pick up, like, you know... Like, I obviously have good curve topping already. I have Shadow Sage to drain them out, Reaper in the air, 2 Cardors, 2 Kennel Masters, Doomscar Titan. So, like, I'm not going to play it. But if you don't have curve toppers, you can definitely put a Dread Rider in your black-red aggro deck. But I still think it should have had Foretell. I would rather this. It would just be more interesting if this. You can't give this like too cheap of a Foretell, but it also doesn't have to have 1,000 toughness. Like if it were me making this card, I would have just made it like, you know, the Foretell would make it cost like 4 or 5, and it would be like a 3-5, maybe drain for 2 instead of 3. I don't know. All right, whatever. This pack is unplayable for us. There's no black or red cards because, you know, why not? Did I pick up that one Snow Swamp late? No, because I mean we could only play this card really if we get a Snowland or 2. But black and red Snowlands are pretty easy to get late since black and red generally doesn't care much for Snowlands. But wow, these packs are abysmal for me. There's like, you know, good card for White Weenie, good 2-drop for Snow, should have went Black Green Elves clearly. I guess Dwarven Reinforcements it is. I mean, I have a bunch of things that pump creatures and stuff. I do want that card for my deck. I don't want to second pick it, I want to table it, but what are you going to do? Here we'll take the Death Sea. Spirit is not worth splashing. Clarion Spirit is excellent, but I'm not splashing white for it. Second Shadow Sage looks good. For a black-red aggro deck that's almost all Berserkers, this even makes 2 Berserkers. Pretty much every creature I have is a Berserker. This probably doesn't make a Berserker, probably just generic zombie, but I'm not sure. No, zombie Berserker token, wow. Yeah, I'm like almost all Berserkers. Alright, pick up a black-red on color Snow Duel. Yeah, every creature I have except like Vengeful Reaper is a Berserker. And like these make zombie Berserker tokens. This makes 2 Berserkers. My Shadow Sages are going to deal a lot of damage. Demonic Gifts, I think, is better than Hagri Mob for our deck. That's another nice way to pump the death knell and just keep attacking. I'm not going to splash Binding. Again, you don't want to splash too much in these kind of aggro decks. Okay, so Goldvine, pick, or squash. I think we'd rather just have Goldvine. We didn't pick up that much more removal. We have a lot of little creatures. I'll take a 3rd pick. I'll pick a 3rd pick in Deathsea's Honor. And I'll pick a 3rd Helm in Deathsea's Honor. I mean, we're not equipment flooded, even though we have a lot, because these make creatures. So we have 3 equipment that doesn't make a creature, and then 3 that does. Just means our rune is excellent. I mean, I'm probably going to play 16 because I have a decent curve up at the top, but I also have 3 picks to make treasures. So my guess will be 16 lands, so this will probably be exactly what I play, unless we pick up some other stuff. Yeah, Doomscar foretells, and I have 1/1 drop, which is not very good. I could use some more 2-drops. I only have 2 2-drops. I didn't see any Axeguard Cavalries or any more Death Knell Berserkers. The Helm isn't really a 2-drop. I mean, I might put it out, you know, but, like, that's not a good turn 2. Oh, I guess I can spend my mana on pick. That's not the worst. Obviously, you'd rather play 2-drop pick than pick on turn 2 and a 3-drop on turn 3, but that's still not the worst use of mana. I'm going to grab the Snow-Covered Mountain. Just another way to activate this. Where's the 3-drop? Grimdraugr. Green-black is not as good as red-black. It is not something you need to, like, avoid, but you do want to have, like the elf uncommons and stuff, at least, and the elf rares. I definitely should have went green-black in this seat. Green and black were open, and red was not open at all. And we knew that by the end of pack 1. But I didn't get any green early pack 1, and then the green I saw late pack 1 wasn't, like, stuff that went particularly well with the black cards I had. Yeah, pick 13 struggle is just disgusting, obviously. That's gross. But my deck's pretty good. Why does it want me to play an extra mountain? It should want me to play an extra swamp, right? I have considerably more black than red. So I think this is just correct. I'm playing, like, all Berserkers. I've got the 3 picks from 16 land. I mean, maybe I want, like, this 1/1 with this much equipment, or, like, this 3/1. I probably do need to play this Elf Cleric, because I just don't have a lot of 2-drops. Maybe cut something from the top end. I'm only playing 16 lands, and this can wear the picks. I don't have, like, a ton of early drops. The Grimdraugr, I have 2 snow lands to activate it, but it's also just a 3-mana 3/2 Berserker. If I give it Menace, it's tough to block. Like, I'm not saying it's a great card, but I don't think I'm looking to cut it. Scorn Effigy, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's decent with the Blood Ski. I think this is right. It's not just a tap 2/3 though, because like it doesn't have haste, so like it's a 2/3 that can't attack until turn 4, and by turn 4 it's sometimes hard for a 2/3 to be able to attack anyway. I don't think we need Wither Crown. Alright, this hand looks fine. Yeah, that's Bloodski Berserker. And listen, to be clear, you shouldn't play that card in, like, snow decks, even with a black base. Obviously, you should play it in black-white, but black-white is a weak archetype in this format. You should only go into it if you actually got Firja, or if you got, like, uncommons and rares, you just got hit in the face with black and white cards. Basically, the way this format breaks down, there's two colors that have, like, great late game, and that's blue and green. And so they're the control-ish colors, whatever you want to call it. And then there's three colors that tend to be kind of aggressive, black, red, and white. And if you rate black, red, and white in how good they are at being aggressive, and just how good of colors they are in general, red is the best, white is in the middle, and then black is the worst. So black-red is an okay aggro deck. Like, clearly I got 2 corridors. Like, I was seeing black a ton. I had to play black. I mean, I got 3 helms. Pack 1, I got 2 helms and a poison in the cup. Like, I have to play black. But, like, so black-red is a considerably better aggro deck than black-white. And, like, red is a better color than... Red is the best non-blue-green color, and then white, and then black. All right, here, just play the Berserker. I do what I can, Nixius. I do what I can. I'm not going to block because I have the pick. Next turn, hopefully I'll pick the Death Knell, attack, and play the Dusk Wielder. Looks good. Cold Grits knows what's up. Keep off my lawn. Great name. Every once in a while when somebody grumbles about something, like from the way it used to be, I respond with a keep off my lawn gif or something. So, obviously, I'll trade the 1-2 for the 2-1 if they attack. I'm not chumping 4/4s at this point. I guess I could take it and swing back if I want to drain, but I got enough to do with my mana. I think I'll just make this trade. If I play Kaldheim and they have to attack me, the 3/3 is a good blocker, but I'm just going to end up having to block with Kaldheim, right? So I think this looks like Rune on the pick, attack, and then I can play the Grim Draugr post-combat, sacking the treasure. I guess I'm not really winning the race. I could also hold it up, but we don't know if they have a creature that can crew this besides the one in play to attack for 8. And I can switch gears next turn if I need to. Carve can be good. You just have to be consistently good at crewing it. If you have a bunch of like 3 and 4 power, 3 and 4 drops, Carve's an excellent card. If you can consistently crew it right away, it's a good card. If you don't, if you can't, it's not. That's how you evaluate that card. Okay, so our choices are Kaldheim or Poison the Cup. I guess Death Knell and Draugr are good blockers with Poison the Cup up. I mean, I can play Poison the Cup and Pump, but then I don't get the Scry. I really want the Scry because I don't need any more lands. So I think what I'm going to do here now is switch gears. If they don't attack, I can just end of the turn Poison the Cup. If they do attack, I've got this 4-power Berserker to block, trade, and leave a zombie behind. And I can just pump Draugr or use Poison, depending on what they attack with. I think Shadow Sage is a better aggro card than Control card, even though it can be used either way. Control decks, firstly, dealing damage is generally more valuable in gaining life, but also, like, aggro decks tend to have a bunch of little creatures out to drain them. Control decks tend to be lighter on creatures. And also, you're mostly naming on commons. Like, obviously, Feed the Serpent's good in any deck, but, like, I mean, and Priest is good for Snow Control, but most of the black cards, I think, lend themselves better to aggression. Kind of want it to poison, but I don't even know if there's a reason to now. I can just block and pump and put my mana into the Grim Draugr. I mean, what kind of tricks could they have for red and white? They could have Run Amok. I mean, the trades are good for me. I kind of want to Poison the Cup the Avalanche Caller. Maybe I put Death Knell on Craven Hulk, Draugr on the 2-1. And then if they go for run amok, I've got the poison. If they pass, I just pass. Take the 2 for 2 and get my zombie, and then end of turn I can kill the Avalanche Caller. I guess I can make the Avalanche Caller have to attack next turn with Card Door, though. So I actually don't need to kill it, because it'll have to attack. So scratch that, I think. Still think... Actually, well, if I want to make them attack next turn, maybe I want to kill the boat, so they can't just crew instead of attacking. Well, whatever. I'll just poison the cup the boat. Hopefully they'll just have run amok and play it on the carve like a greedy player. I don't necessarily expect that, but it would have been nice. I mean, if they have run amok here, I'm not dead. I'll go to 2. These will trade. They'll keep the 4/4. Like, it's not great, not horrible. It's pretty bad, but I mean, I'm not dead. Boo. So now they're going to have... They also have the ability to make a snow land. So I need 3 blockers, not 2. Yuck. So I have to play the reinforcements. I can't play the Card Door. Good to hear, LSV. What's up? Yeah, it is a tough spot. I don't think I really have a choice. I mean, I could pass and go to 2, and then maybe run amok the 4/4, and then poison the 4/4 like later in the turn potentially. But I mean, I go to 2 even if they don't have the run amok. If I pass there, doesn't seem great for me. Okay, so if I play the Card Door, I'm dead on board because they'll just activate that. So I have to just Dwarven Reinforcements. No decisions. Yeah, I agree. I think going to 2 as opposed to making them have the run amok doesn't make a lot of sense. I completely agree with that logic. That's something that we stress from time to time. That I think is something that what LSV's talking about right now is a really good concept that I think a lot of the great Magic players get, but a lot of even good Magic players may not. It sucks to get blown out, and it sucks to like just lose to something now when you don't have to. But there's a good heuristic here that like you can take to the bank. If you're going to lose to a card anyway, you don't play to make it do slightly less now because you're going to lose to it later anyway. You play like it doesn't exist. You play like they can't have it. If you can beat a card, then you may consider playing around it. If you can make a card do a lot less next turn and beat it, you may play around it. But if a card's going to get you on the following turn anyway, just make them have it a turn earlier and get as much value as you can if they don't have it. So if you can't beat a card, you basically just play like it doesn't exist. And speaking of can't beat a card, I'm pretty dead. I guess if an attacker trades and I gain a life, I'm not necessarily dead on board. So maybe I play Card Door, hope they don't realize it and attack. Yeah, I mean, I had mana up JP Silva. It's not like I had to have some obscure rare. That was, I could have just had a Demon Bolt or something. So they played well. I would play the same in that spot as IMPD. Like, you already have favorable trades, and you're putting the opponent to 2. There's no reason to run amok, and get blown out. You let them play the removal, and then you run amok. Or if they, pass, the trades are fine for you. I actually don't think, they did anything even remotely questionable. Okay, well, this block works. Now I can gain a life off Card Door, so that's good. Just trade with the 4/4. So now I'm not at least dead on board. And they do have to attack with everything, so we may still have a game if they don't have an island to pump Mistwalker. Because I'm going to eat their attackers and gain more life. And of course they draw the island. Because I wasn't going to necessarily die next turn because I was going to gain life eating these other 2 attackers. So if they didn't draw an island, this was a winnable game now. But, of course, they have it because that's how it works. Yeah, they shouldn't have blocked. Everything else they did I thought was great. I like the way they used the run amok. I don't think it was like sniping or suspicious. I think they just made a standard good play. I had a foretold card, mana up. They already had good trades. They were already putting me to 2, and they weren't going to die on the next turn or anything. I think that everything they did was tight and good magic. Obviously, I don't think they should have blocked on the last turn, unless they already had the island, maybe. Which I'm guessing they didn't, because they missed land drops. Okay, so what did we see? They're an aggro deck. They have Carve. I mean, we don't really have many playables in our sideboard. I mean, we could board in, like, Faithful, but that doesn't line up well against the 4/4s. I don't think we're changing much. Give Mob Death Touch. What am I giving it Death Touch with? Yeah, I die before I get the life. But if they didn't have the island to pump it, since I was at 3, I would have ate 2 of their creatures. So if they only dealt me 2, I would have broke even on life that turn. And then even if I couldn't kill them on the swing back, they'd have to draw an island the following turn or I would win. So, assuming they weren't holding the island, because they blocked and gave me the life when they traded with the attacker when I had card door out, I actually was in a winning position if they couldn't deal the extra point. Ceviche. Arigato Corleone. Ceviche. We've got lots of great Peruvian places here. For anybody who doesn't know what just happened, we have the ability, one of our channel rewards you can redeem is pronunciation, where you can ask me to say any word that's not like a bad word. Just one that's hard to pronounce. Since I'm so good at pronouncing everything, that's one of our channel rewards. I love Ceviche too. I think it's really good. Okay, clearly we're going to play first. Clearly we're going to keep. We probably won't draw line 3, but so is life. Hibiscus. Come on, I'm from Florida. Come on, Adam. Temple of Milady. Duh. What, you think there's a word malady? It's Milady. It's a medieval temple. Oh yeah, I forgot Stip Drafts completely, TPO. I'm sorry. I just completely forgot that. Chipotle, but just be aware if you all redeem this at once, I'm going to miss some of them. So you probably want to wait for me to clear the last one before you redeem. Curtilage? I don't know if I pronounced that right. I've never heard that word. What does that mean? Fantasia. This is English class today. Axolotl? I've never heard that word either. I don't know what that means. Valkyrie? Lots of E's. Oh, don't worry. I mentioned how wrong you and Cuneo are on Bloodski and Black Red Aggro. I gave everybody the important caveats that, like, you know, I think it has a low win percent because people look at it as a flashy uncommon and put it in their black-green snow decks, put it in, and then draft black-white, and it should absolutely not go in your black-green snow decks, and black-white is just a horrible deck. So, I gave the important caveats, but I love a Bloodski Berserker in Black Red Aggro. So here I'm going to pick it so that I can have more mana so that I can double spell next turn. If it wasn't itself, I might play the Draugr, but I need the extra mana so that I'm more likely to double spell and trigger it. Calipigus? Nobody can say Giannis's last name, Purple Monkeys. Antikanupu? Pterodactyl Jackal? You're going to have to do better than that. Come on. You can't trick me with the silent P. Worcester sauce? I don't know. I don't know how to say that one. Okay, so if I attack and they block, I can play the Demonic Gifts. I won't get a treasure. And then a double spell, I can play the Helm. If that's what's going to happen, I'd much rather play the Helm first, and then my creature just won't even die if they only block it with 1. But then they might just not block, so this is kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows it's Bloodski Berserker. Worcester, GP Boston, which is actually GP Worcester, where we've been 10 times. That's an anathema. I don't know how to say that word. I've heard that word. Like, I think it means something like really bad or really like rare and bad or something like that. But I don't actually know how to say it. I'm just gonna attack. If they block, then I can go Gifts and play Helm. If they don't block, then I can play like Draugr and Helm or something. Worcester. That's actually the best way to teach somebody to pronounce something. Like, you see how they just typed it out? WUSS-THA. So, obviously it's not going to be perfect, but like when I see that, I think, Worcester, the way it would be said. That's actually how Martin taught me how to say his last name, the way it's pronounced in Czech. His last name is Juza. So when I first met him, he wrote on a sheet of paper YOU-ZAH. Because otherwise I would call him Martin Juza, because in English it would be Juza. But like, it's Juza. So, but in Czech, so that's how he taught me. He just wrote on a sheet of paper YOU-ZAH. And then it's not that hard, right? Like, I know how to pronounce YOU and like ZAH, okay, ZA, whatever. Alright, so they took it. So we'll get another treasure, so we'll have 5 to work with. Probably not going to double spell. I'll just slam Helm here and get a 4/4. Yeah, they outsmarted themselves. They denied me the counters on the Bloodski, but instead we'll have a 4/4 Menace. So well done by them, I guess. They're trying to make LSV look good on the Bloodski and not let me get counters. They succeeded. Aluminum. If that's what that is. Aluminium. I think it's aluminum. Onomatopoeia. I think everybody learns that in like 9th grade English here because it's just such a fun, fancy word. There's no way that's a real word, Burnator. I won't fall for your tricks. Don't spend all your channel points. Remember, we do have some pretty decent real rewards, too. We do one called Last Cuts, where you can send me a screenshot of one of your drafter seals or whatever, and then we'll talk about your deck and make the last couple cuts for you and discuss the cards. Our big one, I'll commentate your whole draft live on stream. Now, that's 200,000. It's something that, people can only get about once a year, but it's pretty cool, I think. Okay, so if I attack with both, nothing bad can happen, but I don't have that treasure that was sitting around last turn. So if they put the 4/4 on the 2/2 and double block the 4/4, that's fine, because this is really a 2/2 wearing a helm. So if I trade this zombie token wearing the helm for either a 4/4 or 2/2 I'm pretty happy. If they put the Bloodski Berserker, Bloodski, S-K-E-E, if they block that with a 2/1, I can't double spell. That's not great. So I think this turn I'm just going to send the 4/4. Should I move the pick? It's an extra damage. Yeah, because they really don't have a good block on it. So, like, I can always use the treasure. So I'm just missing a damage if I don't move the pick, right? If I'm not going to send the Bloodski, then, like, I should move the pick, or I'm just basically missing damage. If they double block, cool. I'm not even going to play the Demonic Gifts. I don't even know if that works with a token. It probably wouldn't even come back. But I wouldn't play it otherwise anyway. It would just be a good trade because it's a zombie token. If they take it, then we'll just foretell something so that we can double spell next turn. The question is which of these? I think the answer is Poison the Cup. We're more likely to want to play that to clear out a 4/4 or some other blocker. We're pretty far ahead on board. Yeah, we commentated a Red Sox draft. Day one of my original mods. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, we're still on 3 lands, but that's kind of a good problem to have for aggro decks. Like, obviously, my hand would have been a lot better if I drew 1 more land and then I was double spelling and casting more things. But I'd rather be casting things than flooded and losing. So this is okay. Opponent flipping the script. Those are dwarfs. That's not. So they're going to get some treasures. Magda's excellent. For anybody who hasn't had this card, it's fantastic. So the only question is, do I block with the Berserker? 4, 7, 10. I guess even if I grow it, it would be the same amount of damage. Plus they're making treasures. So I guess I will trade it off. Obviously, Bloodski Berserker wasn't very good here, but I was stuck on lands, and I mean, it's not like if it was an Axeguard Cavalry, it would have been much better, or necessarily different. Enough of your sass. Alright, what can we do? We have 5 mana, so we can poison, and we can play a Draugr. I'd like to attack. I don't know if it's possible. I mean, if I put them to 6, it's a lethal threat next turn. Are they going to kill me on the swing back? Probably not. I have Poison the Cup. So I think we can attack. Oh yeah, I'm the same way, Cold Grits. Like, my vocabulary is like medium. Like, I mean, it's probably pretty good. Just a lot of my friends like love to use big words, and I generally don't. But I can't spell anything. Like, I suck at spelling. Yeah, maybe Reinforcements was better. I mean, the extra 2/1 isn't doing a whole lot for me, I don't think. I would have 2 blockers instead of 1, and I'd have to use both treasures instead of just 1 if I Poison the Cup. This way, if I Poison the Cup, I can still play Kennel Master next turn, or I can Demonic Gifts, and maybe Reinforcements if I draw land. I think it's pretty close. Well, I'm definitely not going to move the pick. That's not worth using the mana. Whether to use the mana to play the Reinforcements for 1 more mana or not, I think is pretty close. The Draugr, remember, turns into a 4-power menace creature if it lives, and then I can Demonic Gifts it for lethal. So this represents like another 2 blockers they have to have up. That's why I played the Draugr without even thinking about it, because they're at 6. But I should have discussed Reinforcements. It's pretty close. But they don't have lethal. And if they have removal for the Draugr and go for lethal, I have Poison the Cup. So I think putting out the extra lethal threat in Draugr was right. But it is close. And we should have discussed the difference between Reinforcements and Draugr there. I just, like, I looked at it and I was like, oh, they're at 6. Like, 3, 4, 6. Okay, like, I'm going to put out a 6-power menace creature, basically. Oh, moving the pick would be real bad. Playing Reinforcements or playing Draugr was close. There's ups and downs to both plays. But I think the Draugr's better for the reason that I don't need 2 blockers instead of 1. I'm not dead on their attack here, and I'm looking to lethal them next turn. Draugr commands more blocks. They have to put 2 blockers on this Menace Zombie to not die, and 2 blockers on the Draugr to not die. So they have to have 4 blockers up. If I play the 2/2/1s, those, like, they can take one of them and block one of them. It's 1 less blocker they have to have up. But I should have explained this last turn, because it would have been reasonable to play Reinforcements. But yeah, moving the pick doesn't make a lot of sense. Alright, so 4, 8. So they have 1,000 treasures, but the equipment doesn't attach immediately, right? So I have to just not die now, presumably. They can't kill the 5/5 or play 2 blockers. Not saying it's definitely impossible with all this mana, but presumably. So if I put the Draugr on the Magda, that's 4, 8, 9, 12, 15. So they'll pass to me. If I put the 3/2 Draugr here on a 3/1, it's 3, 7, 9, 10, 14. So they're going to pass to me either way. If I block a 4-power creature, how much is it? 1, 3, 7, 13. Okay, so I'm dead if they can answer the Poison the Cup, which they probably can't, but if they can. So I think... What's the best creature to Poison the Cup? I can Poison the Magda before blockers. Well, this has Menace, so a 2-drop doesn't beat me. Or any one... If this is 1 creature, I win. If this is like a counterspell, they win. I think I'm going to Poison the Magda before blockers. 2, 4, 8, 9, 13. I mean, I guess this leaves me dead to removal, but if they have removal, they should have just killed the Draugr pre-combat. I can't assume that they're holding a removal. I'm more worried that they could have 2 blockers, so I kind of want to just, like, make them sack those, like, see what they're going to get, like a dragon or whatever. Yeah, I mean, they can get, like, a random changeling or whatever, but they still have to be able to play a 2-mana blocker to stay alive. I don't think these cards are useful. I don't think they really matter. So I have to block, but what if I block the 1 power? 4, 8, 10, 12. So then I have 2 lethals. Yeah, so that's better. I die to, like, a pump spell, but I assume I probably die to a run amok regardless. There's nothing that, like, +1s awkwardly or something, right? 4, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, so this is the right play. Because now even if they play a blocker, they're dead. And, like, this could definitely be a 2-drop or something, right? That's what, like I was saying, like, this represents a lethal attacker. Pump it, +1/+0, and menace. So, let's do that now. We still have our pump spell. And then hopefully attack with the 2 menace creatures for the win. And even if they have mists or something like that, I could always +2/+0 the other one. Yeah, because I'm not winning anyway. If they have removal, I don't think I can win that game. It's kind of the same concept we talked about last game. I was not even thinking about removal because that was too tight of a game to play around removal. I was very interested in beating them, like, attacking with, like, 2 4/4s and leaving back enough blockers, or, like, attacking with everything. But if they have removal in that spot, their game, not mine. Okay, so we're on the draw. I might want this Dread Rider against them. They had a bunch of ground pounders, right? I can actually see bringing in the 3/7. Yeah, the token has menace because the helm gives menace. But I might have to use the removal in combat, and then if they have a blocker, I might not constructed for limited. Also, what kind of a name is that? What is constructed for limited? One of the most, I thought, like, spot-on assessments. One time, Justin Cohen was talking about why I don't like Cube very much, and he said, too much constructed in your limited. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty spot-on. But yeah, I think Dread Rider might be decent in this matchup. They were just, like, all ground pounders, right? Like, a 3/7 just looks like a house against them. And then I want to take out something aggressive. I'm going to be on the draw. My deck's a little bit actually on the slow side for an aggro deck, but whatever. I've got the Shadow Sages. Maybe just take out the Kennel Master if I'm going to board in a 6-drop and be on the draw. That card's obviously very aggressive. You have to be able to attack profitably when you play it, or it's a 5-mana 4/4 no ability. Oh, yeah, you're right, Auden's Hex. If I was going to kill the Magda anyway, yes. I could have even just done it to start a combat. I was too busy thinking about, like, the play the Dwarven Reinforcements or the Draugr, which was interesting and close. But yes, I played that game fine, but I should have killed Magda probably at the beginning. No, because then they don't attack. I have to let them attack, but then kill it while the treasures are on the stack so they can't go get a dragon. They still get the mana, but they don't get a dragon. Yeah, you're right. That was the optimal line, was to let them attack and trigger the Magda, but then before the treasures actually come into play, I could have killed it. Yep. Okay, I gotta mull this. So yeah, that was a minor misplay by me there. Oh, I got a mull 2/5, I think. I mean, I hate it, but can I keep this? I can't keep this. Oh, that's a good hand. Yeah, no. All right, cool. All right, 4 cards. Well, we're keeping what? Swamp, Mountain, Death Knell, and Rune. Maybe we can win the game with just a 3/2. It's been a while since I've had a 4-card hand. I blame Ellisby for this. Just by being in the room, he sucks up all the luck. Because Helm for 2 doesn't really do much. Like, I know you can put Rune on an equipment, but I'm not putting the Helm on anything until I draw several more mana. I mean, maybe they just don't have anything and I ride this to victory, right? And if they have one thing to trade with it, I get a 2/2 zombie because Rune gives +1/+0. Well played, LSV. For anybody who doesn't know what he's referencing, he mulled to 4 in Game 5 of the PT Finals against Andrew Ellenbogen. That was extremely unlucky. Hey, Joel Larson in the house. 2 different PT champions. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great, but it's winnable. So if I attack and they block and I demonic gifts, the rune will go away, right? But I will get the zombie token. Or I could just bolt that. I don't know which line is better. I guess I can bolt later. They didn't have any 5 toughness stuff, right? Because it's 4 damage a turn. They can't crew, right? It's crew 3. They can't crew. This is crew 3 and this is a 2/4. Yeah, a little bit too late to Nercio. Yeah, I think we attack in gifts, because then we're attacking for 4 a turn with 2/2/2s, and we have an extra threat out in case they have removal. Also, demonic gifts is like harder to use safely than Demon Bolt. You really want to use your combat tricks when your opponent's tapped if you can. Whereas like Demon Bolt's going to be good to use anytime. It's much safer. The only downside of this line is I lose the rune, basically. That's so cool. I don't think I've seen anybody rune a vehicle before. Obviously, it makes sense, but it's just funny. All right, we have a 6-drop, so we definitely want to play a land. Other than that, we got to chill. They just got their red source, so probably going to be tough. Hopefully they'll flood because I'm old to 4, but well, that's about as bad for me of a card as they could play. Well, Cardor is decent. So if I play Cardor and they attack, take it, swing back, maybe I want to wait until they've played all their creatures. I don't know. I mean, they're probably not going to play. I guess I can probably bolt whatever they play. They'd have to have another 5 toughness creature. So I think I'm going to Cardor, planning to just take the giant tokens, attack, and then swing back. Hopefully I can bolt whatever creature they play and then get them back for 8. Cardor is just the name of the card, right? Like, I'm not mispronouncing that. That's just the correct pronunciation. Somebody said, what? Like, I was being serious. I have no idea how, like, it's pronounced. Like, this is, like, you know, a Norwegian set or something. Obviously, I don't actually think it's pronounced Cardor. So, should we draw or play that end of their turn? It only costs 1, so, like, we could see our draw step. I don't know if we have draws. I mean, if we draw the 6-drop, then we'll be pretty mad we didn't play it end of turn. We only have the 1 6-mana card in our deck. Oh, we have Doomscar Titan as well. So I'm going to bolt it in a turn in case we draw one of our 2 6-drops to slam. Definitely going to put the pick on the death knell because that gives it that key 3rd power. Well, I don't know if we're going to win or lose. It's a good game, but for a mull to 4, I'm happy to play a good game here. I mean, I don't know that we're going to win yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Like, I'm out of gas. If I draw good stuff from here, I can win. So if I attack with everything, they have their 2 blocks. I guess they're technically dead if they have nothing, if I go for it. Cardor counts itself, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's lethal on board. I mean, they have 2 cards in hand and 3 mana, but there's not a lot they could have. There are cards. Like, if they have the deal 5 to a tapped attacker, I lose because they killed the Cardor before the triggers. But I think I do want to go for it, right? If I don't, they have that land to sack. I mean, they had the option to sack the land. Oh, but then they would have only had 1 blocker, so they would have been dead on board, tapped out. Yeah. No, they wouldn't have. Yeah, they would have been. So, yeah, okay. So, I'm going to make them have something. I don't know. There's not a lot. They could have Depart the Realm or Iron Verdict. If they have nothing, they're dead. Hopefully they have nothing. Don't tap mana. You can crew. That doesn't matter. That doesn't change anything. Just don't tap mana. They have to let through one of my 3 creatures. The smallest is 2. Anything they block, they kill, which means they get drained for 1. So the key is just don't tap mana. That's what we need to happen to win on the multi-4. Don't tap mana. Don't do it. No! How do these people do it? How do they do it? I multi-4. How do they do it? Life isn't fair. Do I have outs? They're at 2. I have another car. They're going to go to 4 from the skate, though. I have another car door. I've got the Helms. I probably shouldn't hold 2 lands. Oh, I've got the 2 Shadow Sages, and I have 2 zombies out. If I rip really well, I could still win. And I have the Dread Rider. I mean, obviously if I draw lands, I'm going to lose. But if I draw like some combination of Cardor, Shadow Sages, Doomscar Titan, even that I have 3 Helms to give +2/+2 and Menace, like, this is still a winnable game. Obviously, if I draw lands, I'm going to lose for sure. But if I start ripping my better cards, this is definitely a winnable game. Well, you know, if you haven't played high-level Magic by the time of 40, Tues-Thurs, you could certainly be a good Magic player, but I would... Magic Pro is kind of a dicey career. Like, I probably wouldn't want to start at it that late in life. I'm not saying don't try and queue for the Pro Tour. You asked, like, if you could be, like, a Magic Pro or whatever. I mean, maybe it's possible, but I probably wouldn't start trying to be a Magic Pro at 40. So then, was I right? Cinquina? Is it just pronounced Cardor, like I said? Like, everybody argued with me, but we all know it's pronounced Cardor? Okay, so what am I going to do? Nothing. Just put out my Berserker. Pass. Can't attack, but... Again, we have draws like... You know, if I draw those Shadow Sages, Doomscar still looks decent. The Helms look decent. Like, I have plenty of decent draws, so... See what happens. I mean, if I draw one of my 2 Shadow Sages, it's going to drain for 3, right? 3 Berserkers, but it's not a Berserker. And then I can just attack and activate Dust Wielder for lethal. So I might be on a 2-outer for lethal if they don't have life gain or counters or removal. Which, you know, they have a couple cards. Who knows? Sad but true, Pyro Flamer. I do like to joke about LSV's luck, but I had, like, 2 pretty bad years in 2016 and 17. Like, fine pro years, but nothing special. I wouldn't have made MPL. And then in 2018, I ran super hot, so I did time my run goods quite well. So I guess I should joke about LSV's luck less. I don't want to be taking the hits for 4, but I don't want to deny myself the ability to draw Shadow Sage for the win. And if I chump the Craven Hulk, they get a card. But I'm okay with them getting a card, and I pretty much have to hope they flood. The thing is, I want to be able to draw Shadow Sage for the win. So and right now I have 3 Berserkers, and Shadow Sage is not a Berserker. So I think I have to take it here. Draw Shadow Sage, attack, and drain with Dusk Wielder for the win. Come on, Shadow Sage. 1 time. I deserve it on the multi-4. There's 2 of them. 2 of them. Another land? Come on, Dak. You're better than this. I can't really attack, right? I mean, I want to, but if I move the equip, just block with the 4/5. 2/1 trades are bad for me. Yeah, I can't attack. Does moving the equipment do anything? Not really. Yeah, this is so tight. I needed one more good spell to win this game. And I still have those 2 Shadow Sages. They were an out last turn. I don't know if they'll be an out next turn or not. Depends what else they have. Yeah, Duskwielder's a second elf, but these aren't elves. So if I lose my zombies, it only drains for 2. Right now it drains for 3 because Duskwielder's a berserker. So if I would have drawn it this turn since I didn't chump, I could have zapped them for 3 with these 3 creatures and then attack with Duskwielder and drained. If I lose the 2 zombies, it drains for 2, not 3. Or if I lose one of the zombies, for that matter, it drains for 2, not 3. Then I'll have 2 berserkers and 2 elves. So I can take it one more time in the hopes to top deck this turn. I mean, it might be my only play is to let myself top deck the 2 Shadow Sages. I don't know. I mean, if I chump, yeah, they're just going to swarm me to death with all these tokens and stuff. I think we're taking. Take it. Hope they don't have 2 damage. Removal. Hope we top deck Shadow Sage. That would be an epic win. I probably don't do full control enough to bluff, but I probably should. I don't think Doomscar is going to be enough. None of my creatures have Menace, and they have 4 blockers. So sadly, this would have won me the game, obviously, on some turns, like before they played the reinforcements, but I don't think that's going to do it here. I mean, we don't have anything else going on, and I'm dead to the flyer. It's not like I can chump. Yeah, it was a sick game. The Shadow Sages would have worked, and I had 2 of them, even on the last turn. Assuming this last card in their hand is a land or whatever. The 2 Shadow Sages were still lethal, just drain for 3 with the Berserkers and ping with the Duskwielder. Oh, the Vengeful Reaper was lethal too. Their flyers tapped. I actually had more outs. I could have put the pick on the Reaper, and that's 3 damage, and the Duskwielder's 4. So I actually had 3 outs every turn. The 2 Shadow Sages and the Vengeful Reaper. Yeah, it was sweet. Well, I wanted to be able to talk smack about being good enough to win on a Mul-to-4 while LSV's in the house, but sadly, all Hall of Famers get defeated with Moles to 4, I guess. Worst company to be in than LSV's. Thanks, Timnos. Maybe next time. Hopefully not. I can't even remember the last time I mulled to 4. I'm so anti-mulligan. Like, I genuinely cannot remember the last time I mulled to 4. I'm sure it happened, obviously, but, I mean, I just literally couldn't tell you. Hey, another strong Bloodski Berserker hand. 5 land with our 16 land deck. Oh, we still do have the best Hall of Fame class, no question. For me, LSV, and Yui are still offering a 3v3 challenge to any other Hall of Fame. You can even pick your best 3 of your class. You can't show up with all 5 if you have a 5-person Hall of Fame class, but you can pick your best 3. We're ready to throw down in 3v3s anytime. Let's see. Definitely not going to hold Draugr, and of course not going to play Disciple. I mean, I would never mull a hand like this. It's a 16-land deck. I just hope I draw spells. I mean, maybe somebody would mull it. I mean, like, the Czechs probably would. But I prefer just, like, you know, keep and lose to mull and lose. But to each their own. Is that only Reed Duke, Ephro? The one-person class? Yeah, my draws haven't been too pretty lately. Just, like, all month I've been drawing pretty bad, but it is what it is. LSV said I wouldn't mull, but I draw spells. I often do. So what are we going to do now? I can double pump, so I can kill both. So I guess I can just 5 them. And I'm not in a hurry to get the Disciple out since I want to trigger the Berserker. So I guess this turn's actually pretty easy. I need to pump once pre-combat, so they can't block it with one creature. But there's no reason to show them that I have the second pump. Maybe they'll not realize it. But we need 4 lands out. So let's play a land. pump to a 4-power menace, the key being menace, so that if they want to kill it, they have to double block. And then I'm going to attack, and if they take it or double block, I'm going to pump either way. I'd rather hold the Disciple so I can double spell if I ever draw a spell again and trigger the Berserker. And if they double block, okay, I'll pump, then I get 5 power, and I'll take the 2 for 1. I mean, I'm still probably going to lose, given I have no spells in hand, but certainly not going to get more value out of that card than that. I don't know if they realized I could +1/+0 it again or not. Okay, no real choices. That's going to kill a creature with power less than it, so I certainly am not incentivized to play the Helm and grow this to a 3/3. They'll just tap and kill it anyway, but it can't kill a 4/4. I will say, I stand by my position on Bloodski in exactly Black-Red, but I'm not helping its win percentage on 17 lands with these games. I've drawn it and not won the games, and it hasn't been good. Of course, my hands have been awkward. I got stuck on 3 the one time, I got flooded this time. Like, if I just drew a normal number of lands and cheap spells, it would have been good in these games. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Probably just land Doomscar attack, right? I mean, they can chump, but I can't really stop that. And I don't really see a reason to hold the Doomscar. Too many ifs. Like, if I draw a reasonable number of lands and spells, that's a pretty big if. Well, yeah, the Doomscar doesn't have Menace, though, right? So they could chump that. The zombie token is Menace, but if they wanted to chump the Doomscar with the Disciple, they could have. But whatever, I mean, there's not really much reason to foretell this. It costs 5 to bring off foretell anyway. It's not like I'm really going to give another creature haste. Like, if I draw a land, I guess I could give my 1/1 +1/+0 in haste. Okay, so I think no reason to be cute. I'm just going to card door pre-combat so I get the extra life and then attack. I mean, I don't know if they're holding stuff or not in this spot, but if they have removal, I mean, these creatures are attacking this turn. Cardor and the 2 4/4s, they're all pretty equivalent in value. So I think I just play it pre-combat, attack with my 4/4s. If they kill the Cardor, then they're not killing a current attacking 4/4. If they have to trade their 4/4 flyer for it, I'm cool with that. If they don't, then maybe I get an extra point of life if they kill one of these in combat with a pump spell or the deal 5 to a tapped creature or something like that. The extra point matters. I'm at 8. If I gain a single extra 1, that's an extra turn before the angel kills me. Hopefully I'll get that 1 from this Disciple having to attack, but just saying. They're never going to discard the removal, so Disciple first is just giving them information there. You definitely don't want to Disciple first in this exact spot. There are spots similar to this where you would Disciple first, but like if they're holding like, you know, a removal spell there, they're not going to discard they're not going to discard it, right? Like ever. It's just not going to happen. All right, so they're at 6, so I think I can just block with Cardor. If they play removal on Cardor, I untap, put the Helm on the Titan, and that's lethal. If they don't have anything, I don't want to lose my 1/1 for no reason. So I think this block is good. I'm sure let's go to Tahiti that I cannot. So they're dead if they don't have anything else. Well, now they're not necessarily dead. Although it's still not bad for me, actually. Like, if they didn't have that way down, they were dead on board. Now I have to put the Helm on, like, the Titan and attack. I can attack with both, because they have to double block the Titan. They'll kill it, they'll lose both, they'll go to 4. If I put the Helm on the Disciple, that's just, like, a million times worse, right? So, this isn't really a choice. I can send along the 1/1, because they have to block the 6/6 Menace with both creatures. I kill both. I lose my only last good creature, but I kill both of theirs. Like I said, not really a choice. Hopefully they're out of gas. Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Sweet. That was a nice win for a 5-lander being super flooded. And they played turn 4 Fear's Retribution. Not that I'm patting myself on the back or anything. Alright, let's see. So So they have Fierce's Retribution, Feed the Serpent. This isn't like the last deck where they're just mostly ground pounders. I don't think I want the 3/7. Do I want to change anything? I mean, these Final Masters aren't the most exciting on the draw, but I'm only playing one anyway. And they seem okay against them. Wither Crown could be a good answer to the 4/4 flyer. It takes it to 0 power right away, so then it can't kill anything. Maybe I want a Wither Crown here. Just as an answer to the potential Fierce's Retribution, because it shuts off its ability to tap and destroy things, too. I don't know what I'd even board out. I could board out, like, a Pick, or the Kennel Master, or the Dusk Wielder, I guess. This is draft 2. We got one more of these traditional... This is match 2, draft 2. We're halfway through the day. I feel like Wither Crown is okay. Well, everything dies to Angel. I mean, most things that I have. But I do think the Wither Crowns are pretty good against Fierce's Retribution. I'll try them. I'll take out, like, one Pick and one drop and bring in the 2 Wither Crowns. They're good against big green creatures, and they're good against the Retribution. If I turn that thing into a 0/4, it can't tap to kill anything, and then it doesn't hit me for any with Double Strike. I'll try the Wither Crowns on the draw. If they don't perform well this game when I'm on the play and I want to be more aggressive, I may take them back out. I haven't actually checked the information yet since I've been streaming. When the stream is over, I'll go on Twitter and check the messages. Okay, obviously we'll just discard a land, 2 swamps, 2 mountains. I don't think it really matters. I mean, we have all black cards, so I guess I'll discard a mountain. We'll still have double red. I mean, 100% you're discarding a land here. The only decision is swamp or mountain. Now it's closer. I mean, I certainly could discard a land, because I'm very likely to get the land 4 I need for Cardor off the pick. I mean, they don't have a block, they can chump. Wither Crown's not looking good, but if the game does go long, Wither Crown can be game-winning if I get them a little low and I slip it on a big creature. This is a tougher spot. I mean, I'm not going to discard the pick since I have the Berserker, and I'm not going to discard the Doomscourge, the Cardor, because it's the best card in my hand. The question is, do I discard a land or Wither Crown? I think I'm going to discard Swamp, because I'm greedy. But I could definitely see an argument for Wither Crown. I mean, there's no targets for it. But since I have the pick, and I have, my draw steps, I think I'm going to discard Swamp. I tend to be pretty greedy in these kind of spots, because, if you get stuck on lands, I have a lot of cheap cards in my deck. I'll probably find other stuff to do. If I flood, that's, a really bad situation. If I get stuck on lands, it might not be ideal, but I'll probably have other stuff to do. I don't know if LSV's still around, but I'm curious if he would discard Wither Crown or Swamp there if he is. But generally, when it comes to discarding, I'll pretty aggressively discard lands in spots like that. All right, I'm going to discard Wither Crown now. I think it's close with that in Disciple. Obviously, I'm not going to discard Cardor. But if I clear out their stuff, then it may be useful. This turn, clearly no attacks, because I'm just going to eat their creatures when they attack back. Yeah, that was a interesting spot. I mean, game 1 was really good. That game was weird. Playing for the 2-1. Can't complain after that mull to 4 in round 1. Well, it's not an always or never by any means, Rotten Drive. But, yes, Constructed is more punishing. In Limited, if you stall on lands and your deck is mostly cheap spells, then you probably have other stuff to do, and then you probably draw lands sooner or later. In Constructed, if you stall on lands and your opponent starts casting Planeswalkers and 5-drops, then it doesn't matter if you draw lands later. It's too late and you've lost. So missing land drops in Constructed is more punishing than missing them in Limited. All right, we're going to start with a mulligan again. That's been a theme here. You know, those 2-color aggro decks with a dual land and 16 lands tend to flood and screw every game. Probably just put back the Helm. Even though it's like a really good card, I only have 2 lands and I have 3 Helms, so I think I just put back my 5-drop. Remember, I can cast this if I'm stuck on 2. I'll probably play the Berserker first, but then I can play the... Actually, maybe I'll actually foretell the Reinforcements first if I haven't drawn land 3 yet by turn 3, because this is a better late-game card when I might have ways to enhance it, and this will give me 2 next turn. Okay, but if I draw the land, then I play the Berserker, because next turn, I'm not... I want to get a creature in play, because I'm not going to be playing the foretell. I'm going to be playing the 3/2 haste. So, if I did draw a land, right, if I put the Berserker out, I have a 2/2 to potentially attack next turn, 1/2/2, and then I could foretell next turn. If I foretell this turn, next turn I get 2 2/2s, so I catch back up and get the second creature in play earlier. So I think the right play was to play the Berserker when I did, if I drew land 3, because then I'm going to play the Breakneck on turn 3, and to play the Reinforcements on turn 2 if I didn't draw land 3 by turn 2, because then I'm planning for the stall, and I want to put out the 2/2/1s on turn 3, because I don't have land 3 to cast the 3-drop. And definitely attack here. Yeah, I might have missed 1 point of drain, you know, with the car door later. Who cares? You know, this is a favorable trade, a 3/2 for a 3/3, and it helps clear the way for the 2/2 and the 2/1s and so on. You don't, like, not trade because you might get 1 point of life 2 turns from now if everything goes right. Okay, so now we have to choose between Disciple and the Reinforcements. I think it's Disciple since we drew the pick. That can get us a treasure, then we have land 4. I would never count the pick as like a whole land. Like, if my deck feels to me like it's between 16 and 17 and I have 2 picks, I'm going to play 16. If it feels like a deck that wants 17, I'm still going to play 17. You know what I mean? Like this is a deck where I look at, I would like to play 16, but I might go to 17, so I'm going to play 16 and 2 with 3 picks. But I would never cut a land, like a whole land, because I had a pick. Okay, so I think I'm going to equip the pick and attack. If I get the treasure, that can unlock my 4-mana cards. If my Disciple trades with a 3/2, that's a trade-up. If they chump with a 1/1, they're chump blocking. Not really under that much pressure. If they take it and swing back, I'm taking 5, I'm at 19. I can always play 2/2/1s or a 4/4 next turn. Well, some of the aggro decks are closer between 15 and 16, too. Like, this deck has a lot of 4-mana cards, and it has 3 Draugr's Helm. Like, this deck is closer to 17 than 15, right? But, like, sometimes your red-white aggro decks are, like, all 1 and 2s and a few 3s, a couple of 4s, and then you're closer to 15 than 17. Like, you might usually play 16 in those decks, but if your deck is, like, mostly 2s and 3s and maybe a couple 4s, then it's probably closer to 15 than 17, so if you have 2 picks, maybe you can go to 15. Okay, I think for now we'll just play the Helm, make our 4/4. Obviously, we want to get our big body out that can eat something before we card door, so hopefully they don't have any removal. If they just play like a random creature and then we card door them, it's pretty good. What are they foretelling at this stage in the game? Is that like a struggle? I guess there's no real struggle targets right now. I mean, the 2/1s... I kind of want them out before Cardor so that I can attack back for 4. They're not really blocking much. What could that foretell card be? It could be Poison the Cup, but then they should have just poisoned the 4/4 and hit. I mean, maybe they really want the Scry. It could definitely be Struggle, because there's no good Struggle targets. It could be Jarl to finish off the 4/4, but then why wouldn't they attack? I don't know. I think I'm going to make the 2/1s first, because that might be like Jarl or Struggle or something. I think I'm just going to chill. I mean, Cardor technically does a little more the more that's out. It's not like I'm playing and chill indefinitely. But I think I'll wait 1 turn and then probably play the Cardor, unless I draw something better to do. Yes, Mass Vandal is 100% main deckable in this format, and Broken Wings is main deckable, but I don't always main it. If I have like plenty of other removal, I probably won't main deck a Broken Wings. I will always main deck a Mass Vandal. Always. There is a... Oh, sorry, Jarl. There is a pronunciation button, yeah. Alright, so they had to attack with everything, so let's just line up our best blocks. I don't know if they have Tricks, Jarl, Removal, Jarl, whatever. 4-4 on 3-2, 1-1 on 3-1. I guess I could, like, 4-3 on 1-3. The 2-1s on 1-1s are interesting, because the 2-1s can hit now, but they can't really do more than that. Oh, yeah, but I've got the Helm, so I don't want to trade off all the little bodies. But if I'm going to do this... Do I maybe just put the 2-2-1s on the 1-3 so Cardor doesn't die to Jarl? If they finish off Cardor, they finish off Cardor. It's done its job, I would say, at this point. And I'll get all the dead attacker triggers first. Plus, like, if they finish off Cardor, they're not finishing off the Helm token. It's whatever. I don't want to trade these little bodies. If I didn't have the Helm, I might have traded some 2-1s for some 1-1s there to get the drain. But the thing is, I want to have bodies floating around, because these could be 4-3 menaces, which will make them much harder to deal with, since I have the Draugr's Helm. I'm still guessing this is struggle, based on the way this game is played, because they haven't really had good opportunities to struggle. Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have killed the Mass Vandal. That did not work out well at all. I mean, I don't know if I could have really put them on this on common specifically, but that worked out very poorly for me. Well, what are you going to do? I'm going to hold the rune because I have a lot of equipment. 3 picks, 3 helms. Although there's one of each in exile at the moment thanks to their Masked Vandal. But they didn't mill any. The car door is ajar for sure. I wish I didn't kill that Masked Vandal pretty badly. What's going on here? I mean, I have a free kill, take 10, gain 1, so I'd be at 6. Guess it makes me have to block that sooner. Well, now that I don't have the equipment, I guess I could trade some 2-1s for 1-1s and get the drain. Then I don't have them to block. Oh yeah, this is not going well now. This is not going well. I mean, this is a free kill plus a drain. And then maybe make like a trade so I still have 6 power out for the Vorinclex next turn. Not great, but at least I can trade Cardor for the Vorinclex if they don't have anything. No, I just missed a point. I could have put the pick there and then use the this mana and move it over. I just missed a point. Yuck. I still don't know what this card is. I mean, I guess it could still be struggle, because they... Oh, no, they would struggle Vorinclex on Cardor. Yeah, I don't know what that card is. Oh, I guess, okay, if they're splashing, it could be Behold or something. Could just be a splash color card. Obviously, I didn't know they were splashing yet. But they just played an Ice Tunnel. I mean, we still don't know. They could just be playing that for a tap Snow Swamp, but... We literally, they milled a bunch of stuff. All we saw were blue, green, and black cards. It's the Reanimator spell? Oh, they already played that. I guess they could have another one. That would be kind of ugly. I think I'm pretty dead. I'm at 2, they're at 17. Should I gain life or drain? Not the toughest decision. I can't win from here. Like, I'm chumping. Like, what am I drawing? Like, they have all this business. Well, I guess I'll see their last card. Yeah, it was Behold. Alright, so... They've got a bunch of little 1-1s. And then they've got like Lindworm, they've got Mass Vandals. This is actually a pretty rough matchup for me, I think. I could definitely see Dread Rider again. I could see myself draining them out. Maybe I like that card too much. Hagra Mob looks decent in this matchup. I don't think giving +1/+0 indestructible is going to be super useful, so as usual, I think I'm going to take out my Fennel Master. The equipment should perform well against little creatures. Oh, this card looks awful in this matchup. I mean, it's a good card in my deck. Well, actually, with 6 equipment, I might just need the bodies. So the Hagra Mob, I think I want. I'll just leave the Dread Rider out. I don't think I want to take a Helm out. Like, even though they have the Vandal, like, maybe they just won't draw it. I mean, we don't know how many they have. And, like, maybe I'll draw 2 or whatever. I mean, I can't cut all my equipment because I have 6. Like, that's the kind of stuff that gets weird when you have open deck lists. Because, like, if I knew they had 3 Vandals and I had, like, 2 equipment, I would board my equipment out. But, like, I have 6 equipment, and, like, I don't know how many Vandals they have. I don't want Crown in this matchup because they have all those 1/1s and stuff. I brought it in last time because it's so good against the Angel from Fierce's Retribution. Because, you know, that kills a creature and then does 8, or Wither Crown completely stops it. I know they played a Lindworm, but I need to just be, like, attacking and equipping and trying to get ahead. And then I can beat them with Menace or Removal. Like, I have a Poison the Cup, I have the Shadow Sages to drain people out, I have several Menace things, 3 Helms. It depends how late game a card it is Incredible back, but the general heuristic for splashing is 3 for a light splash, like 1 to 2 cards. Well, I would hope so, Whisper. I mean, I guess it'd be weird cheating if you put a card in Foretell that wasn't a Foretell card, because if you ever played it, they'd be like, that's not a Foretell card, and if you just left it there forever, it would just be sitting in exile, but, like, there could be a reason to want to get a card out of your hand or something. Like, if your opponent was going to make you discard a card and then had something that reanimated from your graveyard or something like that. So I don't really want to attack and trade. The 2/5 stops it, and then I can card door later, so I think I just play that. I don't know if I want to drain or gain 1. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm on the play, so I drained, but whether I want to gain 1 or deal 1 right now, I have no idea. This would not be a good bluff. Well, what are they afraid of? If I run amok, it's still just a 1/1. They gain their 3 life, and they work through the run amok. This would not be a good situation to bluff. Plus, I have the 2/5 to eat the 3/1, thanks to Cardor. What I don't want to do is discard any of the cards in my hand, but I think it's going to be the Helm, given I know they have Mass Vandal access. So if I Cardor now, 2/5 on 3/1, 3/2 on 3/3, 4/3 on 1/1, yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Then I can start attacking. Hold the car door. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Whisper Me Maya. Yeah, good point. Because it definitely affects, like, attacks and stuff. Like, if I foretell... let's say I'm at 2, and you have 3 creatures that have 2 power, and I have 2, and I foretell a card, you're probably not going to go for the alpha, because, like, obviously I have something. If it was a creature, it'd be in play. If it's a removal, I can blow you out, whatever. I mean, you're right. Yeah, that's the reason. All right, we'll take the free kills. They killed Cardor, but that's fine. Still get the 2 free kills. We won't get the life points, but can't complain, right? Now we have choice. We can use 4 mana or 3. If we use the 3, we get an extra 3 damage. It's close. I don't think I can really expect the 2/1s to attack into the Packmate unless I poison the cup it. So I think I just want the extra damage. Obviously, like, you really want to focus on spending all your mana unlimited. But in this exact case, it's a race we're winning. We're ahead on board. I think I'm more interested in getting in 3 now from the Berserker than putting out 2/2/1s that might get blanked. If they play a second creature with 3 toughness, I can't attack with them next turn. I have 1 removal. This Berserker can force a trade, and then maybe I get to have the Poison the Cup for Vorinclex or Lindworm or something big. Yeah, that was nice, but we don't know that they don't have more Vandals. Heck, they can get their Vandal now if they want to with this King Narfi's Betrayal. So they're going to get, like, whatever. It's a creature only, I think, or creature or planeswalker, so they're going to get, like, nothing good from me. Elderfang Disciple, I guess. And then what are they getting from them? They've got the Vandal, the U. Faithful. So if I poison, I hit them for 8. They're at 6. So if I draw a land, I probably just attack with all 3. I mean, it's not like I even have to kill the Packmate to be able to attack with the 2/5. Those would only bounce. Either way, I'm just going to attack with all 3 and hold on to Poison the Cup. I mean, it's clearly better to add 4 to 5 power plus Haggard ability. You know, either add 4 power with reinforcements or 5 with the mob, than to spend only 2 mana and Poison the Cup next turn. I think the only way I would consider Poison the Cup is if I draw a 2-drop. I think if I don't draw a land or a 2-drop, it's reinforcements. If I draw a land, it's mob. I think if I draw a 2-drop, then it's maybe Poison the Cup and the 2-drop. Then it gets close. I don't know, Captain. I mean, I know, like, I had some internet problems last week. I mean, I know, like, you know, all over Twitch has been and stuff, you know, probably because of the winter storms. Okay, so do I want to drain first here? Berserker, Cleric, Berserker, Elf Cleric, Elf Cleric. So it's draining for 2? No, I'd rather just play Reinforcements this turn. Those are both Berserkers as well, so I'm going to get more drain later, I think. Plus, I'm adding more power to the board. I should probably look what they exiled. Disciple and Berserker. See, Bloodski Berserker's broken. They played King Narfi's Betrayal and they chose to exile it. I rest my case. No further questions. Alright, so pretty clearly I think we're going to discard Haggard Mob. I mean, it's a good card, but we're pretty far ahead. We're hoping to drain them out. So, Shadow Sage now is doing, what, 3? Or I could, like, poison the 3/3 and put the Doomscar on Foretell. That seems better to me. And then I want the untapped land for the Doomscar next turn. Life is good. Looks like we'll get a game 3, match 3 here. If they can beat this, they deserve it. I'm only presenting 4 lethal threats next turn, so. I mean, I've never done, like, the math on it, Saletche. I do much better prize-wise in best of 3, but I think that's because of the effect that, like, win rate gets magnified when you play a 3-game match instead of 1. Like, if you're 60% to win each game, you're 66% to win a best 2 out of 3. And then also, like, it's not, like I said, ranked pairings. So instead of getting paired against all mythics, where I'm probably, like, you know, 53 or 55% or something, probably not higher than that against all other mythics and some diamonds, you know, you just play the general population at large, and then I'm going to have a higher win rate per game. Okay, so we're on the draw. Still mostly grindy stuff. I don't think I want the Wither Crowns. I don't think I really want to change much, except maybe Dread Rider to drain them out on the draw. I mean, it actually does sound pretty good in this matchup. Do I have any, like, bad 1 toughness creatures? Not really. I mean, Disciple's not great. Maybe I'll take out Disciple against them. it's supposed to match by record in the draft, but not like by like rating. Like you're not supposed to have like this isn't ranked play. So I'm more likely to get paired against somebody else who's 1-1 because I'm 1-1 in this draft before this match. But I'm not. It shouldn't have anything to do with my mythic or diamond or my like hidden rating or whatever. Yeah, like, no matter how good you are, when you're playing in Mythic, you can only have such a high win rate, right? Like, you're playing against all other good players. So if I attack, they can attack back, but I think that's worth it. Not really worried if they want to pay 2, and if they want to trade, like, if they take it, I get my treasure, I can play my 5 drops next turn. If they trade, they don't get to boast. If they want to attack and boast, they only have 2 to work with. I'm playing 5 drops. I'm an aggro deck. I think I'm cool with that. I have, like, I definitely net gems in best of 3. Like, there's no question. Whenever I'm playing a lot of best of 3, my gems just very slowly tick up. And whenever I'm playing a lot of best of 1, my gems go down. Sometimes quickly if I'm on a bad run, sometimes slowly if I'm doing well. But I generally bleed gems in best of 1 and net gems in best of 3. I think we probably want to play the mob. Helm sweet, but the longer we hold on to it, the more likely they'll put a mass vandal in play if they have it. And then also, they might have 1 toughness creatures that we want to ping. Plus, it's just 1 more power and not much advantage to playing the Helm over the mob. We lose the ability to ping and we lose 1 more power. Well, that looks like a good draw. I mean, I know they have Vorinclex. So, I mean, I can bolt the U, and I can play Helm to grow the Berserker, and I'm going to have a really good turn. They're going to get to search for Vorinclex. I'm not worried about the race. Like, if they play it, then attack, that's fine. They'll have a 6/6, but Hagra Mob will be able to attack and ping it. Plus, I have the Helm out, so I think I'm going to do it. I think I go aggro. I'm not sure. Hopefully the Vorinclex is already in their hand, so they don't get as much value, but nothing more exciting than killing your opponent's Rootless U when you know they have a broken rare. Oh, they have a second super busted 6/6, but it's not much different at the moment. Obviously, this card, Burning Rune Demon, is a lot better than Vorinclex, but like in this situation, I'm on the aggressive, and they're both just going to be 6/6 blockers for the most part next turn. No, yeah, I know they were going to get something. I was half joking about the value. This is like an aggressive tempo type game where I'm going to try and kill them before they can empty their hand. If they cast every card in their hand, I'm 0% to win. But as you can see, they had no block that turn, so their choice was to chump block with a 3/2 to save 5. They could either sack the 3/2 and be at 12, or take the 9 and be at 7. So, I'm going aggressive because these give menace, this drains, and they have 7 cards in hand. So I need to get aggressive and try and end this game quickly. I mean, they might be dead here. Like, if I play 2 spells, and this will have to be double blocked, then this hits. I can ping, I can drain, like, if they only play 1 spell, they might be dead on board. Like, if they play a 6-mana 6/6 here. But this is a situation, this is a classic, like, obviously if they have the one that gains 4, then it's a lot tighter, but this is a classic who's the beatdown type situation. Like, I have to be aggro, because if they put all their cards in play and I put all my cards in play, I stand no chance. But I'm ahead on board and I'm ahead on life, so if I can finish the game before they can deploy all their resources, then I can win, right? Alright, so I don't have any removal. So what are my options? If I put the Helm on the Berserker and then they double block it, I can't kill both even with the ping. If I put the Helm on the Hagra Mob and they double block it, I trade it for both, so that's somewhat appealing. I've got access to 8 mana, so I can, like, put the Helm on the mob, ping, play the other Helm. I think this isn't going to be too amazing, but I think I just put the Helm on the mob and attack. I don't think since they gained the 4, I can super duper pressure them. But they either take 7 now or lose both creatures, so that's a good exchange. So I need to ping the 6/6. So I guess it doesn't matter. If I ping the 3/2, then it would only assign 1 to that. So I have a profitable turn. But similar to what I was talking about with the, like, who's the beatdown type stuff, I'm not actually looking to 2-for-1 them. I'm looking to kill them before they dump their hand. But now they have to play 2 blockers. I mean, they're not dead now. They can play the 1/6/6. But then I can Helm and I can hit. We'll see. This is going to be tight. Oh, yeah, we know their hand is gas. We know if they dump their hand and play, I lose. Like, we know that I need to sneak in 20 before they can put all their cards out. But it might be possible. It depends what they have. If they don't have removal, like, maybe they don't have a good double block or something. Like, it just depends. I mean, that's obviously not good for me. Although that's good for me, though. So now I can play the pick and the Shadow Sage and then attack, and they either take the hard hit or double chump block, so that looks good. I need to do it all pre-combat. Oh, I actually have enough mana. I don't even have to play Shadow Sage. I just play the Draugr's Helm, which is definitely better. I get the extra creature in play. I just needed to double spell. That was the key here. Because now they have... This has Menace, so they either have to take 7 or double chump block. This is like we're leveraging life for cards. Like, they didn't want to trade a 6/6 and a 3/2 for a 5/4, but they didn't want to go to 3. Now they don't want to trade both these. They don't want to double chump block, but if they take it, they go to 4, and then these are both potentially threatening lethal. So we're kind of leveraging their life total to force into card advantage. That's what we're doing. We're creating card advantage by threatening their life total. Bloodski Berserker is such a ridiculous bomb on common that it gets Menace when you double spell until end of turn. For the record, that was a joke because LSV in the Berserker debates. I would never, in a black-red aggro deck, which is like the only time Bloodski Berserker is like really, really good. I mean, it's really good in black-white too, but black-white's just a pretty bad archetype. But in a black-red aggro deck, I would definitely take Demon Bolt and like feed the Serpent over Berserker. Berserker is not that good. The question is like Berserker or Axeguard Cavalry. The question is not Berserker or Demon Bolt or Feed the Serpent. Good removal like Demon Bolt and Feed the Serpent, even if you're already black-red aggro, the good removal is better. But you can see Bloodski is performing way better than most 2-drops this game. Imagine another 2-drop winning me this game if I do win. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but if I do win, look at Bloodski Berserker compared to an average 2-drop. Alright, let's see. So, I can't give Menace, because I can't double spell pre-combat, but I don't need to, of course. If I move the 2 picks over here, they have to double block it. So that looks pretty good, because I don't necessarily want to even double spell this turn. I don't mind holding one in case I draw something to double spell and give this Menace, or even holding both to give it Menace. And this will be a 5/5, so they won't have any blocks. If they take the 9, I play the Shadow Sage, and then they can't get it with the Faithful. So that looks good. So I think we move over the picks now. Now if they want to kill the zombie token and gain their 3 life, they lose both. I think that's the best we can do. Yeah, we have 1 red-black Snow Duel that comes into play tapped and 1 like Snow Mountain or Swamp. I think it's a mountain, but for sure I have 2 snow lands. 1 snow basic and then 1 black-red tap duel. don't think this matters, because wherever I put it, they can just kill that one, but just in case they don't Masked Vandal this turn, I guess I'm more likely to want it on the Berserker. They milled my Poison the Cup. I'm not happy about that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain, Disciple, but it's a hard thing to explain. It's like they were way up in cards, but I've been leveraging their life total and forcing them to 2-4 on themselves. Remember, even like, I guess they killed something with the Vandal, but they literally had to double chump block that one turn and didn't even kill a creature. So, like, we've been kind of undoing their card advantage. We've been kind of leveraging their life total into costing them cards. Yeah, they're down to 15 cards left in their deck. I don't know if they still have Return the Tide. Hopefully that got milled. It didn't. Alright, so now they have 5 power, so this almost looks automatic. Just put the pick on the Berserker and attack, since it's a 6/6. It won't be Menace. They can chump it with just one creature, but I don't have any other possible profitable options. I think I'm going to hold the Shadow Sage so that I can trigger the Berserker by double spelling when I'm ready to get in again. Maybe I can deck them. If I make them throw away enough resources. I wish I didn't lose the Poison the Cup, because I do need to deal with the 6/6 flyer. Potentially. Maybe I can force them to trade it off. Because this is going to put them down to, like, 13 cards left in their deck. They milled 6. If they milled a lot of spells and not that many lands, and they had to chump and double chump and stuff, maybe I can run them out of resources if I draw spells. It'd be nice if I had more removal. Yeah, I don't know. They've done a lot of vandaling. I really don't want to give them either of those, but I assume it has to be Feed the Serpent. They get back Lindworm if I give them Return. That seems worse for me. Choose a card to put in your opponent's hand. Yeah, because they lose the other one, so that's more resources gone. Okay, so I can double spell. I mean, that only turns it into an 8/8 Menace, so it's still not killing both. Berserker. Or no, not Berserker. Berserker. So if I double spell and attack with both, they either go to 1, or if they want to eat the Draugr, or they double block the Bloodski. So that's pretty appealing. I guess I can move the pick. That will show them I don't have a way to deal the final point, but if I put them to 2, I may have outs. Grimdraugr can't get Menace because I didn't draw my Snowlands, unfortunately. I think I like that, though. I'm going to give them the ability to eat my Draugr if they want to go to 2, because then I have the ability to drain them, like, out. And otherwise, I'm only trading with the 6/6 anyway. So I like this line. If I put them to 2, then I can top deck, like, Shadow Sage for the win, maybe Doomscar Titan. Like, I only have 17 cards in my deck, and I have another Cardor. Like, I have a couple outs. So I moved the pick so that I could get in the max damage if they chose to double block the Bloodski. Or they could eat the Draugr for free, but then they had to take the 7 from the Bloodski and go to 2 life. So that's what we did there. Now that also we're through Return and the Demon, like, they only have Vorinclex to win with, potentially. I mean, obviously I don't know every card in their deck, but there's only 7 lands in play. 8, 9, 10, 11. Definitely possible we can deck them. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I mean, maybe I'll just draw Doomscar Titan this turn, and maybe I'll kill them or something. But decking them is definitely on the table, I would say. Okay, so we know they have Feed. Does that matter? I can move the pick to the death knell. They'll just block it with the 4/4. I don't see how I have an attack right now. I can give this menace so that they have to feed it, but I might be better off just letting them hold the feed and sandbagging the snow-covered mountain. I'm not even sure. Because, like, if I put Goldville pick on Berserker, I can't attack with it. They'll just block it with a 4/4. If I attack with the Draugr with menace, then they can trade, like, their 4/4 for it, which is really just a 2/2, and then they can move the helm. I don't think I'm attacking. I think I'm just going to sandbag the mountain so they don't know I have the ability to give menace. Maybe they'll tap out for Vorinclex or something. But I'm just going to pass the turn. I mean, I maybe should have moved the pick over to the Berserker. I was too focused on the attack. Not attacking, I think, here is spot on. I think this is definitely right. But I probably should have moved the pick to the Death Knell Berserker. Thanks, Jim Belias. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting it. Appreciate everybody who tunes in and everybody who subscribes and spreads the word and supports my stream. Y'all are the best. Oh yeah, if they didn't have Mass Vandals, if those were just like any other 2-drop, this game would be super over. They killed like 3 good equipment or something. Look at my exile pile. A pick and 2 helms. Thanks for the subscription, Anderth Light. Really do appreciate the support. I'm not scared of the discard because it's just a land. Like, whatever. Like, yes, the menace could be relevant, but they already had to feed the Serpent. I think it was more likely to be relevant that they would, like, choose not to kill something and play Vorinclex, and then maybe I steal a win or something like that. Then they play, like, the discard thing and make me discard my land. Like, whatever. Alright. Clearly, I think we'll put that on the pick. Well, it's a point short of lethal, right? But I can just hit them for 4 in the air. I mean, well, this already has haste. So I do have the option to put the pick on, like, the Death Knell and attack with all 3. In which case, they're at 3. They can trade... This will be a 4/3? So they can trade the 4/4 and I get a zombie or chump it. So I'm definitely playing Reaper and I'm definitely attacking. I'm not worried like if they somehow sneaky kill me on the return or something. The question is, because they have to block, like they have to lose one of these. So the only way they could kill me would involve cards in their hand, and I'm fine with that. But the question is, what's my best option? I could just hit them with the Reaper for 4 and then put the pick on the Berserker, and then I have a double block on the Vorinclex. They could take 4, but then they would still have to block on something. Well, no, they could. Yeah, they could take 4. From this, but then this is getting through and killing them. So like, if I put the like pick on the Death Knell and I attack with all 3, they can't take 4 because they would be taking 2 from the Reaper. That would be 6. They'd be dying. It's really close. If they don't have anything, I force them to block. And don't forget, I get a 2/2 zombie on tapped, so I'll have a blocker. I mean, they don't have to kill this. They could put 4/4 on 2/5 and 2/2 on 4/3. But then, like, they only have 10 in play, not 11. I know I can... One line is play Reaper, put pick on it, hit, and then move pick over to Berserker. Another line is put pick on Berserker, and then I can attack with, like, Berserker and Reaper, or Berserker, Reaper, and Sage. And all the different lines have different strengths and weaknesses. It's really, really close. I'm trying to explain them, but also the rope. But I die to a point of damage, but I haven't seen that, right? Like, I don't think I saw a point in the previous 2 games. I think forcing this trade is good for me, right? They still die in the air next turn to the Reaper if they don't have anything. I can put the pick on it next turn. So I think I'm just going to attack with everything. Unless I'm, like, missing something. They can't on-tap with 11 power without having a trick here. Like, they can put Berserker on the 4/3 and lose it, and then 4/4 on 2/5, but then they have a 10 in play. Or they can put 4/4 on the 4/3, but then I get a 2/2 zombie, and they have 10 in play. I can't see how they can on-tap with 11 without a trick like this. If they have a trick, they win, but I'm fine with that. Because if they had a trick like, you know, whatever, how am I winning? I mean, I guess I could have played around Snakeskin Veil, but we didn't see Snakeskin Veil though the previous like games, I don't think. Don't tap mana. Don't do it. Okay, so far so good. 10's not 11. 10's not 11. This has been a great game. No, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. Boo. Yeah, I could have moved the pick for a blocker, maybe. Just to purposely kill this. But part of what I was trying to do there was get the free kill, because I'm forcing them to play D, right? Like, there's no guarantee I can kill them next turn or anything. Like, they could just have a sorcerer. They could just have a Feed the Serpent or something in their hand and kill the Vengeful Reaper, or play a Reach Creature or a Flyer. Thanks, Ben AMTG. It's close. There's ups and downs to both lines. If you know they have nothing, my line creates the most value. Like, it's not like it's a free roll. Like, it's not like, why not just hold it back? Like, forcing them to lose their creature and get no value is good. Like, sending the Shadow Sage either deals 2 damage or forces them to lose their 2/2 for, like, just a chump block. It creates value. But if I want to play around a trick, I can. So the question is really, did we see that trick? Did we see Snakeskin Veil? Did we see the +2/+0? You know, like, we can choose whether we want to miss, like, a potential free kill or 2 damage to play around that or not. If they have nothing, the Reaper wins in 2 turns, but what if they have, like, a Feed the Serpent or something? It's an incredibly tight game, because they couldn't feed then. Yeah, but I didn't want to free kill my Death Knell Berserker for them. The point of the, like, that line is that they have to, like, you know, if they have an answer for the 2/3, I still have, like, my other 2 threats, and they have to, like, hold back, and, like, I wasn't trying to kill my Death Knell Berserker for them. Even if that would work, I wasn't trying to do that. I maxed value assuming they had nothing, and left myself dead to a trick. We talked about it. I don't know if it was optimal or not. It was a choice. Okay, so I think Halvar is better than Clarion Spirit. Sword of the Realms is really good. This card's deceptive, because you play Halvar when you have other equipment out or you're short creatures. You play Sword of the Realms most of the time. Sword of the Realms is near busted. Not even near, it really is just busted. It means that they can't trade with the creature, and the creature has Vigilance, so, like, they just lose, basically. Binding and Clarion Spirit are good, too, and Demon Bolt. This is a really nice pack. Yeah, no, it could definitely have been right to take the conservative line there. I'm not saying it definitely wasn't. I mean, like I said, I think it was extremely close. But most of the cards you put in their hand, like, could beat me anyway. Like, but I could definitely beat a Pump Spell. If I chose to just hit with the Reaper and hold my stuff back, I beat a Pump Spell. Now, I might lose to Feed the Serpent anyway, because they can remove Shadow Sage and stuff like that. But, so I could definitely have beaten a Pump Spell if I wanted to play around it. So, after this, we'd like to play White-Red Equipment. We're certainly not going to force it. I don't really want to take Arnie Slays the Troll. That doesn't go well with this, but Giant's Amulet could play, you know, blue-white. Starheim Courser, not a card I'm looking to second pick out of a pack with Giant's Amulet in it, but this is a really busted rare. I think Giant's Amulet is just too good to take Starheim over it. I mean, Raven could be better in blue-white Foretell specifically, but this card is like single white, I mean, on the back end. Like, we could still just play whatever and splash it or something if we start with it. Alright, well, I think Glimpse and Bounding Gold are close, but obviously if we have a busted white rare and we're seeing the best white common third, we can just take it. That's a pretty easy pick. This pack does not look good. Goldmaw Champion I've been pretty unimpressed with. Like, it's obviously a playable, but I think it's kind of filler. I don't think it's, like, a very exciting card. I'm not going to take Raptor to force mono white. I can still play, you know, white. I can table the Raptor. I mean, the Glade Warden is decent if we go white-green. If we do go, like, snow, we're going to want to splash. Maybe I should just take this Glacial Floodplain. Because if we go white-blue, it's a snow duel for us that's on color, which is not important in white-blue, but it's not nothing. We may have Bergstriders, and it's a dual land. But if we go, like, you know, green-blue, splash this stuff, we'll be really happy we have the Floodplain, right? Okay, well, now I think I'm just going to take Coal, because these cards just are meant to go together, right? They're peanut butter and jelly. You just have to do it. I mean, Gates is really good for blue-white, but, like, this is just a land. Like, I think I want to take Coal with Halvar here, right? Yeah, I've been playing a bunch on mobile. Once I learned all the cards, it was pretty easy. But week 1, it was pretty hard. So now, what? Mistwalker. Iron Verdict's not going to be great if we're aggro. I mean, it's not unplayable, but it's not going to be great. So there's Squash for red-white, which is, again, not a great card. Or there's Mistwalker. I guess we have to Mistwalker. I think it's too much better than Squash if we go blue-white. Still might just play like a blue-green snow and splash those white cards, right? The only card I would miss out on is Coal. But there's a Goldville pick, so... I mean, ideally I go white-red equipment, or blue-white equipment. We can still splash Coal. I mean, we have a blue-white duel, we have a Goldvein pick. Like, we can definitely build like a blue-white creature deck. We already have Giant's Amulet, that's another equipment. So we have Halvar, Goldville pick, and Amulet. So we can just splash Coal into a blue-white deck if we want to. Yeah, we haven't seen much red. That's 100% true. I guess, as somebody said earlier, Crokies has probably gotten all of arena drafting red aggro constantly. Oh, that's cool, Scotus. Yeah, I remember playing you. I don't remember the games like that well, but I remember your name. It's nice to play against you. Coal, it's worth splashing if you have a lot of equipment. It's not worth splashing otherwise. We also still might just go red-white. That's a late Axgard Cavalry. We're messing around with America. We got red, white, and blue right now. Alright, I'm going to take Goldmaw Champ. Let's see. I don't think we're going to play any of these. Pup's probably the most likely if we go red-white. I'm not big on Pup, but yeah, I'm probably going to play it if I go red-white equipment. I take it the French flag is red, white, and blue also. Ewan. First strikers are allowed to block? No, they're not. That's a rule. You know that, Ixo. First strikers are not allowed to block. I mean, if you showed me like a multiple choice, 4 flags, I might be able to pick out the French one. But off the top of my head, I don't know what France's flag looks like. No. So Vega would be super sweet for blue-white. But after getting that late Cavalry, I'm way more incentivized to go red-white now. Like, I definitely wasn't going to force red-white. Remember, even after the Coal, I took the Mistwalker afterwards. But then we got an Axgard Cavalry, like, 7th. I was busy learning how government works, not memorizing every flag of every country, Artem. Thanks, Pavlov. Appreciate the subscription. Oh, yeah, Armory could search, yeah. Wait, no, Armory can't search for Halvar, right? Elixir is a good card in control decks, but bad in aggro. Axgard Armory is excellent, and we already have a Bound in Gold, but we might table it. I think I just take Demon Bolt. I could definitely see Armory being roughly as good as Demon Bolt, but I mean, there's also a much better chance we table it than Demon Bolt. Although now I guess I'm just going to second pick it, because now there's no Demon Bolt. Iron Verdict isn't very good in aggro decks, so now we're going to take an Axguard Armory second. Oh yeah. If you I definitely agree, Hotfish. The more you learn about government, the more you get tilted by what you know about government. Let's save that for tomorrow night. So now let's take a Valkyrie. Valkyrie? Like a blood ski? Why is Elixir bad in aggro? Because it gains life primarily. So, like, if they can poke you with anything, then you're not drawing cards. But if you gain 2 life a turn, that tends to prolong the game, and then you gain even more life. So a card like Elixir tends to gain a lot of life. Like, basically, the floor for that card... I mean, obviously you might draw it on the last turn and just die or something. But basically, most games, the floor for that card is going to be gain, like, 10. Sometimes it's going to win you the game single-handedly by drawing you 2 cards a turn forever. That's great. But the mode and the floor is basically going to be gain 10. Like, that's like, you know... So if you're an aggro deck, you don't want that at all. If you're a control deck, you wouldn't play 4 mana gain 10. But you can leverage that life into a late-game win with your late-game power. If you're an aggro deck, imagine you're curving out and your opponent's trying to stabilize and you play turn 4 Elixir. I mean, if you're at 20 and starts drawing 2 cards a turn, that's gas. But if you're at 18... like, you know, that might be a bad card. Like, they might be able to hit you with their 1 flyer and keep it in check, and then, like, your 4-drop just did nothing, basically. I don't love Squash. Do we want Raptor or Squash? Actually, I think Raptor's just better for me, because I have a lot of good equipment and armory. I think Raptor might actually be better than Squash in this deck. I don't really like Raptor very much. I'm not, like, very high on it, but I think it might be better than Squash in this particular deck. I would never try and tilt you. Do we want Goldmaw Champion or Run Amok number 2? How much removal and equipment do we have? Run Amok's weird because it's a good card in this format. The problem is, like, how many non-creatures can you play? Because you also have all the equipment and removal. I think I'm going to take the Goldmaw. Go for the balance. Because we already have a Run Amok. I'm not saying I won't play a second, but knowing we also have a Bounding Gold, a Gold Vein pick, like I said, you can only play so many non-creature, non-removal spells. Ooh, we got the Armory back. I like that. Is this Croaky's stream? He's been streaming limited for 2 days. I've been streaming limited for 2 years. And you're asking if this is Croaky's stream because I'm drafting? Get out of here with that, Nathan Maxwell. So I think I want a second Aura. I'd rather just be a second Bound and Gold, but with 2 Axguard Armories, if I draw the Bound and Gold, I have no Auras to search for. Oh, Croaky's is gas. Everyone knows, like, I'm a fan. Like, I think he's a great streamer. Like I said, I mean, you talk smack, you can expect smack talk back from me. I'm never afraid of a little bit of good, healthy, fun smack talk. But I think Croaky's is an excellent streamer. I think he just does a fantastic job. So, yeah. I want to have at least 2 auras. Hopefully I can cut Valor, because I think it stinks. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with all the cards. Goldmaw Champ is kind of filler. Like, it's not unplayable by any stretch, but it's an underperformer, in my opinion. Gambit's good. I don't think it's the best removal in the set. I've been, since day one, when people thought Gambit was bad, I've been taking it highly and explaining why it's good. But I still take Bound and Gold over Gambit. I just think Gambit's good solid removal. It's basically like a Bound and Gold you can't use until turn 6. But it's on conditional exile, so that's a big game in this format. We're not going to use any Snowlands in this deck. I mean, I guess if I got... Whoa! We are going to use a Mythic. I really want this Bound and Gold and this Rune of Speed, but I have to take Goldspan Dragon, right? Did we ever get to the bottom of this? Is it Goldspan or Goldspan, or do we know? But I have to take Goldspan Dragon here, right? Yeah, I know. This pack would just be awesome for me. The Fearless Liberator would be excellent as well. I mean, there's not that many total red and white cards. But, like, I really want another aura that's good, so I don't have to play Valor. And I have 2 Axguard Armories, so even if I could get, like, 3 auras, that would be nice. That's why I didn't take that Run Amok, because with the Axguard Armory, I kind of want to keep down the, like, you know, non-creatures that I'm drafting, so that I can then, you know, play enough equipment and auras. But I think I have to take this card. This is a busted card, right? It's certainly, like, you know, it's probably S tier, but it's not, like, top 5 to 10 in the set, I don't think. I mean, 4/4 haste and get some mana is sweet, but a card can dominate a board a lot more than that in Limited, and this thing does die to a lot of removal spells. But the cool thing is, like, if you're aggro and you're forcing them to tap their mana, then you can play it and get in a nice hit before they can kill it. Oh, no, it's no Starhelm Unleashed. For the record, Starhelm Unleashed is just number 1, and it's not even close. That card is just so beyond bonkers. This pack has nothing that I will play. This pack is very blue. That was well said. This pack, it started out well with Goldspan, but picks 2 and pick 3 are, like, literally unplayable pick 2, and now I'm getting, like, filler 2-drop. It's kind of embarrassing. But now it's getting a little better. Fearless Liberator is a card I like a lot. One of the ways you lose with decks like this is when you run out of bodies. So when you have like a 2-drop that can make more 2-1s, that card performs really well for you. I don't think there's any way I'm going to play any of these. Maybe I could play this as like, and then just sack it with like a treasure. I do have 2 different treasure makers. Just like a tap land that's, you know, if this was a red-white land, it would be great. Probably not going to play it, but I'm also not going to need Warhorn Blast or God's Soul Guardian, so I'm going to take it just in case I want to put it in my deck. Okay, here we'll pick up Helm. We actually haven't gotten that much equipment. I mean, we already started with the broken rare, mythic rare equipment, and then we got a pick, but that's pretty much all we have, so happy to pick up a Helm here finally. I really, really, really hope I can table that red rune. Now I hope it even more. 3rd Axguard Armory. I mean, Craven Hulk's a decent body, but I think I'd still rather have that, right? It's not like because I have 3, I'm going to draw 3. I'm still going to draw 1 on average. And if I draw 2, maybe I can get a second equipment. Yeah, I maybe should have took that Raven Wings. I mean, tough. All right, Courser I like a lot. That's a nice pickup. Really want to table the rune. It's in the next pack, I think. Or was it this one? No, it was this one. This is my opening pack, so I didn't table the rune. Frown. Yeah, we're a few cards short of a really good deck. Like, if we just had a... I mean, I can play this card, but if we just had a couple more good creatures and, like, another bound, this deck would be awesome. But we're a few cards short. Our equipment is really good, but you can't search for it with Axguard Armory, right? So we don't have that many things to search for. We have Pick and Helm. That's like... And then, obviously, like, the back half of Halvar is totally busted, but we can't search for it. And then I'll play the Valor, because I have 3 Axguard Armories. I pretty much have to. So I was thinking about taking this, because I can play these, like, black sackland that I have. But I think I actually just need playables, so I guess I have to take Haggy Mob. It's not a good card, but, I mean, I can play it, right? I mean, I can definitely get away with 17 lands, especially if I want to put in these 2 black sack lands. Even though these sack for red, black, so I only have to have 1 black. And then I can just sack a treasure, you know, to sack them. I should have double red. So, like, there's a chance if I want to, I can put these in my deck. But the thing is, they also tap to add colorless, of course. Not white or red. But, like, we're definitely going to play the 1 Valor, because it's only our second, or the 1 Bound in Gold. We have, like, 2 equipment that we can search for and 2 auras with 3 armories. That's not ideal. But again, it's not like we're going to draw 3 that often. Obviously, I would rather have more auras and more equipment. We really didn't see much of that this draft. Yeah, since we already have so many tap lands, you're right, Ixo. If I had no tap lands, like if I had no armories, then maybe you toss in these. But given I already have 3 better tap lands, we'll just go 9-8, 9 white, 8 red. This is probably just going to be the deck. Let me see if there's anything that snuck in like late when I wasn't looking. No, all these cards are fine. I mean, there's a few filler creatures, but... we can't cast it, right? We could search it out, Iwan, but we'd have to draw like 2 treasures to play it and make a giant. With 1 treasure, I guess we can get a +0/+1 equipment. Now, you play all 3 armories. I know sometimes we're going to draw 2 or 3 and not have targets, but sometimes we're just going to draw 1, right? I think that it's still a really powerful card. Like, if it ever searches for Bounding Gold and, like, an equipment, that's just a really good Magic card. Like, that is a broken land, right? If you have a land that comes to play taps to add a white, and then you just get to sack it and put a Bounding Gold and an equipment in your hand, like, that's a ridiculous card. Yeah, and by the time you draw your 3rd, it's just... a Plains wouldn't have been any different. I mean... I think you certainly play all 3. You prioritize ores and equipment higher when you have 3 Axegard Armories or 2 Axegard Armories, but I definitely don't think you're cutting them from your deck. So our choice is what? Doomscar, Raptor, we get our 2 life and we put 4 power on the board, and Helm, if we want to. That looks good. Or a Gold Maw so we can tap the blocker. I think I'd rather put 4 power out than 2, and I don't really want to sink mana into Gold Maw yet. So I think it's play this, get our life, spend our mana. No, you should definitely play 3. Like, again, just because you have 3 of a card doesn't mean you draw multiples of it. Like, you see, let's say you're an aggro deck, on average the game's going to finish like turn 8. That means you saw like 15 of your 40 cards. So that means if you have 3 of them, then you're going to have drawn like 1.5 on average. If you go to 2, you're going to have drawn like 1, you know? And like, that means a lot of the time you drew 0, and the first one is so valuable. So I can put the pick on, get the treasure, and have a land, can't cast Gold Maw. I can just put the Helm on and cast Gold Maw. That definitely seems right. Yeah, they should have bolted the bird. You're always supposed to bolt the bird. No, I'm just kidding. That's a adage for mana creatures. Obviously, Battlefield Raptors are warriors. They don't produce mana. My deck is not for the birds. You take that back. So this looks like... I mean, I could sack Armory. I already drew both my equipment, but I have a Bounding Gold to get. Or I could, like, attack with the Gold Maw and tap. Probably better to put the Bounding Gold in my hand, right? Plus, I might draw it. It's 4 and tap. So I'll just hit them in the air and go search for Bounding Gold. This is not a sorcery one, right? No. Always got to shack the pup. Shack the pap. Bounding Golding that isn't great because it'll still stick around to tap and kill something. Not too happy about that. Fears' Retribution is a really good card. But your lands turning into removal spells is also pretty good. Wish I had an equipment to go get, but what are you going to do? So, let's see. There's no way I can kill the angel, so there's nothing I can do about that. So I assume I'm just going to Bounding Gold. Like, the angel and then attack and tap the 3/6. Oh, Bound stops it. Activated abilities can't be done. You're right. Yeah, Bound works. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. This won't be able to tap and destroy a creature if it's wearing Bound. You can hit the score count. Enough of your sass, Dan. Chat, 10,476,000, Ben 19. I got you for one over the weekend or something, though. I remember. The whole chat was on something, and I explained why I was right. The chat is way up on the count, but definitely I got one this weekend. How are you feeling, by the way, Dan? Yeah, but what if they block the 2-3? Also, like, since Bound does stop it from tapping, like, that's just good solid removal there. Like, I don't, you know. My qualm was I was thinking, like, if I bounded, it would still tap to kill one of my creatures, which I was completely wrong about. Glad to hear it. Yeah, push the noble, bolt the bird, push the noble, shock the elf. The thing we're all joking about right now, for anybody like who doesn't have any clue what we're talking about, is you almost always want to kill a mana creature on turn 1 or 2. Like, anytime after that, it can definitely be, like, a close call. You know, but, like, if you've got, like, a cheap removal, like a Frostbite, that's only going to kill small creatures, and your opponent plays, like, a mana creature on turn 1 or 2, you want to be killing it. And the original way that happened was Lightning Bolt and Birds of Paradise, so Bolt the Bird became, like, an old adage. For anybody who's not ancient like me and the other people chatting about this, and you're trying to learn some Magic history. Well, nobody actually says push the noble, but Fatal pushing the noble hierarchs is something that happened a lot in Modern. But, I mean, nobody actually called it pushing the noble. I just phrased it that way because it sounds like real life or whatever, like, you know, push the noble. Bite the Sculptor. Well done, Goulius. You win the award. Yep, it is Bite the Sculptor in this format. Alright, so if I keep using these Golmaw champs, I can't play the mob, but we're winning the race pretty easily. I assume I want to just play pick on, like, the Raptor or something, and then attack in Golmaw champ. I'm not really scared. Like, if they have a Snakeskin Veil or something, who cares? If they have a removal, who cares? Like... And if they do have a Doomscar or something, it'd be nice to have a follow-up creature. Or like a Battle of Frost and Fire. Oh, okay, credit to the Winslow. Hey, Doomscar. I might actually still be Psychic. I thought I lost my Psychic powers, but that's a rare. That's hard to call. I'll take my Psychic powers back. They're real useful. It'd be nice to have those back. Sometimes I wish I wasn't Psychic, because if they didn't have the sweeper, we were going to win, and now we're probably going to lose. Hopefully they can't deal with this mob. Obviously, if we get to attack with a big creature wearing these equipment with Frostbite and run amok to give trample, we'll probably have lethal. But if they kill this thing, I don't really have too much else in the tank. Missed attack? By who? Where? When? What are you talking about? This doesn't have haste. What did I do wrong? Oh, opponent didn't attack with what? Oh, before the Doomscar. Yeah, they missed an attack for 3. You're right. Yeah, you're right. They missed an attack for 3. They were so excited that against their white weenie opponent, they were wrathing my board. I don't blame them. But hopefully they can't kill this mob because it's a lot of trample damage and they're at 3. If they kill this mob, they win. But if they, unless I top deck Goldspan Dragon. But if they don't, like 7 plus the ping is 8, 11, 14. This can go to a blocker. So I've got 16 points coming at them, basically. Oh, that's a lot of toughness. Oh, they're going to Bergstrider it. Yuck. Gross. Wait, but that... Oh, it does lock down for a turn because they spent the mana on the Morite. It comes into play as a Bergstrider. So now I lose unless I draw the haste creature. Can't Frostbite. I mean, I can Frostbite Doomscar, but that's not changing anything. Do I have any other haste creatures? Just the one gold Span Dragon? Might be my only out. Yeah, I think it's Dragon or Bust. Well, 1 in 22. That's about 5%. I have a 3-2 haste? I don't even know if I do. I think that was the last deck. Yeah, I don't think I have the 3-2 haste in this deck. I think only the gold span. I mean, I have Axguard Cavalry, as you see, but I think my only actual haste creature was the gold span. It should be able to tap to give itself haste the turn you play it. Oh, we're dead. I'm aware. That was crazy. I was like so far ahead on board, but then they actually had the Doomscar, which I blame myself for. I should not have called it. But then after that, they had the double Bergstrider. If I ever untapped with the Hagri mob, they were dead. You are right, Artem. Wow. We are getting pummeled today. Feels like this every day these days. Alright, what do we want to board? They're, like a control snow deck. Did they have Glittering Frost? I don't actually hate this card against, like, snow ramp decks, especially when we're aggro on the play. I don't know if y'all have been boarding this card in. You shouldn't main this card, because if your opponent's an aggro deck and you main Smashing Success, it's embarrassing. But, like, if you're, like, an aggro deck on the play against a snow deck and they have Glittering Frost, like, this card is actually awesome. Doesn't come up in best of one, because, like I said, I would never main it, because my opponent might be an aggro deck. But, like, if you for best of 3, if you know you're playing in snow, that card's really good. So what do we take out? We can take out, like, Frostbite, Run Amok. Their creatures were pretty big. I'm just going to take out Frostbite. Cosmos Elixir is excellent in any non-aggro deck. Like, I'm a big fan of that card in Snow. Sometimes you even play it turn 3 off Sculptor or something. It's not a good card in aggro, though. Like, it can still win you the game if things line up right, but it can also cost you a game that no other 4-drop can cost you when you're curving out and then you don't add to the board. Okay, so no real choices. Just put out our 2-drop. Like, next turn, if I foretell this, next turn I can play this and this, and then I gain 2 life, but I miss the ability to attack for 2. Where in aggro deck, I'm much more interested in attacking my opponent for 2 than I am gaining 2. Alright, again, no real decisions. Just going to curve out. It's going to get awkward if they don't play creatures, because I know they have Doomscar now, but I got to add the second creature to the board. This one even leaves a 1/1 behind. They might have, but there's a lot of foretell cards. I mean, like I said, if I attack for 5 and they take it, I'm probably not going to put another creature in play if they don't play any creatures. But I can't really justify, like, just because that could be a Doomscar or could be something else, not casting creatures at all. I have to play some creatures. So I'm going to exile the card from my yard so I can get the tap land in play. I wouldn't do it for no reason, but I don't think I have much reason not to do it. Wow, this is another sweeper. This card's annoying for me as well. I guess if I search for my equipment, I can give this a toughness so it won't get blown up by the pyre. So with 2 mana up, I don't think I really want to try and attack with the shield mate and have them use a trick possibly. I think what we want to do here is attack with the Valkyrie. If they block, I'll just pass. If they play a trick, then we'll see how Run Amok works. If they pass and they trade, I can add Hagri Mob to the board. It's not impossible to Doomscar, but that the Raven was the Foretell card, and they don't have double white, so it's not the worst situation. I would think so, Binky, but I don't really know. Hangry Mob. I'm very scared of a Hangry Mob. Okay, so we can safely attack with the mob. We can't attack with the shield mate. I just want to get the equipment in play and use my mana, I think. Yes, I know I could attack and run amok, but I don't even really want to do that. So I think I'm just going to attack for 5, assuming nothing weird happens and they take it. I'm just going to sack the armory now. Go grab the helm and the bound. And cast the helm. I definitely want to be using my mana because we never know how much mana we're going to use in any turn. We have the ability to ping with this, move equipment, cast Run Amok, cast Bound and Gold. Oh yeah, that's awesome. There's a sealed qualifier. I know being in Rivals is a good thing, and I'm already queued, and I'm grateful for that, believe me. But I'm actually kind of excited if they keep sealed qualifiers and I fall out of Rivals, that I'll get to play like an awesome qualifier at the end of the month or whatever. That's pretty cool. I love a big online limited tournament. Well, this is good for me. They're pretty close to dead. 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13. I think that's lethal if I have enough mana, which I think I do. These cards are all really cheap. Yeah, I think I got them with Xaxes. If I can still add quickly, I have exactly 13. Can't Doomscar next turn if there is no next turn. Big brain plays. So I didn't see anything that makes me really want to bring in Frostbite. I mean, they have the 3-2, but I didn't even see Sculptor. We're going to be on the draw, but they're like a really rampy, control-y version. I think the Smashing Successes are good. So I don't think I'm changing anything. I mean, if I wanted to do this fanciness, it would be against a deck like theirs. I would have a lot of tap lands, but I am on the draw. I mean, I could definitely afford to take out 1 plains. Still have 8 white sources. Plus pick. Should I board these in and just try and sack them if I get a treasure from Goldvein pick or from Goldspan Dragon? I have 2 free treasure makers. Am I going too fancy? You know what I actually should do? Knowing they have Doomscar, I should probably bring in this longboat because it doesn't die to the sweeper, so it allows me the ability to add to the board and not, like, overcommit is bad. Hey, thanks for subscribing, Corey Some Numbers. Too fancy, I agree. But the longboat isn't too fancy, right? They're not an aggro deck at all. I am. And if I have the longboat, it won't die to the Doomscar. I think that makes a lot of sense. Just going to take out 1 Run Amok for the longboat. No such thing as too fancy. I think that might be a biased opinion, Mr. Fancy Pants. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, longboat's good against sweepers. I mean, I'm not in love with longboat. like a lot of times you're spending your mana in combat to boast, or in this format, so you don't really want to play your creatures pre-combat. You don't want to have to tap out pre-combat. But that said, it is good against sweepers. So if you see a Doomscar and you're an aggro deck against a non-aggro deck, yeah, you should probably be bringing in Longboat. And I probably should have brought it in last game as well. As far as when to play vehicles, they're really aggressive cards. So the more aggressive you are, the better they are in your deck. Like, I mean, Carve is kind of a curveball because it like generates card advantage. But if you go turn 2, like, vehicle, turn 3 creature, you only have one blocker. But, like, you can crew the vehicle with the creature you play on turn 3, and they tend to be oversized. So you basically get, like, a good attack on turn 3, like, probably one more damage that you would have gotten if you didn't have a vehicle. But you only have one total blocker. So, like, they're good cards sometimes, but they tend to be very aggressive. This is what, 2 to play, 2 to equip. So this turn, Goldmaw Champ. I forgot we had Halvar too, so that's good. This is some good protection against Doomscar as well. Oh, other people are saying some numbers now too? That's great. Hopefully, I mean, that's just your name, right? Hopefully everybody would call you Corey some numbers. I try and call people by their name. No. Armory looks for equipment and auras. It can't search for Sword of the Realms, I don't think. So the only question is which one to put it on. I assume the better one, because if they kill it, I get it back. I mean, if they Bergstrider, I guess I'd kind of rather have had it on the Shieldmate, but am I really attacking for 2 and tapping Bergstrider? Like, that doesn't seem that likely. I'll probably just move it over and attack for 4 then. Yeah, this is the most aggressive Doomscar Snow Control player, but, I mean, I guess the 1/4 didn't necessarily have any good blocks on board last game, and they didn't expect to die. It did involve 2 different cards in my hand, right? I had to play the Valor and the Run-Amok to deal Xaxes. Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of removal protection, Thunderwonk. Like, if I had the ability to sack one, obviously I'd put it on the Shieldmate and generate the free 1/1s. But let's say they're holding a spot removal. They'd much rather kill my Goldmaw than my Shieldmate. So having my Goldmaw wearing the sword, like, protects it from spot removal. So sword on, like, most equipment and auras, you actually almost want to put on your best creature, because then your creature is protected from removal. If they kill it, it goes back to my hand. So what are they getting back? Just an island. I guess I just want to deal them damage. I mean, I don't really see a reason not to play that. Well, to be fair to the opponent, I'm not saying the racing is going well for them, but Goldmaw Champ taps blockers. So if they hold this back, I would have just tapped it, right? So all that would happen is I'd have 2 more life, and their life total would be the same. And they would have tied up 2 of my mana, and they don't know that I'm not holding anything. But I'm just pointing out, it's not exactly like they're choosing to race. They kind of have to race, because I could just tap their blockers. Okay, so here, I can't sack the Armory and attack with both profitably, but I can boast. So I guess I'm just going to attack and boast and tap the 3/6. Yeah, I blame LSV for this. He hung out in the stream a bunch earlier, which means he sucked all my luck out, and now I'm just getting flooded a lot because, you know, he took all the luck. That's how he whirls. He's like a luck magnet. Like, wherever LSV is, all the luck that's around that area, he just absorbs it and then leaves and takes it with him. Oh, he does put it to better use than me, because he definitely plays better than me. So, you know, he takes that luck and puts it to the maximum value it can get. So I respect that, you know. But this is what I was talking about a couple turns ago. So, like, my Golmaw Champ is tapping their 3/6 blocker, so it's a way better creature than the Shield Mate. So by putting the sword on it, I protected it from that Demon Bolt. They may have just drawn that, or they may have been holding it the whole game. I don't know. But they couldn't really Demon Bolt my Goldmaw Champ, because if they did, it just goes back to my hand. So that's why I put the sword on the Goldmaw and not on the Shield Mate. Now, of course, since we drew the Helm, we can turn this into a 6-power attacker. And then their choices are, you know, trade with it, take one from the Helm. It goes back to my hand. I get 1/1s. Take it, die, chump it. All their choices are bad, basically. Unless they have something. Yeah, I'm not saying the opponent's play was necessarily right. They had a choice between deal me 2 damage or tie up 2 of my mana. That's a close choice. But taking a race that you're definitely losing would just be bad, right? But that wasn't on the table. They had no ability to not race. Their choice was either deal me 2 and not tie up 2 of my mana, or not deal me 2 and tie up 2 of my mana. That's a close choice. It wasn't like they had the ability to not race or something like that. All right, they could have Doomscar. I don't know if I really want to play this Goldmaw before I can equip it. I think I'm going to play Shield Mate. That leaves a 1/1 behind if they Wrath. I want to use my mana. And then I can preserve the Gold Mate for post-Doomscar if this Foretold card is Doomscar, which it easily could be. But I don't even mind this, because they could have Wrathed away those tokens anyway. Now I have a creature to attack with, you know, to wear this equipment and attack for lethal. Assume they'll probably have something, but I gotta make them have it, I think. It's only 1 mana. There's no need to put the sword on it. Good stuff. Still Psychic. Oh yeah, listen, if you get Halvar, let's be clear. You only cast the God half if you're, like, short on bodies, or if you drew multiple other equipment and you're curving out and it's just going to be incredible. But Halvar, the 4-mana 4/4, is a, like, A-tier card. And Halvar, the equipment on the back half, is an S+ tier card. Like, the equipment Halvar is a broken mythic. Halvar, the 4/4 creature, is like a first pick uncommon. You know, like, Halvar, the 4/4 creature is a powerful card. Halvar, the equipment half, is like an S tier top something in the set, like ridiculous unbeatable mythic. Oh, 1 lander. Cool. Alright. Mulligan. No mountains. Cool. I can't really mull this, right? This hand is not good. I even have my Bound in Gold. I kind of want to put that back so I can search for it with Armory. Obviously, I can't with 3 planes, but... I mean, I could go to 5. I don't know. This hand is awful. I hate mulliganing. I can't mull this, right? I'll just put back the pup because I don't have the opening hand red anyway. And then I can, like, foretell on turn 2, hopefully bound their first good creature, and... Yeah, my opponent's draws haven't been as good either. This is kind of giving me some more appreciation for best of 3. The hand smoother really does change the games a little bit. Like, when you're playing best of 1 all the time, you just get used to, like, the rate at which people use their mana and, like, kind of like the aggression level of the games. But now switching back to best of 3 a little, the games are sloppier. Like, people do have worse draws. Like, it is noticeable to me. I don't think this is a multi-5. Like, we don't know what they have or don't have, but going to 5 is really bad. I have Bound in Gold for their first creature. I have several turns to draw the mountain before it's actually really bad. So for now, I'm not going to decide either way on Halvar, because obviously I have nothing else going. So I'm not going to just put out the equipment half to use my mana, but I'm not going to, like, you know, I don't know which half I'm going to cast. We'll see what we draw. Because, like, obviously if I draw, like, a land, I'm probably going to play Halvar here. But if I draw some, like, little creatures, I may end up still playing the equipment half, the better half. Mulling to 5 is very bad. Not that it's a choice usually when you do it, but it's very bad. Why didn't I put this out? I could have equipped it now and have a nice attack instead of doing nothing. Just kidding. So I can attack if they double block. I can play the flyer. That doesn't seem good to throw away the body. I guess I'm under no pressure with them on one land. Now I'll just put this out. Remember, the turn I chose not to play this, I didn't have the Doomscar Oracle. I didn't have the Valkyrie either. I had no creatures that I was anywhere near casting. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, so all we saw was 2/1/2 Elf Berserkers. They mulliganed too. I mean, maybe they should have went to 5, but if they had the 2/1/2s in a swamp, I could see keeping that. They were on the draw, right? I was on the play. I'd probably... They took 1 mulligan that game. I'd probably keep a 6-card hand of swamp and like 2/1/2 Berserkers rather than go to 5 as well. Like, they just got unlucky. Alright, so I definitely don't want Longboat on the draw against a black-green deck. Probably won't change anything. Definitely don't want Smashing Success against what we saw. I don't know why you're hating on the opponents. It's not their fault how many lands they draw. Like, presumably, they put the right number of lands in their deck. I don't know if they did or didn't, obviously. And then they took a mulligan. And like I said... If I took a mulligan and my second hand, where my choice was go to 5 or keep, had Swamp, 1/2 Elf Berserker, 1/2 Elf Berserker, and I was on the draw, I would keep that in a heartbeat. I would not go to 5. So the opponent could be Paulo right there and have done absolutely nothing wrong. Like, they could be the best player in the world. Like, I don't know who the big boss is, but I see people in the chat hating on them. Like, they didn't do anything wrong necessarily. Like... Alright, so I'm going to hold back my 1/2 First Striker. Obviously, if they attack and boast, that's bad for me, but if they attack and boast and I eat their creature, that's not bad for me. Well, so that depends on your elf synergies, right? Like I don't know if you watched my Arena Open day 1, but my third seal was Black-Green Elves. I had all 3 elf rares and 2 pretenders. I played 3 of the 1/2 Berserker, and they were fine. They were good. If you have elf synergies, then you play them. If you don't, you don't. I mean, again, we don't really have all the information, and by no means am I claiming all my opponents play optimally. I mean, I don't play optimally. Maybe you do, but I don't know. Magic is hard. That's why we're still playing it after 26 years. That's why it's still so fun, because we're still analyzing everything. We're learning. We're figuring things out. We're making mistakes. I mean, the game is just wonderful. I'm not going to let them boast turn after turn, so we're going to block with a 2/3. Favorite card from the past 5 years? I don't know. I'm not big on favorites in life in general. Like, that's just not really how my brain works. Like, I genuinely do not have a favorite color. I mean, I have, like, a favorite food, pizza. That's the food I like the most. As far as cool designs from the past few years, there's been a few cards I thought were pretty sweet. Witching Well was a really cool design. Fire Prophecy was a really cool design. I gotta think about it, but there's been some cards that I thought were pretty sweet. Favorite card game? Ooh, that's a toughie. It could be anything. Let me think on that for a few weeks. So, let's see. I don't really want to play Valkyrie only using 2. I guess I could also put the Valor on it. If I play the Gold Maul and put the Valor on it, I guess I can attack with the Raptor. Because even if they have removal, I get the 1/1 to block the 2/1. And if they don't have removal, they can't attack. So that's pretty safe. So I think I do that. Not that the 1 point of damage is super important, but there's no way they can kill it in response when they have a lone mountain up here, because they don't have snow, so they can't frostbite it for 3. So this means I successfully land the Valor against a black-red deck, and then also, like, you know, if they have the removal here, I get the 1/1 to block the 2/1. They won't have mana left to really boast with this and play things unless they hit a land. Oh, Zenith Flare might be my least favorite design over the past few years. That card almost single-handedly ruined a limited format. Like, if WotC ever does start, like, changing cards for digital only, you know, to make formats better, I think that would be a good thing, and I support that, but you would use it very sparingly, right? The very first thing I would do, like, over the past 5 years, like, if you could go back in time and use that ability, is change Zenith Flare to a Mythic Rare. That would be the #1 thing I would change. Like, Having that card at uncommon so warped and ruined that format because cycle, find the card every single time. So, like, you know, basically you just had one in your deck and you would play it, like, almost every game because all the cycling deck does is cycle through it. And since it went to players, you couldn't interact with it. Zenith Flare was so egregious. So I just blocked the bigger, scarier one. Like, this one, you know, draws extra cards. This one makes 2/1s. Next turn, they're going to play, like, Bloodski and Bolt. This is going to be a tough game to beat. Showdown of the Scalds is a really good card. I guess for me, there's not really any decisions. I'm not worried about them spending 3 mana to boast when they have all these cards to play next turn, and then they go away. So I think I just attack and play the Valkyrie. Like Bloodski. Valkyrie. I could play it on the cheap and bound, but I don't want to bound Fearless Liberator right now, I don't think. Maybe if they grow it, I'll end up bounding it, but, like, this is already going to be a 3/3 if they play this turn, because they're going to double spell. Yeah, uncommon but target creatures only would have been totally fine, Gravecrawler. Those are the 2 possible changes to the card. It can be an uncommon, but only target permanents, or it can be a mythic rare if they want it for standard to target players. I'm guessing they wanted cycling to have it shot to be a tier 1 standard deck. That's why they made it target players. But then it's got to be a mythic. Like, it can be an uncommon and not target players, or it can be a mythic and target players. Completely agree. No, read the card. It's Bloodski. Bloodskee. Who pronounces Skee Sky? Okay, so I think this is just bound and gold the 3/3, and then attack with both. Well, maybe I want to bound and gold the 5/4 Liberator. I mean, if I attack and boast to tap the 3/3, they have no block. Not really winning this race, so I have to bound the Liberator, I think. I mean, I don't know. This is hard, because the Bloodski's going to keep growing. This is my last draft tonight. I should be back on tomorrow for 3 more, though. Oh, yeah, Showdown of the Scalds is totally busted. This is an S tier card. So, like, this is going to grow to a 5/5 Menace. It's rough. I guess I have to just try and race? I don't know. I don't know how I can win. I really don't feel like I can win this game from here. No, I don't even know what Arena Tutor is, actually, Skits. Yeah, so, I mean, it's a tough call which one to bound. Obviously not the Dusk Wielder. I'm going to bound either the Bloodski or the Fearless Liberator. Kind of want to stop them from generating more creatures, so I think I want to do the Liberator. I mean, I don't mind chumping with the Shield Mate. The problem is if they give the Bloodski Menace... Oh, I just roped out. I'm sorry. I don't think I could conceivably win from here. This wasn't a bad spot. We'll head to game 3. Preacher knows. All right. You've made your point. Yeah, the Bloodski was the creature that I wanted to bound more, but if they start attacking and making 2/1s, I don't know that I can win either. I think I would have put bound on the Liberator if I didn't rope out, and then just hope that they didn't really have spells to grow the Bloodski. Yeah, that was pretty hot. Alright, I don't really think I need to change anything, just hopefully get a good draw on the play and run them over. Hopefully we can take down the big boss 88. Yeah, that's exactly what he would say if he was still here, TPO. Literally word for word. Oh, Showdown is total S tier bonkers. No question. I wish I had a Showdown in this deck. Fine hand. Not great, but not horrible. If we draw one land, it's pretty good. If we can attack with Liberator on turn 3, maybe they don't have anything, make it 2-1. Even if they have the 1-2 and they have to trade, we still get to go up at 2-1. There might not be any such thing as a free lunch, but there are free 2-1s in Magic. I guess you gotta pay 3, but you don't have to pay a card, which is the part that really matters. There's somebody with a name for everything. Well done, Pack-a-Lunch. Well done. So clearly we're going to make the thing not run amok here. I don't care at all about this Liberator. It did its job. It's a 2-drop. It created a 2-1 and 1-for-1. So I'm up a resource now. There's some consideration for Shieldmate and Frostbite last turn to get a little bit further ahead. The thing is, there's no guarantee that I'm going to always be able to attack with this and boast profitably. So I'm, like, happy to trade and get my 2-1 out of it. Stop it, Thunderwonk. That's an LSV stream pun. You're better than that. I do respect Pack-a-Lunch weighing in with there's no such thing as a free lunch, though. Alright, so when this attacks, they draw a card. Can I stop that? Not really. The last ability doesn't matter much, right? They'll get like a red mana. So if I trade off with it next turn, that's not very exciting. So I think I'm just going to attack and drop Goldmaw. Like, if they block, I have the run amok. If they take it, I want to try and race, I think. Actually, that has to attack back, so I should play the Shieldmate. Why would you tap like that? I guess because I have Frostbite. But I should play the Shieldmate and the Raptor because it's 3 power, and I'm trying to race. Because, like, they're going to attack and draw a card, but then that's tapping this creature. And they even lose a life, right, when they draw a card. So they're going to be at 17, and this thing is going to be tapped, unable to block. And, I mean, I have Run Amok, I have Helm, I have this Tapper, like, Flyer, like... This is a spot where I kind of want to just, like, let them go up a card or two and just race. I would usually just curve out PMJ and play a 2-drop rather than Boast to make a 1-1, because if you're a beatdown deck on the adding a 2-mana card instead of a 1-1 is generally going to be better on turn 2. I think if you have equipment, it can change. All right, let's see. So I can bite, attack, and drop Golden Maw. Can't really imagine I want to do anything else. I guess I can just let them block, because if they trade with the Shieldmate, that's good for me. So I think I just attack. They'll probably trade one of their 2 power creatures for the 2-1 and take the Shieldmate. If they take them all, I'm going to play Goldmaw and then leave up Frostbite so we can see what they do. Yeah, I know. Oh, Elsie's back. I know Shocking stops a mana, but, like, they're getting so much mana, right? Like, they're getting 2 anyway. Like, if Shocking one of these turned off the whole Massacre or something, I would do it in a heartbeat. I hate my life. But, like, it's just 1 less mana from, like, a little creature deck. And they may attack and run amok, or they may try and equip a creature so it can attack. I mean, you tend to try and grow your Berserkers wherever possible, and your Liberator needs help to attack. Yes, if I knew they had Showdown of the Scalds, I would have probably stopped the mana. When they had, like, 4 or 5 cards, but, like, they were also getting 3 mana. If I shock a creature, they get 2 mana, so it felt better to have the shock as an instant trick. But if I knew they were going to draw an additional 4 cards, I would have also shocked something. We can still win. This is a good game. I mean, Showdown's tough to beat, but I've got a couple of creatures. The Shieldmate leaves a 1/1 behind, and my hand's full of like equipment and pump and stuff. I think this is going to end up being extremely close. Like, I have no idea if I'm going to win or lose. Let's see. I don't think I want to let them attack and boast. Maybe. I'm not sure on that. I think I shocked the Liberator now. They have till the end of their next turn to play these cards. I mean, maybe they wouldn't boast. Maybe they would Demon Bolt, but I'm definitely not scared of them run-amucking. I'm ahead on life. Okay, so I definitely want to go aggro. So I think I put Helm. I don't know if I'm going to win or lose the race, but I have to race. I'm not beating all this card advantage. So I think I put Helm on the 2/1 and just attack and run amok, right? They have a Demon Bolt. I need to use this card while they're tapped anyway. Like, I need to play as aggressively as possible in this spot. If they can kill me from 14, bad beat. It's going to be close, but because this is +4 for 2 mana. But that's still only 3, 5, 7, 11, so they still need 3 more. So they have to cast 3 more spells. So, or have another pump or something. Okay. So now, no need to run amok then. Hopefully they can't kill me. Where do we want the Helm? Do we want it on the Raptor? Might be fine where it is. Oh yeah, I'm probably dead, but I mean, that's, you know, like I said, there's no guarantee they can kill me by any stretch. I mean, they only have 3, 5, 7. Run amok makes it 11, so they still have to have another run amok or play 3 spells or some haste creature and run amok. I mean, I wasn't going to win this game by trading off all my resources. This isn't like a tilt, I'm attacking or whatever. Like, they're up 1,000,000 cards. Remember, Showdown of the Scalds actually puts you up more than the 4 cards you draw. They're going to cast cards over the next 2 turns and get a bunch of +1/+1 counters. That's resources too. So even though this looks like me just conceding or something, what I'm actually hoping is that I'm able to sneak in exactly lethal next turn. Because if I play defensively, I am conceding. Because they're going to cast all these cards and get a bunch of +1/+1 counters, and they drew 5 extra cards or whatever. So, like, Showdown of the Scalds is often more like drawing 6 or 7 extra cards. Because all those +1/+1 counters, that's resources, too, that you have to work through. Unless I'm miscounting, this is 1 point short. Am I miscounting? 4, 7, 10, 13. I think they're 1 short, in which case we might win. I think we have... it's super close. Well, if they put the +1/+1 counters on blockers, then it's a little more than 1 short, but also, like, we might not win. I'm not sure, but... Well... So, like I said, if they get another turn, I'm dead. So, I'm pretty sure I just attack. If they put the 3/3 on the 3/2, and I give run amok to like the 2/1, that's 5 damage. I'm 1 short. I think I'm 1 point short here. Yeah, I think I'm 1 point short because they put the +1/+1 counter on the on-tap Berserker, which was correct. Yeah, I'm 1 short if they block right. Is there any way I can get them to not block right or increase the chance? Probably not. Just gotta hope for some reason they put the 3/3 on the 2/1. Oh, yeah, I should move Helm to the 2/1 because they're less likely to want to kill it, and then they might chump it with the 1/2 and put the 3/3 on the... You're right, Ham. Obviously, I'm 1 short. Like, there's no play I can make that guarantees me a win, but I agree with what Ham said. Right. So what Ham's saying is, like, if I had moved the Helm... they'd be more likely to put the 1/2 on this one and eat the 2/1 with the 3/3. because they wouldn't necessarily want to give me a token. Obviously, if they didn't do that, if they just blocked correctly, they would still win, but you're 100% right, Ham. I'm one short by my count. +3 here puts them to 2, and then 1 from the Raptor. +3 here puts them to 2, and then 1 from the Raptor. Looks like 1 point short to me, Radiantware. I'm not seeing the 1 extra. I don't know where you're getting it. They have a 2 toughness creature and a 2 power attacker, and a 3 toughness creature and a 3 power attacker. So that means Run Amok just does 3, and the Raptor does 1. And, like, you know, like I said, I think Ham made a good point there. Like, because I mean, they could have still just blocked correctly, obviously. But, so I didn't, like, throw away the win or something. But what we're trying to hope for there is that they put the 1/2 on the 3 power creature, because then Run Amok is lethal. And we incentivize them to do that a little better if we have the 2/1 that leaves a 1/1 behind be the 3 power creature. Because then maybe they don't want to kill that to give me the 1/1. Oh, 1/1, no 3-0s today. Let's see if we can at least salvage this with a 2/1. I think this deck is quite good, but I ended up short a few playables. Ooh, Infested. Turn off the stream, Infested. I know you're out there. I saw you earlier. Me and Infested had a little rivalry going. Like, when I first started streaming, they just kept beating me. They were up like 5-1 or something. And then I started winning, though, and I think we're pretty close to even right now. I think this is a keep. I'm not sure. I've got 9 white, 8 red. So I have the 9 white sources. I'm on the draw with a Frostbite. I think I keep this. It's close. I mean, Run Amok isn't the best on the draw, but I mean, if they're not aggro, then it's not really a problem. Good luck, Infested. If I draw Plains, it's a pretty good hand. I mean, one reason to mulligan is the 3 Axgard Armories and the Bound and Golds in my hand. I still have a Valor I can search for. I mean, that's a lot less exciting, but I still get some value, and it's good to have the Bound and Gold in hand. Alright, we'll take it. The keep was correct. Oh, I don't mind, you know. For the record, like, queue into me anytime you have a sweet or good deck and you want to beat me up. I enjoy it. Bring it on. Okay, so Courser or Gold Maw. I think Courser just makes more sense. We might play the Bound and Gold for 2. Well, they actually showed you the answer, Artem, because they had a rune and they didn't have anything else to do early, so they played the amulet so they could rune it. Because, you know, rune has a lot more value when you put it on equipment. I'm not saying their play was right or wrong, but that's clearly the reason for the play. So I think I'm just going to attack and dump my creatures. I mean, if they put the amulet on that, I'm not going to be able to Bound and Gold it. How big is it going to be? A 2/5? But I can still attack into a 2/5 with Run Amok, so I think we just want to drop our creatures here. Hopefully they don't have a sweeper, but I can't really play around that with a creature light hand like this. Yeah, I could bound the equipment, but I don't necessarily want to do that. Like, I'm ahead on board, and, like, if they go to equip, I have Run Amoks to attack through the equipment. So they're almost wasting the mana. Like, not in theory, but, like, in practice in this game. Because I already know I'm comfortable with my next turn if they put the amulet on the Kinseekers. I'm not saying it can't work out bad during the, you know, in the long run, but Bound and Gold's a good card. I mean, this can only protect one creature. It's not like this gives all your creatures hexproof. So now, just attack with the 2 powers, I assume. That telegraphs Run Amok, but that's fine. Then I can sack the armory end of their turn. So, and I don't want to have to use double Run Amok here. Okay, so again, we can attack. We have run amok. This isn't a bad turn to bound in gold. I don't really have anything else to do. Oh yeah, I can play pick, equip, and bound in gold, a 4/4. Should I save bound in gold for anything bigger? Probably not. I mean, if they drop something big, they probably can't amulet it. If they drop something small and amulet, I have another run amok. I think this makes sense, just to use my mana. It's a close choice, because obviously I could tap it, or I could run amok through it. But I think it makes sense to go ahead and use my mana, deal max damage. I get to have Frostbite up, so if they play something small and try and equip it, I can Frostbite. If they play something medium and equip it, I should be able to run amok it. If they play something big, they shouldn't be able to equip it, and then I can tap it. I don't know, Captain Cake. It's complicated, but I think they can offer ranked and unranked in the same queue at the same time. I don't I suggested this on Twitter, and I didn't really hear any good arguments against it. Like, I don't know why you can't just toggle ranked on and off as you see fit before drafts, obviously, not in between games or anything, not once you know your deck is good or bad. But, like, before you enter a queue in the first place, you can just choose to play ranked or unranked. And, like, it's only gameable if you, like, communicated with your opponent, or played a friend and they conceded so you could get some ranking points and they didn't. Like, who cares, right? Like, I don't think ranked players need to be paired against only ranked players and unranked players against only ranked players. Like, I think you should just have the option to toggle on and off playing ranked, playing unranked whenever you want. Like, in queues, in draft queues. Then in the pairings, you would pair ranked play against ranked play and unranked play against unranked play. But you don't have to split the queues. I don't know, whatever. But I think that it would work. Like, hello. Well, that's easy. Well, wait, the front half gives double strike, but unless I'm killing them right now, I'm playing the back half, but I might kill them right now, because this would be 5-10. So, if I play Halvar, and then I run amok this, that's 10. But I can't actually attack with this Boast, run amok, and Halvar. I can do 2 of the 3. I have 6 mana thanks to the treasure, but I don't have 8. So is there any way I can lethal before I miss lethal and chat goes off on me? No, they shouldn't offer more queues. That's my point, Killenstein. There should only be 2 queues. You should just toggle before you enter the queue. You should have an option on Arena, playing ranked, playing unranked. You should be able to toggle it on and off, and then you would just enter either the best of 3 or best of 1 queue. There would still only be 2 queues with my method. I don't think I can lethal them. I don't think putting them to 2 makes sense. They could play a sweeper or something. I think I'm just going to play the back half, Sword of the Realms. Then I can use Goldmaw's ability and tap the Berg, and I can get them for, like, a lot of damage. I don't even actually need to. Oh, I forgot it would cost 1. Oh, no, but Halvar would have cost 4, which is how I would have had to play Halvar to even be close to lethal. And then, yeah, I actually don't even, if I do this, I don't even need to boast, right? I'll just attack. If they want to trade, it just goes back to my hand. I'll just replay it immediately. So now we can just attack with both. I don't even think I'm going to tap Berg. I mean, they could save damage, but, like, the creature just literally goes back to my hand, and I have this treasure, and I'm just going to cast it again immediately. It's basically a free kill on the Bergstrider. I mean, I know I wasn't doing a ton else with the mana, but I didn't have another white, so it would have been like sacking a treasure to tap it. I think I'm good with what just happened. I mean, the only downside of this line is it leaves me a little more vulnerable to sweepers. But, I mean, they've had plenty of turns to sweep the board. I don't think they have a sweeper in hand. Like, you know, the way you'd exploit what I'm saying would be like, you would purposely join a queue with 7 of your friends, and then you would play ranked, and they'd all play unranked, and then they'd all concede to you. So you'd set up a draft so you could get 3 wins for your ranking. Like, maybe that people would do that if there was, like, you know, absolutely massive prizes or something, but the way the system currently is, I just don't think that would happen. Okay, so now I can tap that. I don't have the double strike option, but it's, what, 4, 8, 11. So I don't have lethal, but just seems I have plenty of mana now. I guess I have the armory, but I don't even have much to go get. I have like a helm and the Valor. So I think I'm pretty happy now to just attack and tap it, right? Actually, maybe I don't tap it. I can just frostbite it. And then just replay my creature again. And if they don't block, then I can use the armory. So I guess I actually don't tap it. Because remember, I'm not 2-for-1ing myself. They're not killing my Goldmaw champ. All that's going to happen is, like, it's going to go back to my hand, and I'm going to kill the Lindworm with a Frostbite. So I guess it's probably right to not tap it, right? And then I think post-combat this time, I'm going to sack the treasures and put the equipment back on the tapper, just in case they have removal or sweeper or they draw one. I kind of want to protect the Goldmaw champion. So I think I'm just going to sack these 2 treasures. I've got plenty of mana now. I'm running out of cards to play. It's not like that wasn't going to go somewhere on my turn anyway. And I mean, this way, if they bind it, they take an extra 2. If they have a sweeper, I get the Goldmaw back in my hand. Wow, well, that was a good turn for them. Looks like we may have a game yet. I mean, I've got my flyers, but they've got their equipment. I've got my run amok, but I was not expecting that turn. Okay, so run amok still works over the Bergstrider this turn. I can go get, like, Helm and Valor. Can't tap the Bergstrider. I can load up 1 flyer and attack for 5. I think I'm happy enough to run amok through that. If they play something big, again, they probably can't equip it. So I guess I'm just attacking and with everything. Where I guess just the flyers. Attacking with a Goldmaw to tap 1 to let it get blocked by the other doesn't make much sense. So I guess I just attack with the flyers here. If I sack this, that's what, 5 mana? It only leaves me 2 to work with. Yeah, so I can't do everything this turn. So this turn we'll just attack with the flyers. Whichever one they block, I can just run amok. This is a nice little turnaround. I mean, with the double mass Vandal killing all my bound in gold and my broken equipment. And then we're going to sack the armory end of their turn. We still have 2 things to get, so that's nice. They're the weaker ones. We drew the better equipment gold and the better aura bound in gold. But we still have the Tormentor's Helm and the Valor of the Worthy in our deck. If I equip the Courser, I can't even attack with the Raptor, right? This was a 4/5 thanks to the +0/+1 from the Amulet. So I needed my flyers to have 2 power so that they could attack, and whichever one infested blocked, I could run amok and kill the Bergstrider. Armory is not a sorcery. Some of these are instant, some of these are sorcery speed. I get why they did that, because these are constructed playable, so they wanted to make the ones they could instant, you know, that wouldn't like be kind of like gross to have as instant speed or whatever. So they went with making some instant and some sorcery. It's pretty half and half. It is confusing, but I think they did that because these are clearly constructed playable. Alright, so definitely sack. We don't want to draw the cards. Oh, they're definitely constructed playable. You will see some of them in some constructed decks, in some standard decks over the next 2 years. I'm not saying they're just like the hottest thing ever, but they're definitely playable. Okay, so now they have a bigger creature than any of mine, and I'm out of run-amoks. I guess I can deal 1. Unfortunately, this thing's a 4/6, so even if I put all 3+1/+1s on the Courser, I can't attack through the 4/6. They would take 1, though. I'm not sure what to do, because, like, I want to load up the Valkyrie, because that's actually big enough to attack into it. Right, that's the thing. I normally would have just dumped everything on the Courser and hit them for 1. I also have the ability to, like, put one thing, like the Helm, on the Gold Maw, and then if they want to eat the Gold Maw with the 4/6, they have to take all the flying damage. So, like, that's an option, too. And they take the ping. So, like, I have some pretty close options. That might be the right play. I have creatures, right? No, so I can't play this for 2. So I have 7 mana, so that's... Well, no, I don't have enough if I boast. It's so much damage. I think... Right, but these 1/3s can't block these. So I think what I want to do is Helm the Gold Maw. And then they either chump with a Vandal, and then this eats one of my flyers and they take a bunch. So I'm trading a flyer for a Vandal and dealing 2. Oh, am I roping out? Whatever, I won't attack. I'll just play this. I'll explain what I'm thinking about on their turn. I don't have enough time. So, like, what I could do is put the Helm on a Gold Maw. Attack with these 3 creatures. Tap one of the Vandals. Whatever. That doesn't even matter. I don't have to do that. But I can attack with these 3 creatures. The only way they can kill the Gold Maw is by eating it with the 4/6. These Vandals can't block the flyers. So then I get in 4 damage. Or 5 if I put the Valor on one of them. That's a lot. They're at 8 and I have a Helm. The other option for them, Vandal chumps the Gold Maw. The 4/6 blocks one of the flyers, right? They take a ping from the Helm and 2 from the other flyer. So then they take 3 and I trade Gold Maw for a Vandal. That's not a great trade, but most of the real action's in the air. So I would sack my only ground creature, which is not very effective versus the Amulet anyway. And I wouldn't even be throwing it away. I would be trading it for a Vandal and dealing them 3 damage. So that's what I was, like, thinking about. I was thinking, like, would I want to put Helm on Gold Maw and then attack with these 3? And then if they want to eat a flyer with the 4/6, they have to either chump the Vandal or chump with a Vandal or just take a bunch of damage. I think it was really close. I don't know the right answer. So now I can only give +2/+2 because they played another Vandal. So I have to try and win in the air. And they have Svella, so I'm actually kind of under pressure. But they have a 3/5 ground creature, so the whole play I was describing last turn doesn't work. Can I kill them in 2 in the air if they brick? They take 5, and then 3. Yeah, I think I can. So I think I put the Valor of the Worthy on the Battlefield Raptor. And then I attack with all 3. They eat this, they're at 5. And then next turn, next turn I'll be 1 short. But it's still probably worth it, right? Or maybe I put it on the Courser, actually. That seems slightly better. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I think I'm prepared to sack a flyer to deal 5. So I think this attack is right. I think I probably should have made the Gold Maw Helm play I was talking about last turn. I think I probably would have. I ran out of time when I was trying to figure out how it worked. But I think the end result is I would have dealt them some amount of damage that would have allowed me to kill them in the air this turn, maybe. Yeah, the dragon wins the game. I have other stuff for sure. Like, my deck's pretty good at attacking. Well, there we go. I mean, they could draw like off Svella though. But hopefully they won't. Well, they have Svella, so this is not a win yet. I need them to brick. So, if they brick, they're dead either way. So I probably should move the pick over to the dragon, right? So the 4/6 can't kill it. Maybe not. Let's say they draw removal. They eat one of these, they go to 1. Do I care if they're at 1 or 2? Either way, I need 1 more flyer to get through. I've got a Hagra Mob. That kills them from 1 but not 2, so that matters. Oh, well, if I'm already in combat, whatever. It's definitely still right to attack with the gold spawn. Whether to put the pick on the gold spawn or leave it where it is close and interesting. But we're definitely going to attack because they have Svella, so got to make them do it. Maybe they won't hit a removal or a flyer. Spin the wheel. Come on, Infested. You can't get lucky against me all the time. Ground creatures do nothing. No removal, no flyer. It's a reach blocker. A small reach blocker. That means we're going to rinse and repeat next turn, right? Because they're going to go to like 1, and I'm going to lose 1 creature, and they're going to lose 1 creature. So now it's going to be the same thing next turn. They're going to have to spin again if they don't top deck something. You gotta love Magic. How does anybody not love this game? If they play a flyer on their turn, I can attack and tap it with the Goldmaw Champion. So there's some value in the Goldmaw staying alive for that. But if they spin it off the Svella, then I can't do that. Because they'll wait until after... Oh, wait. No, I can just boast and tap it. Yeah, I should have sent the Goldmaw. Okay, well, I won't make the same... Well, they could hit a removal, and then they get a free kill on Goldmaw. So, to be clear, that's not... I'm not saying, like, it wasn't right, but... They could just hit a removal, and then they get a free kill on Goldmaw. So it wasn't definitely right to send it. Now, I can send the Goldmaw and the Hagri Mob in the 2 flyers. So if they hit a removal, they die to the Hagri Mob if they let it attack. But then the Goldmaw can tap a flyer. I think now they're dead, unless they hit something surprising. Of course, I'm going to haste the mob. Last turn, I could have sent the Goldmaw to tap a reach creature, but if they did hit a removal for the flyers... then they would have ate the Goldmaw for free, and I wouldn't have had it for later to tap a blocker. So, I mean, it was close. I didn't even see it. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I didn't even see the fact that I could have sent the Goldmaw to tap a flyer, and that's pretty bad. I should have seen that. But I think it was a close choice last turn. So, their deck doesn't look like the kind of ramp snow control deck that I necessarily want to board in this Destroy Land against. Hey, we got a Voxy raid. Appreciate the raid, Voxy. So I think this is good against Glittering Frost, but they have a bunch of Mass Vandals, a bunch of cheap stuff. This matchup's actually horrible for me. I have like all this like equipment and aura and ways to search for them, and they have all these Mass Vandals. Can I do anything good against that? What can I do? I mean, I definitely don't want the Longboat against them. We only did that against the last control deck because they had sweepers. I mean, Shackles might actually be okay against them. They have a lot of big creatures. It's hard to play Shackles in this format. It's hard to play Run Amok. Like, you want your equipment, you want your auras, you want your removal. Like, I think Run Amok is an actively good card in this format. It's just so hard to get it in my deck and get all my equipment in and get all my removal in and still have a high enough creature count. What's good against the 1-3? The 3-6, it's fine. I'm not going to board on a 3-6 against a more late-game oriented deck. I think the cards I would consider boarding in would be these, because their deck's slower and more powerful. Shackles, because we saw lots of Boom Booms. Oh, we were definitely not going to bring in Longboat. I mean, at least equipment, like, you can, time it and whatever, but we saw all those Mass Vandals. I think Longboat is decent, but is it better than Run Amok? Probably not. I mean, Shackles is better. I think Shackles is decent in this matchup, but is it better than Run Amok? Probably not. That's the thing. It's like, what do you want me to take out? Like, I can't cut my equipment and auras. I have 3 Axguard Armories. Like, I could take out Frostbite. Did I see Frostbite targets? Maybe I should have took that out. Yeah, maybe for game 3, I'll take Frostbite out for Shackles. Shackles is better on the play, Frostbite on the draw, just in general. I'm not saying that's the predominant factor for this matchup or, this particular game. But, like, Frostbite is a lot better of a card when you're on the draw than when you're on the play. And Shackles is a lot better of a card when you're on the play than when you're on the draw. So, for next game, if I lose, I'll cut the Frostbite for the Shackles. Okay, so we obviously can't attack and boast. We could attack and Run Amok, but I think I'd rather just use that Run Amok in the air. I don't think I'm winning on the ground with this hand in this game, but I don't need to, obviously, and gold span is hard to race. Cole is redundant with Halvar. Well, I mean, that's somewhat true, but they're both busted, and you're not going to just draw both every game. Like, I don't understand the point, K-Rum. Are you suggesting that I take out Cole? Now that's a big brain play, Archeon. Just don't ever kill their creatures. I mean, if I can just race in the air and ignore the ground and not have trades, I'm down. I'm definitely down for that. I'm not saying that's going to go that way, but I'll try. This doesn't have retrait. I know this does, but obviously it would only be a chump blocker. I mean, the good thing of when you're racing in the air with flyers is, like, I can always switch gears and chump on the ground at the end and stuff like that. So, like, a 4/4 flying haste is not really raceable. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to win. They might just kill it, counter it, play a big flyer, Bergstriders, whatever. But if their plan is, like, attack over a couple of turns and race Goldspan, that's probably not going to work. So do I want to block Liberator on Sentinel? I might, because it's only a small trade down if I'm never activating this. It powers up their Vandals, but I don't actually have any artifacts or equipment. And this is a reach creature, so it could end up chump blocking. That said, if I take 7, I'm at 10. Then I'm facing 4, 8, 11 next turn. So I can't actually just play Gold Spawn and Slam. While I could race a lot of draws, I don't think I can race this draw. I think I'm losing. So, what can I do? I think I have to take it. If they don't have anything, I might kill them on the following turn with Run Amok over the Sentinel. Because I'm going to have a lot of mana to work with thanks to the Gold Span. So let's say I leave just the Liberator back. If they have something, I'm dead. I'm cool with that. This is a really hard game to win on the draw. Let's say they don't have anything. I hit them for 6. They're at 12. Next turn, I untap 4, 6, 9, 12, 13. Looks like it might be 1 short. I mean, maybe they'll send the Sentinel, or if they block the wrong creature with the Sentinel, do I kill them? I mean, I could try and make trades. I mean, I have equipment, but it's probably not going to go well. Attack, boast, and run amok to trade. Yeah, that's an option, but then I'm not playing Gold Spawn. And they also will just take it if they have removal to kill me anyway. I think this is the right play. I think I'm like a point or so short. So, like, you know, I could draw things, right? Like, next turn, if they don't have an answer for Gold Spawn and they don't kill me, like, they're a point short on board. I have the 2-1 to chump a 4/4 and take 8. So if they don't kill the Liberator, I could just draw something that does a point of damage. I have the 2 Gold Spawn treasures for 2 mana each. So I'm working with 9 mana next turn. So I can go 2 for Run Amok, 2 for Helm, and still have 5 left to work with. So I certainly have outs. Like, assuming they can't kill me, which they can if they have any bounce or removal, but assume they can't kill me. If they just, like, attack and play, like, a ground creature or whatever and have the Sentinel up, I definitely have outs. I think I'm a point short on board. 5, 8, 10, 11. Yeah, I'm a point short on board. But like I said, all I have to do is draw a point. I certainly have plenty of ways to do that. Valor would kill them. Frostbite would kill them. Pick would kill them. Run Amok would kill them. Bounding Gold would kill them. Demon Bolt would kill them. Halvar would kill them. So I'm on 7 outs if they can't kill me and they can't kill my creatures. And if they can kill my creatures, they can kill me. So that's the conservative play compared to killing Liberator, but I get it because, like, I don't know how... oh, well, they just have 2 removal. Okay, whatever. But yeah, I think that line was right. In the event where they're just holding a ground creature and they don't have removal, I have, like, 7 outs if all they have to block with is Sentinel against my Flyers. Oh, no, I was definitely never beating that. No question. I'm going to do what we said, though. I'm going to board out the Frostbite. I'm going to board in the Shackles. Now I'm on the play. Hopefully I can just get the same draw I had last game on the play. I don't think they were BMing there. So, like, if I have a trick, they want me to use it on the Gold Spawn So that, because remember, I had 2 mana up. I had a treasure and a gold spawn out. So, like, they want me to use it on the gold spawn so they can then kill me through by getting rid of the Liberator. Also, the treasure goes from 2 mana to 1 mana when the gold spawn dies. So, like, I don't think that was BMing. Like, I think I would do the same thing as Infested there, because with 2 mana, your opponent has access to a decent amount of cards. You can't even necessarily think of every rare and uncommon and mythic and whatever. So I think they did the right thing by killing the gold spawn first. Oh yeah, I made a treasure from it dying, so I had 2 mana either way. You're right. Yeah, so then it's pretty close to a wash. There could be reasons, but then it's not, like, strictly better, or, like, way better. It's, like, it could be close. All right, we're definitely going to play 2 5-drops, 2 lands on the play. Is this a keep or a mull? I think it's a keep. I'm playing 17 lands. It's close. I think it's a keep, but it's a close keep. This is a professional keep right here. It's also not a very good hand. Like, it's not like I have multiple 2-drops or a 3-drop. Like, that's the thing. It's like if I draw a land next turn, like, I don't have a 3-drop. You know, it's not like this hand is just great or something. So I don't want to use Run Amok on the 1-3. I think Valor here makes sense. I know it's more efficient to put the 3-2 on Foretell, but think that if they're playing a 2-mana 1-3 here, like, they probably don't have other creatures that are cheap in hand, at least not 2-mana ones, or they'd play them. They're trying to stop my beatdown. Okay, so whatever. Now I'm just going to Bound and Golden attack. There's no way I will ever let somebody untap with Svella. And any early damage I get in is important because I have Gold Spawn and Run Amok. So far they don't have blue, so maybe they're holding some blue cards. If I make this trade, it's a good trade for me, and I get 2 1/1s, 1 flies, but I turn on their Masked Vandal. So now I don't know if I want to attack or not. But if I don't, I leave them Sculptor. And they did play Masked Vandal, so there's a decent chance they have another one. So let's reason through this game a bit. They clearly didn't have Sculptor in hand on turn 2, or they would have played it. Because, like, do we want to make this trade? It's obviously a good trade on the surface, and it takes them off of mana with Sculptor, but it also lets them have the ability to Masked Vandal this Bound and Gold. And we know they have, like, a lot of them. Well, actually, one was a copy. We saw 2 and a Morite in game 1. I don't think I want to let them free up Svella, potentially. I think I'm just going to play the Courser and pass. Like, I can win this race. Like, they don't have blue mana. Maybe, if they free up Svella, maybe they can make a Manalith and start casting blue cards. Well, should have attacked. Got it wrong. I'm only kidding, but... okay, so what do we want to do now? Steal. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. Oh, and I can move auras. That's good. Okay, so this turn, I'll probably just play Doomscar and hit in the air. Because, like, if I play Halvar on the front half, if I'm putting them on a potential Masked Vandal, maybe they have it, maybe they don't, who knows. But if I'm putting them on that potentially, I can move the Valor to the Courser and hit them for 6. It's another nice turn. We saw Morite. We saw, like, several blue things, right? Like, blue is not, like, a splash. I think that, like, you know... We might have to consider that they could not have another Masked Vandal. They could just be holding a bunch of, like, blue cards, right? Yeah, best of 3 is a better play experience than best of 1. Best of 1 is, like, addictive, but best of 3 is, like, deeper and richer. So I don't know what to do. I can double block, turning on their Vandal. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't know if they have a Vandal or not, but... They're not going to have, like, Run Amok or something, I don't think. And we know they have, like, Bergstriders and Morites and stuff, and they could just be holding blue cards. If I let them Vandal this Bound and Gold and they make a Manalith, that might unlock 3 or 4 cards. I don't want to let them do that. Well, there goes that. They have blue mana, so... Okay, so now... Now I care a lot less. Because if they Mask Vandal the Bound and Gold, obviously Spell is a great card, but we don't know if they're holding Mask Vandal. They very well could not be. But they have blue mana thanks to the Jaspara Sentinel on future turns anyway. So I think now it's just play Cole and attack with Shieldmate and Courser probably. They don't have a block, right? I mean, they can trade. I'll get my 1/1s and my creature back. I mean, if I don't draw lands, I obviously can't win. The idea here would be to try and beat them in the air, possibly with Run Amok or Halvar. I'm not saying it's going to work. But it's somewhat close. Like, let's say they go for, like, tap 1, force me to chump on a big attack. I've got 5 in play. I mean, and a Run Amok in hand. I'm 3 points short. I mean, look, 3 short is 3 short. I'm going to lose. But we're not, like, miles apart. So, let's see. Do I want to block? Again, I'm less concerned about the Mask Vandaling the Bound and Gold. Can I move Bound and Gold with this? No, only the creatures you control. Like, I mean, I attach target aura attach to a creature you control to a different one. So, I can move the Valor for the double strike flyer. I can't move the Bound and Gold. I mean, they're not going to have a Giant Growth. Like, if they have a Giant Growth, I'm cool with losing to that. The thing is, like, I'm less scared of turning on Mask Vandal now, because now they have Jaspara for blue mana anyway. Before, I was going really far out of my way to not turn it on because they were missing blue mana, and blue is not a splash in their deck. So for all we know, they're just holding a bunch of blue cards. So I didn't want to let them free up Svella to make a Manalith and have blue mana. Obviously, that's not how the game played. But despite what it seems like sometimes, I'm not psychic. I think it's time to start blocking. I'm not winning the race, and they have blue mana anyway. I'm going to have to start chumping the 6/6. I can't die to the Swarm. If I go to 3, they can just Bergstrider and attack with everything. Now, I basically only have to block the Lindworm. So I think I pretty much have to make that block. Well, better that I didn't go to 3. I think I'm going to lose, but at least I didn't go to 3. Hey, getting beat by Infested? It's just like old times. Alright, so we don't even have double white to Halvar. So this is looking very, very bad. I guess I'm just dead because they can just shoot me for 3. Is there any way I can survive? Because if I can survive and play Goldspan for the win, it isn't like... That's not like that's impossible, but I highly doubt it's going to happen. This only costs 1, thanks to the Courser. But I can't equip because it's white to equip. Don't think I can do anything realistic here. Thanks, Black Lotus, spelled correctly. I appreciate that subscription. How would you spell Ben? Hey, Magalu. Banji, man. Ben has to be one of the most consistent spelled names, like, in the world. Like, you know, there's, like, a bunch of different spellings of some names. Like, I don't think I've ever met anyone in my life who was Ben or Benjamin and it wasn't spelled exactly the same. Banjo Man. That would be cool. Benjamin. Not today. This was a tough one. I think it was right to keep. I don't know. Maybe I should have traded earlier. Like, if I would have attacked him that Sculptor, And they were at 3 right now. I guess they could still take it, and then they could just end a turn 3 on tap 3. I can't go for run amok if they have the hammer up. Probably be pretty tough to win with double white. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like if it's not like English or whatever. Obviously, like with different languages, it's going to be spelled differently. I mean, like, you know, within the same language. Good game. Never beat infested. It's actually not true. I was pretty much back to even against them. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for supporting the stream, K-Rim. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. Fun day. Should be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm talking about, like, in English. Like, obviously, it's going to be spelled differently in, like, you know, Scandinavia or China or whatever. But, like, I'm saying, like, of people who, like, you know, in America who English is their native language. I've never met anybody who spelled Benjamin differently. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I had a bunch of cards I couldn't cast, but you don't know that, obviously, so from your perspective, it's like, you know, I don't want to lose to run amok, I don't want to lose to double run amok, I don't want to, you know, like, you have a lot to think about. I had a run amok, but I also had, like, 4 other cards, like 2 5-drops and a Halvar and some stuff. Well, thank you, everybody who tuned in today. I appreciate the support. Hope it was a fun day on stream. I am going to raid somebody, and I will be back tomorrow for 3 more drafts. I can't raid Voxy. She raided me. Early stream for her. So who should I raid? Who's still up late? Sam? Yeah, let's raid Sam. He's streaming all the time now and fairly new to it. Obviously, he could use the support. Is Sam on? I follow him. I don't see him on. Oh, there he is. Okay, we'll raid Sam. Thanks to everybody as usual. I will see you tomorrow, barring calamities. His name is Samuel H. Black, right? Just like one word. Have a good one. See you tomorrow, probably.